as is. They know that the best answer to violence is just counter that same thing and throw it back at them. That they do. Equalize things up 5-5.
Yeah, a punch for a punch, but the Oasis Gaming gotta be careful. That's exactly how they lost against Southville all the way back in Icebox during stage 1. Same mistake that cost them that slot into APAC, costing them now the lead of this map. Really, recovery is absolutely essential here for Oasis. It's the heartbeat now. A little bit faint after everything is said and done. It's Southville though, looking white for anything. Finds Pro there, just run and gun action. Azisto with the find out the Coco 4v4 scenario. Mark coming in from Belong. This is where Belong, but Jarget with Colette! Jarget 2! And it's simple here for SBE. Envy finds one. Micro is right there. But Envy now all alone. 4v1 scenario. The pinch can be protected. This can be a solid crossfire right behind the smoke. Micro is waiting. Happy Chulo though doesn't care about the darkness because he's the light that will shine here for SBE. 6-5. It's SBE now taking the lead away.
Doesn't matter if Envy is on that fade. He's like, okay, that's a new edgy character, but I'm playing one of the OG ones, aside from Omen. So, I know how this goes. I know how everything can really be sapped out of you. And what a round as well for both of these teams. Envy making the best of what he's got there on that swing towards Hookah. Utilizing the mobility he had, but Ja so consistent in getting those trades. How many times have we seen him get at least a double kill in these rounds? Chamber, Sentinel? Nah, that's a mindset.
Frag out, man. Frag out. And, the mindset right now, SBE has to be keep on with this positive momentum. Oasis Gaming would define that PMA. Positive thoughts now as they're one away from basically trying to tie up the scoreline and looking to end this half with a 6-6. But the momentum has been heavy here for SBE. They're just hitting the shots, they're getting the pushes that they need, and they're countering the very offensive angles that the Oasis have really taken and brought out at the start of the map. So it really goes to show, you give SBE some time to adjust and understand what you're doing, you're gonna find a counter along the way with the deep playbook that they have built upon years and years and years of experience. It's like an almanac, man. It's like one of those encyclopedia series that you always keep by your shelf. But right now, it's 2 shelves there by Marky. He makes that special close range and absolutely perfect. And there you go. Take a picture. It will last longer than Assist's life. Wild Oreo find his mark in the sky. Micro now the only one left in Oasis Gaming. They come back swinging. They come back with a lot of revenge in their mind. But there's almost no escape. Micro can't make it to the teleporter. There was hope. There was a prayer. But Marquis will take that chance away. Tied up now as we go into the second half.
They've had great combos here with how they use their orbital strikes, and the ultimates I think has really been what's been turning things for Oasis. Most of the rounds that they have won were either due to just like tour de force or great orbital strike placement. Really how they play around that fault line too that has been getting them so many of these crucial plays and the C. So using whatever, you know, crowd control that they have on their side to make sure that their potent strikes land true and can be as effective as they can be. We saw that, you know, fault line come in with the orbital, same thing, C's with the orbital, or C's with any other utility. Just such a big thing that they know how to utilize when it comes to the composition they have on hand. Not that same kind of stun ability here on Southbuilt side, but they now are on the defense. And with their double controller, this means that at the very least, if they cannot play around concussing, they can play around blocking views and avenues and angles, and that can be where they can, you know, really try and gain the advantage here with a utility shuffle that their composition might suggest they should be superior in.
No, I actually agree with that. Southwood Esports, they have the right tools right now to deal with Oasis Gaming and a potential blitzkrieg with crowd control, right? So if you're in the angles where you're gonna get stunned and the angles that you're gonna get hit by the markers of the fade and especially some of the offensive angles that Neon wants to take, why not play a little bit back? Why not let them find the take and go for a potential retake? That thing has to be in the minds of SBE right now, because once Oasis decides to use their utilities, it's going to be gone either on cooldown or pretty much for a long for the rest of the round. And when SBE still has those smokes to use, has a way to navigate that battlefield anyway to their advantage, they might find the angles of opportunity that can give them the rounds that they need. Still need to be careful though, because I'm looking at Ripper right now, and I think he has to be the biggest threat in a post-plant scenario here, besides, of course, Coco's helping hand. Because Ripper has been fragging out alongside Envy. He's the one with the molly that can really ruin someone's day also. And SBE, if they're going to be looking to paint a different kind of picture here, it has to be abstract art rather than the usual art styles that we see. Something a little bit more akin to what's going on here and now. A bit of modernism to say the least. And, well, time is now. The time is here, and Oasis going for that A side.
Well, we're tied up here. Only so fitting for these two teams that have had so many huge battles in the past. Stun connects here onto assist, which is a perfect timing on that nade. Not able to bring one down. Micro, the only player on South Build side to get a kill. That gives Oasis control of the site. They can get the plant down. Have to play that retake as you talked about, but Jaw on the flank gonna get found, sniffed out, and flushed by Coco.
And we can already see here for Southfield Esports, they need to be careful if they play those aggressive angles, if they want to play that contact as soon as possible. Oasis will have the advantage. This is the perfect time for Oasis to find those isolations, but Pro goes on quickly with the frenzy, finding a second one. Pro just popping off right now, doesn't care about the flashes whatsoever. 2v2 scenario, Coco creeping on closer and closer. Another guiding lights. A message to Oasis, but Coco will find a takedown there. Papi Chulo versus Envy, all about the stuff right now. Here we go with Envy, taking, but Papi Chulo is as cool, as calm, collected as can be, but time now running out. Now can he get that defuse? It's gonna be close, but he'll make it. He'll make it with less than a second to spare. SBE, the sweat on their bro was already ready to fall, but at least right now they're able to wipe it away, still alive after the pistol.
Expensive, but I mean, it came down to the 1v1. Papi Chulo, absolute heroics have been what's been coming in here for South Build, but will it really be that consistent in the end? Can they still bring those rounds back in such difficult moments now? They've been playing this contact style very, very clean. This is really what does kind of help them whenever the opposing side does get forced into having to play contact without much utility to be thrown on the opposing side, because we've seen that's the second time around the 2v4 has been won by Southfield in this game. Now they forced by, which I don't think is a bad idea coming from Oasis.
I think Southfield right now is just absolutely popping off overall. Envy though finds assist, and as it stands, it's just gonna be a 2-for-1 trade, 3-for-2 trade. As Papi Chulo and Ripper do get the kills too. SPE now having the man advantage. Oasis gaming a bit too ambitious right now. 3 HP left onto Ripper. But he's the one absolutely maimed here. Sees Papi Chulo, just needs to hit a single bullet. And that's just pretty much it. Round quickly erased by South Build. We're done. 2-round gap, likely to even be a 3-round gap after the eco state that's forced out on Oasis. But I was just gonna say here, Black and Blue, I think SPE are having a really, really solid mechanical game right now, because you mentioned it, 2v4s being won. Some clutch moments there from the likes of Papi Chulo, from the likes of Ja especially. And I'm watching Oasis Gaming peak into advantageous just fights, right? Where they're hitting their crowd control, they're looking for the drop on SPE. But somehow, some way, Aziz and Pro have found the way to get those kills anyway. So things are really shining right now for SBE. And even though Oasis Gaming have a good plan in action, the execute isn't just getting the results that they need.
This is what I've been saying about South Build from the very get-go, from year one, even like stage 2. They're one of the best teams at shooting themselves out of a bad situation. The problem is they just put themselves in those bad situations a bit too often than you otherwise would have liked, but they're really good at making sure that when things go to hell, well, they can walk out of it safely for the most part.
Isn't that the contrast though? Sometimes they put themselves in a bad situation, but this time Oasis is the one putting themselves in a bad situation, but they still find it. So it's not even their choice anymore. It's just a condition, but the condition of assist is absolutely flatlined there by Envy. Spectre now picked up. A chance perhaps for Oasis as SPE. It hasn't really gone for the full investment as of yet. Spectre's only on the defense. Oh, some parity, but oh no, Micro. Great chance to get the 2 kills even. Ripper though, protecting Marky there, and oh, here comes Ja! They will find one more. Get 2, make that 3. Oh, we're right behind the count. It's 4 even for Ja. Can he just get them all? Papi Chulo will say no. Take a kill for himself too. Nicely done though by SBE. They have a 3-round gap now over Oasis, and this defense looking absolutely suffocating right now.
Notice this trend we've been seeing from Oasis. Actually, both of these teams from the get-go, wherein Oasis will be really good at finding these opening picks and gaining that man advantage, but during those bouts where they do gain man advantage, whoever from Southfield goes down, if they don't take anybody down with them, they at the very least do a lot of damage to multiple players that allows the rest of Southfield to clean up on the retakes, in those man disadvantages, in those 2v4s, in those 3v4s, and it's been somehow working out for Southfield. Not exactly the most safe way of winning around, but hey, it's been getting them results in the end. But this time, but they're going to go for a bit of a bonus here. They do have rifles to invest if they want to commit to upgrading on this round, but they can make these Spectres work, especially if Ja can drop over one of that to maybe micro-resist and have him have his tour de force at hand.
So, are the Southfield esports squad the lower bracket warriors?
Depends how much we jinx it by talking about it.
What round is this again?
First round, yes.
First round of the upper bracket. So
Of
it's
the upper
crazy.
bracket.
It's crazy to think though. Southfield esports is this playoffs SBE right now. The standard perhaps that they're looking to move forward on, and especially look to reclaim that crown, because I think people have forgotten already that even though they had a bit of a lackluster group stage, they are technically, and they are really, the defending champions here. So respect right now. Really looking to be reclaimed by SBE. Micro prepared on the other side with the judge. Classic Vine gameplay at its finest. But Nightfall comes on in. Fault line is there. And here we go right now. But the judge just isn't ready as Micro waits for the ball instead. Poppy Tube little finding three into the corner. He's just as effective as can be. Snake in the sand. Finding the targets. Marky though into the back line. And Ja completely surprised by the presence of the Neon, taking everything away from him. This though, for a bit of that entertainment yet again, guiding light into the peak. The flash though comes in, it doesn't matter. Oasis, they hold the door, and they will say no more. They finally get around here in the second half.
That was looking like a good round for a bit from Southfield. They make it a bit expensive for Oasis, yes, so all things considered, a good bonus for Poppy Chulo specifically. Timing not working out there for Micro, but hey, they almost got the round, and if he had his judge out, things could have gone differently. Wild Oreo, and especially there at the end, Marky, finding his way within the smoke, gets that second, and he passes off with a third. Assist blinded. Too easy for Oasis to close on down, but Operator now here out for Ja, and this is where he has made a name for himself ever since the beginning of time. Let's see if it's going to connect or start things off, and that it does. Smoke already, the only smoker on Oasis' side, taken out early.
Yeah, and you were giving some fun facts about SB a while ago. When Aziz is on the duels, then you want him to play that entry, but Ja, just an absolute sniper, ready for action, and especially on that chamber. Ultimate gives him one, the Operator right now gives him one, and he's ready to pick apart the opposition. One by one, single and singles falling from the wayside. So the slow pace now absolutely slowed, especially without Ripper here for the side of Oasis. A while ago, very oppressive between Envy and Coco, especially here on Bind. Makes sense because he can handle the site with the split between the Breach and the Fade. Things a little bit more difficult though, because he's ready to go for that closer contact in the showers. It's a surprise, and Aziz have dropped the towels of Marky and Coco. Whip them with it. Waldor, though, fighting back anyway. Micro and Ja, hold again from the angle from up top. He's just really the man in the high tower right now.
30
Game
seconds.
of tower defense being played here by SBE, and finally they're able to build a path there to slay Wild Oreo in the corner. 7-10. SBE have had an incredible run now here on Bind.
You know, with Oasis not playing Bind almost really ever, like the past half of the year, there really isn't much for Southfield to look back into, and we know that Southfield, they typically do better in matchups than they do in the first matchup, even if it's against the team they've been playing against, you know, in the entire VCT for almost like a year now. Still, the fact that they're doing this well on Bind is making me wonder, is this really Southfield because this is where one of their homes are aside from like Split, or is Oasis just unsure of really how to play this Bind map, seeing as they've never really competed on this, but Micro and Ja just making things a bit too easy.
Yeah, it's just such a interesting situation here for Oasis, taking that risk to put Bind in the map pool. And I feel like what I've seen here from Oasis, they have one plan to make Bind work. And really, you look at Coco, you look at Envy, and you let them set up for the team. But what happens if that setup is broken? What happens if Oasis do still still lose the fight anyway as soon as they enter with the flashes, with the stuns, then there isn't really a plan B right now for Oasis Gaming compared to South build, especially the attacking side. They lose one, they lose two, no matter, no problem. They'll find a way for recovery, and I do feel like that's where the rejuvenation is South build's advantage here on buying. So systematic right now from SBE. Coco fighting back though, putting himself in a 1v3 situation and making it a little bit more costly for SBE. Beyond that, the fact that he's stuck here, the fact that he's getting slowed down by SBE, that's where Oasis look very hesitant on what to exactly do here, Black and Blue. What's Coco gonna do now? Just stroll around and probably save that gun and look for perhaps a pick or two before calling it a day.
Well, he's got a fault line to work with. Still, the crossfire here going to be too difficult. Trying to make it towards the portal,
no.
Yeah, no.
No. That's not gonna work. And we just go back to it, as that was pretty convenient for SBE. Him running into their loving arms and catching him before he falls into the teleport to the right. SBE has a great understanding of buying. They've had an incredible win rate for the year because of it. And Oasis just doesn't have that extra bit of oomph that SBE is showing right now. So it's either Oasis finding a way to execute even quicker and making that work immediately, or they have to find a way to recover after losing out the initial push. So maybe this time, Showstopper though flies on by from assist. It's a bird, it's a plane. Oh, it's a dead assist there. Swatted yet again by Wild Oreo. Oasis Gaming at least finally pick off, punishing the aggression. SBE now have to be a bit more careful, but Michael already ready with the orbital strike, trying to catch one off guard. Oasis Gaming though split apart, but doesn't matter because they're ready to converge into one absolute unit. From front to back, Oasis getting the kills. Pro right now alongside Papi Chulo from the market. They got back home. So here we go again. 2v3 scenario. Advantage here for Oasis Gaming, but we've seen SBE find the clutch in them before.
But this one's much more difficult than the past two times. They're not even going to check the corner here, and this should assuredly be around that the Oasis are going to take. Coco finding the last two there to get us 8-11. I think everything just kind of crumbled as soon as that Showstopper somehow phased through Wild Oreo for a bit.
Probably, look, have you ever watched The Matrix? It's probably a moment like that. We just didn't see it because we weren't with the code.
That's a good spot.
Just dodging the rocket, flying by. I think this is where we can see this perspective. Oh, we dodged it. But
It almost seemed like it would have landed right behind him, but it probably went a bit further than that. But the fact that it did like 0 damage, he didn't lose any armor or health from that. That was
it's insult.
Crucial. That is insult to injury too.
Man, it's just painful. But it was a little bit more to his right side, so based on how arms work, if you have your arms lifted, it can go under your elbows. Anatomy 101.
1BM.
Yeah. It's a lesson there, kids. Go for splash damage, not direct hits when you have a big boomstick.
Yeah. I learned that from TF2 all the way back when I played direct hit, when played rocket launcher. But hey, Oasis Gaming at least, they have gotten that round. I do feel though for SPE that was their one try to play the aggress, the one try to be a bit more active, because this is a lot more effective. Ja comes in to get rid of Wild Oreo, safely able to teleport away, and that's the difference between the Rays doing that and the Chamber doing that. You have the ability to get the hell out of there at a moment's notice. Ja will take advantage of that, and Oasis Gaming again now stumbling before they can make it to the start line. But here we go. Lights out, away we go. Mark already seeing the green light. Orbital strike gonna be there. Don't know where's the showers. Oasis Gaming trying to get a bit more space. But while he's running and sliding, Papi Chulo will just find a way to put a stopgap there. Tire tracks in the way. Spikes right now, just firmly impaling Oasis Gaming here. And Coco, the only one left. All of the angles, all of the shots.
Wow, SBE
and all of Oasis fall down here. Map point now for SPE.
And you were right on the money there, Dax. You saw them go a bit ambitious because they saw the Showstopper. We had it in our hands, and by all means, that play would have worked. Like almost 9 times out of 10, it just doesn't connect with the Showstopper. But they see it doesn't work that one time. Let's go back to what we know, and that's the ironclad defense that Southwood has always been, from the very month they've started playing this darn game, have been good at and have been setting and pioneering from the get-go. And really, when they have John, that operator, map like mine, you literally only have 4 lanes to go through. A, B, long, or short. And that's really all you can work with.
Super
aggressive. That, the operator has so much space and ground it can cover. But look at this market, it's going to be so difficult to shut down with the gun.
Wow.
No problem at all.
No fear whatsoever, no sweat at all. And SBE, they have brought in the shovels here, man. And they're looking to bury Oasis in these stats. But finding a way out of this! Finding One away from the ace.
Ripper with a 4
Go
kill.
with the Seekers.
You
It's
get
do
the ace
or
or you
die
lose the
time.
game.
claws are out,
Imagine the
pressing out the
pressure.
Brimstone throw coming on in. And the ace comes in from Ripper. Tear attack of destruction for Oasis. They're still alive in this fight.
What a play from Ripper. You talked about it, Dex, going to this attacking side. It's
Ripper's
all
POV,
on
please.
Ripper. He's
Ripper's
going to be
POV.
crucial in those post-plant situations, and the fact that he's fragging out is a good sign for them, but man, what a play. What a round from Ripper in general. It was looking all south belt for the most
So there was
part.
1,
But then as
2,
soon as Ripper got
3.
activated,
Oh!
as soon as they all lined up, peeking the exact same
They
angle
all
over
died
and over,
with-
it was a
in
shooting
one
range that
angle.
Ripper hit bullseye on time after time after time.
Yeah, that wound is not gonna heal anytime soon here for SBE. And Oasis Gaming, they're going for the throat, they're going for more. Jato toward the force doesn't get the correction, but that's it, making that sheriff count anyway. Here we go now, Ja. Second chance, second shot, finds the kill here for SBE. Not only that, Wild Oreo will fall. Southfield Esports right now. It fell apart then. Time though.
Now
building
Bowie
themselves
Oasis.
up a new foundation, 3v2 scenario. SBE looking to make the pinch work, and Oasis stuck
Wait
yet
lang, guys.
again
Kakain na.
on site. What are they gonna do here, Black and Blue?
Smart by is to pull back. He knows that they can push him to try and gain some of that shower's control. Trailblazer out, you know they're both very close. Pop flash here. Bro, can he even get a kill? Yes, he does. Brings it down to the 1v1. Coco's gonna have to go big. Only Sheriffs is what Southfield have got to work with here. Papi Chula and Aziz both separated. And he can actually isolate despite Coco. Oh, the timing though. This actually might work out
Grabe, naging
in
1v2
Southfield's favor.
pa.
This allows him to have some sort of pincer and it allows him to make contact with Coco being a lot more in a difficult position to try and isolate these angles. He's gonna get found and Southfield convert the eco round as fitting. 9-13, they take map number 1.
In the desert, there is usually an oasis, but apparently it's only a mirage made by SBE. They take it away with their stifling defense. And especially in that second half, they took complete control of the game. But what the recovery at the start there from Southfield Esports, what really impressed me the most was the fact that even if they were stunned, even if they were flashed, even if they felt like the crowd control effects were coming their way, they shrugged it off. They knew that they had the time
SBE
to still
ba
find the
talaga?
frag
Grabe.
anyway. And that was just absolutely fearless there from SBE. Well-deserved win. Oasis Gaming back to the drawing board on a map that they have abandoned for quite a long time. And I do believe Bind will be buried yet again in the history books of Oasis Gaming by this point, as SBE will make their mark with the first map of the first series. It was just so commanding though. As soon as SBE decided to reel back, they were just like fishermen waiting for the fish to bite. And Oasis Gaming, they took the bait, they went in,
ganda
and they
ng
were just
bait.
absolutely trapped by nets and nets of SBE's making.
I mean, it's a really difficult position for Oasis to be in for that first map veto, for the first map here, considering that if they ban Split, which we know is, Southfield's one of their best map, if not their best map, then they're going to have to play on Bind, which is arguably maybe the worst map of Oasis, seeing how they don't play it at all. And then at the same time, one of the best maps still of Southfield, maybe even their second best. So there's a lot here that Oasis had to kind of contend with, and in the end, both teams really successful at converting a lot of their ecos, like so much more than you really would expect from even with the, I guess, kind of the history that these two teams, the bar these two teams have set for themselves. Very thrifty they can be, but that was even surprising both of us here, Dax, and we know how well dug in we are into analyzing both of these teams and really looking at how these guys like to be. But map number 1, that was entirely just, even though the rounds at Southfield did not have the advantage, still, you could feel momentum was in their way from the
Sayang
get-go,
yung breach
even
full
from,
util,
starting from round
one
number
blind
3,
na
basically,
gamit
and
niya.
when we get to that second half,
Siguro
when they
akala
win
niya
these
may
type of pistol
ibang
rounds with a clutch,
opportunity dun.
they're feeling it, and especially when Ja is doing big things as he is on the chamber.
Look, you usually say, the scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect how close the game was. And I'm gonna say this, the scoreline doesn't reflect the game necessarily of how it was, because in all honesty, I felt that was more one-sided for SBE than the 39 scoreline that it was, because there were so many moments where SBE, against all odds, they would win it. SBE would just stay on the defense and they would just say, okay, cool, come into our lair, we're happy to have you. Put your shoes outside, sit down on the sofa, and now you're dead. And that's just pretty much it. And it really goes to show for Southfield Esports, when they find a way to find that recovery and then find that adjustment, they're one of the best teams to do so in the first place. And in some of these fights where I'm blinking and I'm about to say that, oh, okay, Oasis has the skill, Southfield Esports just pulls out a miracle out of nowhere. And even if Oasis Gaming make the aggressive play, make the action immediate into the round, it doesn't matter because SBE has been completely unfazed in this map after being woken up, shaken there by Oasis Gaming. Took them a few rounds at the start, but as soon as, well, they got that momentum, then it was just all
talaga
SBE from
nasa-shake
that
ang
point on.
SBE. Like you never see them na para sila nagpanic. You never see them na...
happens once or twice, but it wasn't just once or twice, Stacks. So many times where Oasis had the firm advantage or Southfield are going to be placed in a spot that maybe they shouldn't get the round here, but they still do. Now, there were some great heroics, especially that ace coming from Ripper on the clutch for him to make that round. Gave them that kind of extra mile to run here, Oasis, but the thing is, this marathon extended even further than that, extended even longer, and we're going into map number 2 here. So, Fracture, a map that we have seen go very 50-50 for Southfield, but Oasis have been one of the best teams, period, in the VCTPH when it comes to Fracture, and they bested Southfield here last time around in the group stages. Can they bring this into map number 3, or will this be that sweep that Southfield basically have been looking for the entire tournament long? We're going to find out after this break.
This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we're going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great payment.
Break!
Patience, 200 every occasion, going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right.
Wait, pa nag-start yung game? Hindi. Nalita ko mag-
This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my signs, I came from the bottom to top.
Ay, mali. Bakit 1pm nilagay ko sa AE? 4pm, 4pm. Mali ako, mali ako. Sa boom. May mud ba ako dyan sa chat?
I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
No sabaw.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man?
What you talking about, man?
You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Gotta buy
Grabe, boys. Beat Brent, please.
down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Ah, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. got me down.
Magulo pala yung
I can see the
description.
promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in
Napalitan
my
ko na.
lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a
Oasis looking for a river in a dry land, but all they found was a singed land there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as SBE decided to go for a scorched protocol and took map number 1. Dax here with black and blue yet again, and we are going to be getting into our second map, commanding defense there on Bind by SBE. But now, it's going to be a little bit more, I'd say, different, to say the least, as we're moving into Fracture, because last time we saw Oasis Gaming and Southbolt Esports clash in Fracture, it was actually the SBE defense, especially towards that B side, that saw struggles again and again to the Oasis onslaught there, black and blue.
Sorry, I honestly think this is going to a map 3 here, Dax, and for
Why?
many of the reasons why of what we saw from map number 1, from Bind. Now, we know that Oasis typically do better on the attacking side, and South built the inverse on their defense. And for a map like Bind, that does help their case on that. It's one of, a really good defender-sided map, but you go on Fracture, and the thing is, it's kind of inverse. It is sometimes more favorable to those attacker sides more often than not over the defense. And we've seen the attacking side really be where Oasis shine, and we've seen many times over that South built on their defense still cannot complete the task of being that tower defender, and their tower defense, both literally and figuratively, and like the genre of the game, just doesn't work out for them time and time on over here on Fracture. So it, I think, is a really good choice, the fact that they choose to go here once again on Fracture for Oasis. They're going to pull out that Neon once more, as we expect, with the Fade once again. It didn't work out on Bind, but this is a very different map. I think we're going to get a very different look here from really both of these teams, not in terms of composition, but how they address this map, because they know that they really can go back to that last map that they played on Fracture the last time around in the group stages. They can learn from that, and that's where I'm looking to see where the adjustments are going to be made for both South built and Oasis.
Yeah, and to be fair to Oasis Gaming, even though they were outclassed there, especially in the second half, there were still moments really in certain players to watch out for, and Ripper having a good day right now really is something that they can build on. That aced a while ago, absolutely essential to keep them alive. But I think we need to mention again, Envy, usually they're on that fade duty, doing what needs to be done, getting that kind of crowd control, helping out Coco as much as possible. It was just a perfect system for them when things were already aligned for Oasis Gaming. And one more player to watch out for here has to be Wild Oreo, because we saw many times, right, as this would come in with a showstopper and bye-bye Butterfly, basically. He would just get swatted down so quickly by Wild Oreo. We look back to that Fracture map back in the group stage, and it was Wild Oreo popping off with the chamber there too. So Southbolt Esports, they need to find a way to counteract really so many facets right now of Oasis Gaming. And I do feel like Oasis picking Fracture over something potentially like Haven or Ascent that we saw into the second ban phase was the perfect pick right now to really test SBE. Has Southbolt Esports learned enough from their mistakes last time, or can Oasis just replicate that success yet again?
Yeah, we, I already talked about it, and you touched upon it real quick, that tower defense of theirs on the defensive side was really a big struggle for them, and that's, I think, one of the main points that they have to address, because it was not just versus Oasis, but even against teams like Action PH. Emon was so good at taking that control away from them, and he was just blast-packing his way like willy-nilly. There was nothing they could do to really contest it, and time on over, teams are seeing that is where the weak point here of SBE are. Now, Oasis, they're looking like arguably the best team here on Fracture. For many good reasons. They have one of the highest win rates on Fracture in the past few months, and especially in the VCT, they're almost unbeatable as they seem on this map. So really good map for them to be picking on. I'm wondering if they're going to stay on that exact same comp. They don't have any reason to switch off from the composition that we have been seeing from them all tournament long. And there you go, Envy back on that fade, Coco back on that breeze. So everything looking to be as by the book as we'd expect from these two teams from last time around.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming, they do change up back to the Cypher this time. That's one thing that they have been thinking about, trying out quite a lot really in the group stage there. Once against Brand, they played that Cypher. Once with the Chamber, they played against SB. This time though, deciding to go for a little bit of mix-up. Not gonna play the same card twice against the specific opponent, but it has been in their playbook for quite a while. Southfield Esports though, back on the KO and the Neon. We see how effective really the offense works here for SBE, especially when they hit that special suppress towards the opposition. But what happens if that doesn't really get connection? What did they do on the defense? Those are questions we have been asking right now. And I think we just really need to hammer on the Achilles heel that we have already been talking about again and again. That tower needs to be readjusted by Southfield Esports and fast. Papi Chulo, incredible player. Just believe in Papi to get the clutch, yes. But I feel like here on Fracture especially, he has a very gimmicky defense compared to all of the other maps. He relies on the shotguns to be cheeky. We know he had that amazing highlight happen once versus Oasis, but that was them on the attacking side. That was them putting him in a scenario like that. It's like, okay, they're lining up for the Oasis. That's just his one moment, but it's not really a good history to look to for SBE. So I think right now, Mr. Roboto needs an upgrade. Incredible player, yes, but I don't think it's really the style that suits him here on a map like this. So we'll see right now if there's something new, if he's refined it a little bit more. SBE, can they defend, especially at these sites? Even more so as Oasis Gaming on the assault, and they're just navigating through to the other side. Arcade already being taken by Envy, and foothold here established by Oasis.
Yeah, but look at this double back from them to go back towards the B side, completely faking out the rotation from Southfield. So it's Southfield who have to play attacker this time. It's them
that was
to
a
try and retake
fake.
the site.
That was a
They do have
fake.
CD control, which does give them a different avenue, but it's going to be so hard for them to get themselves within this site with it being completely cluttered with Oasis players. A full 5v5 retake to come here from Southfield. Let's see how this goes. Pistol rounds, not the most efficient from Southfield. We've seen time and time on again. Flash on now. Jock has that headhunter trying to challenge this long range angle, but he does get that opening pick here on his Coco. They know the tower is going to be held, but Envy from the backline is going to make things a lot more difficult. Poppy Chulo though, bringing things down to a 1v1. The flag go Wild Oreo's way. He picks up the ghost. He knows that Poppy Chulo has to be here within the site, and he gets the kill. 4 kills for Wild Oreo to start off the pistol.
Wild Oreo
clutched
is
there by Wild Oreo. It looked dicey there. And in all honesty, I don't think it's a bad idea for Southfield Esports to play a retake, because you can see it there. Whoever's putting that spike down, it's a sure suppress if it's into the corner. Papi Chulo did there towards Coco. Wasn't a factor whatsoever. And I believe for Southfield, if they want to make a retake scenario work like that, where Oasis just roll on in, just a little bit more presence towards CT, towards that spawn, and they're gonna have a good angle against, well, what Wild Oreo did in that round. That was just the one mistake, really, that SBE did there. Allow Wild Oreo to go wild, out in the open, go for the shots, and when in doubt, believe in Wild Oreo. I do believe, really, that Fracture is one of the best maps for Wild Oreo himself coming into the Oasis roster. That plus perhaps maybe even Breeze and maybe even Split if you add on when he does play a potential Razen ever. But right now, in the fast lane, Oasis Gaming mobilizing towards that A site. Momentum heavily in their favor now. A quick take it though, quick plants. Easy pickings here for Oasis.
Quick
And
plant.
it should be a quick and easy round for them.
Boom.
I don't think any more heroics as what we saw in Bind are gonna ring true this time for Southfield, especially in this round specifically. So it's gonna be so much more difficult for this retake to work on. Now, Jaw waiting here. Oh, they don't
In
really spot
Fracture,
him out
I
because of
think
his position.
OAS might win on Fracture. It's just
Still
that
gets the kill. The spam
medyo
from
mas
Jaw not really
confused
connecting. Only a single
sometimes yung
bullet did.
SBE. And I think
But
Oasis
Fracture buff.
really,
If
really
Wild Oreo,
memorized
if
this
he's
map
having both
by now.
that insane game today and as well as having a bit of luck on his side, this could be a very difficult map for the Southfield to try and take over.
Yeah, Fracture is his map, man. That's just pretty much it. He has been incredible on Fracture again and again, and I'm just looking at the few results here real quick as we end the round with Oasis taking the 2-0. Both times that Oasis has played Fracture, he was top frag for the squad. It was, I believe, 18 against Bren Esports, and then 29 against Southfield. This is his map. This is where he absolutely shines. And I think for SBE, they need to prioritize that Sentinel as soon as possible, or else, especially in a post-match scenario, if he's the last one standing, he can still take them all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oasis is really
he's
good in
already a
Fracture.
single orb away from his ultimate, which is very difficult to contend with, especially in a map like this where you want to rely sometimes on those lurks. This time around, though, Looking at this aggression here towards tower, towards arcade. You can see Marky wanting to take that. It's Ja this time going to be in that position over Papi Chulo. He gets a kill on the Marky, who seemingly didn't have
Secret
his
pa
tower
din.
checked.
Yeah.
Well, Ja again.
Gusto ko din secret.
Going to go
Secret
for the hold.
makapasok.
A little bit of adjustment.
Save
Really,
up.
usually it's Papi Chulo there, but instead, he's backing away towards spawn, waiting for anyone to come through main. A quick pick off here for SBE, stifling already the Oasis offense. Saw the struggles for Oasis a while ago on Bind because of this scenario, but that was unfamiliar territory this time. This is their map pick, and this is their playground. Papi Chulo, though, able to play around with Wild Oreo. He goes down. SBE now, just one by one, coming in from the corners, coming in with the peaks, and the timing perfected yet again by Ja. Coco saw it coming, sure, but he wasn't as ready as you'd expect. And now a new challenger appeals, insert the coin, Ripper! Able to bring the duel and take the cabinet away from Ja. Still
What's
not done.
up?
SBE, they have slowed down the
30
pace
seconds
of Oasis to a crawl. And this is where they shine here, Black and Blue.
The fact that they have Spectres doesn't really help. Although
Follow?
Ripper able to retrieve that rifle.
Nagbukas akong PC sa
Very low
mga
HP. A
bagong
single bullet will
agent
do him
daw, si
on
Paige.
him. So Papi Chulo though, so
Gusto ko tuloy gamitin para
could be
malaman kung bayad na
very much more
talaga.
expensive here by Oasis on Southfield side if they're able to get
10
at least 2
seconds
kills. Keeping him at bay, the plant should go down. Papi Chulo will a quick trade immediately from Flippy. Not let him to be able to do anything. Ripper doesn't have
Follow
to kill.
through.
There's no way he's getting out of this
It-
situation.
it's
And
literally
Southfield
what
to
we
get
need.
around, maybe
As
not
a
super
creator,
with a
we need-
huge climax at the
Guys,
end. But
chocolate.
that's
You
what
want
they want. They
chocolate?
want these slow rounds to
Chocolate.
really drain out the opposition, to not let really either side get momentum. And
Gusto ko
in that
man
case,
ng
when it comes to a
turn
stalemate,
naman. Okay,
they
sure. Pero
know how
hindi
to
ako
kill.
laging turny eh.
These
Pagkatapos
guys,
ng
they
playoffs,
feel
mga ranked
no
games
pressure
na
from the time. They've had
okay
years
lang
and
sa'yo.
years of experience. Age but another timer is just a suggestion, and these guys will
Kasama lang
play
sa mga streams ko yung mga turny. Pero,
that can really suffocate any offensive. I do like the fact that Oasis
nagla-live
does
din ako ng
notice
mga
that
ranked games.
Papi Chulo will be
Chocolate.
pesky with that 0 point lead, and he does have it in a planned scenario.
10
So they
seconds
were
left.
prepared for it as soon as
Kain.
Smoke was made ready. And he had the corner, had the angle to kill them. Just doesn't matter though, because so much of SBE was prepared.
Naglo ka man yung
Oasis.
sa ref. Yun,
Two kills with the bonus
kain mo
share.
na lang. Sige, ako
This
na.
time
Ako
now,
nang
let's see
bahala
if they
sa
can
inyo.
handle the guns on the other side. Challenge though accepted by the Neons. Really, the true snatcher here looking to go for the duel. As it stands, Oasis Gaming fended off by the opposition pro with a nice fault line, forcing Marky to back on the way. And here we go again. Becomes a game of picks, a song of frags and fire. Oasis Gaming from the
Ang
drop,
galing
the
ni
Wild
Jax
Oreo
mag-cast,
and
grabe.
EVO. They're securing the orb for that Nightfall. And I think for Oasis, this is not a bad plan. There are 4 orbs in Fracture. If they can get the Rolling Thunder and the Nightfall at the same time, yet again, we play the floor is lava for SBE.
Yeah, it's going to be a big swerve that I'm not too sure Southport are going to be able to address. But Oreo is getting mollied off for the meantime, but it doesn't matter. The timing doesn't really hamper him too much. He's going to wait for this main push to make contact before he does. Aziz sleeping?
Oh no, a slow reaction. He had to drop on them, but Flippy dropping Wild Oreo on the other side. SBE right now, quick little burst of adrenaline as Pro is there to find Ripper through the door anyway. Just one peek, one takedown. Nightfall coming on in.
30 seconds left.
Down in time, but the chomp is there consuming Pro. Flippy from the tower though, and now it's Marky making it work. 2v2 scenario after everything's said and done. Southwood Esports still with a chance here anyway, as Oasis had a lot of adventure in that round, but here we go again. Jado making the ball bands work! And just that incredible yet again. Southwood now making it 2-2. But when you just say Ja and he's there to win it, he will do it for SBE.
Lalo, this is defense.
Very sly
This is
in that
defense.
positioning. You saw that they had no real idea that he could be there.
SBE is
as the flash
weaker
spot
in
by
defense
Coco
and
was
fracture.
all the way for the actual defender entrance and not for that free box. So thinking that that was a possibility,
30 seconds left.
got them out in the end. Pro, look at this match. Even though there's a ton of utility coming at him, Prowler, the walls, the smokes being thrown up by Marky on
deja
that
vu.
Neon. This goes for a counter flash.
They already
Simple, but
they already
effective.
went head
Goes
to
for
head
the
and
swing,
Fracture
gets
and
2
Oasis
kills
won.
through that open door. And this time, well,
Love is an
closes it
open.
on them. 2-2. Oasis on these eco rounds, so deadly. They've got ultimates to burn, and that's the first one to come off here.
And Marky now deciding to go in. At least 4 Oasis. They got the space that they need from Marky. Aftershock though for the stall, stopping them in their tracks though. And you could see the finish
Timing,
line there,
timing,
but now
timing.
the Esports now
Oh,
deciding
no.
to move the markers. As this is what beyond the board.
Whoa!
Pro! Left and
Pro!
right, all the angles he can take!
Wait,
Come
the
on, man.
spray,
The
beautiful
starting team
spray
is
transfer.
ready to end the lives of Oasis there. SPE now up
Wait
by
lang.
1.
I'm worried for his rest
Open ko
after
lang
that
yun.
one. Not gonna lie.
I mean,
Like, of all players.
someone call a therapist real quick.
Gusto kong caster
Someone
yun.
massage.
Need a masseuse.
Wala pa nakahuli sa akin.
Make sure he can still play another map if in case it does come to it. But wow, great shot down here. But expensive round for Oasis to use a lot of ultimates in that round here, Dax.
So this is why Pro uses the Phantom, man. There are like 30 bullets, right? In the Phantom. Isn't that his age too, basically?
Plus like 2 or 3.
Oh, so it's even worse. Okay, someone buy him
What
an
I
Odin.
know is he's a year over Jesse Vash. So whatever Jesse Vash's age, that's him.
Yeah, so someone give Pro an Odin by this point. Just so he can get back to his number.
Make it up to what, 50 or something.
Yeah, something like that. Well, case in point, this is why exact coaches sometimes in the PH scene.
Oh,
some
Envy
great
getting
minds,
jabbed.
but these guys are still able to play, and well, Envy looking to play versus Ja. Oasis Gaming. Even though off screen they have a very good take.
Oh, they don't check that!
Chulo in the corner. Ready to give Marky spanking as he goes on down. Envy over to find out Papi Chulo. Dropping down to Oasis Gaming now. Going for the wraparound. Will we see Oasis find the frags anyway for the hit? Now it's gone overdrive and ready with the lightning. Striking twice even on the same ground. Making it a third.
Oasis gets the fourth
We'll get them all there. That's 4 for him at the end. SPE survives thanks to the run gun antics. We're really here blasting them all the way with the speed of light and the speed of assist. An ROG clutch there at the end.
Dax,
Let me
if you
take
want
what
to
you
talk
want from me.
about South Built and Oasis and whose map this is, yes, it is Wild Oreo who has popped off in that last series between them on Fracture, but so did Aziz when he has played Fracture.
Grabe, Aziz with the clutch using the lightning fingers turned around in favor of
Have we seen him
SBE.
just throw back on his especially that first time
Ang
around,
hirap
as I
i-track,
said,
ang
on
hirap i-track.
versus Action Esports,
Pag ganun
PH, during the
naka-close,
group stage.
so hard to track.
round
You have
backs
to
up.
be far
South
away
aren't
pag
supposed to
nag-ulti yung
win,
Neon
but they
talaga.
still pull a hat trick out in the half just to take it.
It's not even just, it's like
Weird
a
ng
quad
buhok
feed
ngayon,
for him by this
My
point.
hair is weird.
Cue the kill streak because Aziz has decided to play that counter UAV and just running around like that. Southfield Esports
Grabe si Aziz.
running and gunning. Say it ain't so, man. That's
Take
all what
what
they're
you
used
want
to.
from me.
All the time. You just hear the song playing. Sometimes, guys, when Black and Blue's just watching the neon, doesn't even need to cast anymore. It just starts playing on in his head the whole time. Just the montage,
too.
just Aziz doing it.
Me
you
too.
know?
That 5-second clip. Over
Same.
And over. Take all you want from me.
I mean,
Same,
Back,
Black
bounce.
and
So if he gets to kill, this is a repeat again. Take all you want from me.
Yeah.
Everything you want from me. Nice. That's
Market.
a different kind of LSS, man. It's just like I know this one sentence from the song. That's it.
Well, that's a hell of a run it back moment, but Eco here forced upon Oasis. We've seen him convert these time and time again, Dax, but thing is, they don't have the tour de force, which was such a crucial part of their eco rounds during bind on map number 1, that I'm not too sure if this eco is going to be as efficient as it might otherwise be with that potential tour de force, but still, the Sheriffs, very deadly with it.
Si Marky naman ngayon
Wild Oreo,
merong
rather,
Chiki what you
Marky
want from me.
also
Take all that,
has
take
his
all
overdrive
that
to
you
really
want
turn
from me.
things up if they
Si
really
Marky
need to.
naman meron.
I mean, come on, they have an S in the name. Like South Belt, this is Always Sheriff.
Always Sheriff.
Always Sheriff. A little bit forceful compared to Sheriff Built Esports, but I'll take
Sheriff
it.
built
I made it.
esports,
I will
what
own it.
the heck?
And you know, you sometimes just gotta love your own babies, even though no one
It's
else would.
OAS, bro.
OAS.
Which means Odins and Sheriffs.
Oh.
Okay.
That's why they lost the
Okay.
last map. Because they didn't play the Odin. You're right. Or maybe it has to be Origins and Sheriff. So you need to play the Origin skin line. Man, you're smart.
Possibly.
This is why you're an analyst. I wonder for what team though.
Yan na, yan na, yan na. Let
Hey,
you
someone's
take all
mad
that
though.
you want from
I
me.
suddenly thought this was a Filipino broadcast, but no, the
30
neon
seconds left.
of Marky.
Try
Ready for the
and
overdrive, and Flippy's just playing possum in the spawn.
Woo!
1, 2,
Walang
3, come
neon
to
yung
me.
naglalaro eh.
It's easy for Flippy
One
as he
second.
turns this round to a 10. And well, it's a 4K there in the end. A flawless win for Southfield Esports.
Dahil lang hindi nila na-check si Flippy dun. Dahil lang hindi nila na-check
They
si
would have
Flippy
gone
dun.
for the A plant at least. They had a decent position to get that plant off, secure 300 credits, and then go for the kills. But I think they kind of
Okay,
forgot
search nga natin
step
yung
one,
lyrics
and
nun.
they pay a really hefty price for that. Flippy. I know Dax, you've talked many praise for this man ever since even last day. Definitely, I can tell. And he really does give them a totally new look, a really flexible player coming from that former Action squad, and for him to be on this roster, I think is a perfect fit considering how they're all
Pag
pretty much
nag-ulti
flex
ulit
players.
yung yan, matagal pa.
He does that as well.
Parang silang
We also talk about
recharging.
Southfield a lot being the old team,
Give
but
me a card.
the young guns of Southfield are Aziz and Flippy, right? And you can see their impact. You can see how they can change the pace of a game on a whim for Southfield Esports. Just a little bit of the new generation mixes the old, and well, the oldest guard will fall there asleep.
The oldest guard? How dare
It's the
you,
youngest now
Dax.
Oasis Gaming deciding
Dax-
to take this
Dax
generation
saying Pro
and
is
put
the
them at the
oldest in
helm
the
of
game.
control. A-site now being taken, SBE falling apart at the seams. And it's unfortunate that it's Flippy who dies first because I do believe he was ready with the ultimate at the very least. So
Oh!
Oasis Gaming should be an easier take by now.
Si
Pick
Jan
apart
nasa zipline
the opposition
namatay.
one by one.
Nasa
put them
zipline
in
si
one
Jan
corner,
namatay.
and
Nakabantay
this is
si
Papi Chulo,
Invi
all
sa,
up to you.
ano,
Yeah,
sa
but with him being in
zipline.
that committed position there behind the box, there's no way for him to really have a good spot to throw that out.
Oh!
Utilize it, but Aziz sliding onto his own demise into it. Leaves us with Papi
Wow!
1v5. This is going to be much more difficult. That'd be too difficult for even a player like him. Gets flashed, finds 3 to make
But he does
a
get
bit more
3.
expensive
I
here, a bit
think
more
what would have
costly
been
for
better
Oasis, but
for that
in the end,
round
Oasis do get the
is
round
yung
very
flash ni
clean,
Papi
proficient
Chulo
round
should
for
have
the most
been
part, barring the
thrown
last
out
bit of it,
for
but hey,
to assist
happy
Aziz.
with
Then
securing it.
there's a slide niya. Yan.
Suffered losses
So
in
si
the
Aziz
fourth
nag
part,
hindi pala to yun.
whatnot.
Yan yung
Take
nag-wall
the win.
si Aziz. I think
Take
if
what
he
you
flashed
can
a
get. Problem
main,
is, though, still it is still a
Ma-short kill ni
problem.
Aziz
Oasis,
yun.
they finally get a bit of recovery. Still not the
But I
best
think his
economy.
flash
and
was for
if
sight
Southfield Esports
for
can
himself.
keep stifling the Oasis economy like this, then we're not gonna get some good GDP values at the end of the year, man. This is just gonna be them trying to keep afloat, pay that debt, and at least keep buying guns for the people who need to as much as possible. So one loss can really break the balance of Oasis Gaming here in terms of the rounds.
if I
and
wanna have a
with that,
conversation with the
Jagen,
caster,
when in doubt,
it would be
go
Dax.
for
I
the
wanna
job
have a
operator.
conversation
He's
with
a
Dax.
smooth criminal
If
waiting
I
to
get to
happen.
pick 2, it would be Dax and Black and
Rendezvous,
Blue. Oh, Ja! Dangerous.
I don't think that. Okay, there you go. Finally gonna get
Oops.
into the range. He was scared off by the camera. Infi though in the corner, very difficult
Oh,
scenario.
Aziz, you're gonna
Another fast
die.
problem is though,
Oh, wait, the
Aziz will
trade.
chase him. Flippy making the trade work. Better with a kill rather than none for Invi at least. Oasis Gaming take advantage of the distraction, and towards B side they go. Rolling Thunder though. The answer to Coco adding it up, and Wild Warrior finds throw along the way. So
That's
Oasis,
Coco.
the first step was taking the site. The second step is going for the stun.
Trade upon trade upon trade.
Them all. A 3-step progress that's being broken here by Papi Chulo.
2v2.
All of the gains lost now. 2v2
Shock,
scenario. Bit difficult though because it's the operator on the retake. But Papi Chulo, he wants to prove that the tower is his. Can he climb on up, ascend to those heavens?
That's hard.
Marky though finding Jaw Ripper on the other side, and Oasis, they still make it work. Very deadly defense here from SBE right now, but Oasis getting the rounds that they need.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row finally that the Oasis were looking for. Being able to string 2 early on at the start of the half, but the 5-round run from Southfield was starting to build up a bit too much steam. Got to quell those flames for a moment, and even if they were able to maybe get the kill there on Marky, they still had the orbital strike in the hands here of Ripper, which is going to be very difficult to try and force out of him early in the round, barring a tap. So, great 2v2 play there coming from Oasis, really landing their shots, winning their fights, and here goes more aggression once again coming from Oasis. Markio slowed down, but is able to go back for the meantime.
Aggression? What aggression? That's what Papi Chulo says. Just say no to aggression. Say no to bullying. Use your words rather than your fists. Use this knife. Stay suppressed. That's why it totally works, right? Those anti-bullying programs. But let's see right now. Southfield Esports ready to fight back and bite back. Oasis Gaming headed over to the side. They haven't planted though as of yet. Does seem like they're baiting out that orbital strike, but a great adjustment there for Flippy. Definitely scaring off Oasis even more. Marky though has just no fear. He was ready at the advance. The advance forward, taking care from Marky, getting to Proto, dropping down towards the sand. At least right now he's able to.
Bro's gonna die if he peeks here. Bro's gonna die if he peeks
there
here.
finds Jot too. And these angles are so opportunistic
ready
right
flash.
now for Oasis. The flash comes. Proto doesn't really flinch as much. Still not moving. The fault line is there. But Pro he isn't scared. Problem is though, you have to fear the numbers of Oasis. Papi Chulo, a bane on the economy of Oasis. Does he find a few more frags right now? As he's ready yet again to make a play work. Still has one flash.
Are they gonna
and
save? I think they're
Pro right
gonna
now with the
save.
fault line. But
They should
SPE
save. They should
expending
save.
these
There's no time.
utilities just to bait out a bit of the peaks. I think they're trying to honestly get Pro out of here. But Envy will push. He's looking for some targets. He's hungry for more. And in the end, Pro cannot get the hell out of there. Papi Chulo will not escape. Oasis now a lot more secure right now in their position as they have won 3 in a row so far here.
Able to string a third, and that forces South built into kind of an eco state here. So bit of a really bait and switch what the Oasis are doing to aggress on one side real quick, but then kind of re-hit the opposing side just on the rotation very fast as well, not allowing South built to really be able to set or get a proper read on the scenario. And with that, you can see there Papi Chulo pressed for maybe the pressure going up against him. Throws out that fragment, that molly, even though it was slowed. And just small signs here of South built potentially starting to feel the pressure that the Oasis are putting upon him.
Yeah, well, John was his headhunter to find any heads. He saw 3, but didn't claim any of them. Oasis Gaming decided to go 1, 2, 3. Let's swing together, guys. And well, with all the numbers, saw that stun to Marky. Oasis should be able to make it to the side anyway. A scramble though from SPE. They do have one Spectre in hand. S stands for sheriffs, but these sheriffs cannot find anyone to jail. Instead, deputized now. Oasis Gaming looking for more. They've gone for the rotation. At least right now, this is a lot more secure for Oasis, and you can really see why they picked this map. These guys have a good know-how on the rotates, a really incredible speed at taking the site, and it's sometimes a blink and you'll miss a situation, but not missing that. Flippy Envy finds a trade. Beyond that though, Coco, assist? Okay, this is gonna be interesting. A bit of a duel right now between Coco and Assist. He'll back on the way. Cycle being taken by Oasis Gaming. Papi Chulo though, at least making the tap still work, but still dangerous waters here for Oasis, honestly. We've seen Southfield Esports find miracles happen in this series before. That's just even fast lane now towards the sites. On action. Oasis Gaming ready for the shot, and it should be Prowlers there finding Papi Chulo, and well, consumed there by the classic of Envy. 6-5 Oasis take the lead, but you really have to give props to Oasis here, Black and Blue. As soon as they go for the site, they take it by storm.
Yeah, and Southfield haven't been successful so far on the retakes, and you can see the fade coming to full effect there. Just that haunt to find where exactly Assist was within his smoke is so crucial. Then yeah, there's no chance for Papi Chulo to win this when the Prowler is right around the corner. So time out called here by Southfield.
4 PM estimate lang.
That 6th
Map,
round to
this
equalize
is map
things
2
up
by
just the
SBE,
same way
right?
it was
So,
on
yeah.
Bind.
It
The
depends.
operator for
It
really
depends
the
what
first time
happens.
ever
Height run now.
pulled out here by Ja. Well, not the first time, but the second time ever. Pulled out here by Ja, and we haven't really seen it be as effective as we have, at least on map number 1, and have come to expect.
I think it's just how the map works, really. If you think about how you play Fracture, right? Where do you go with the operator after the aggress? You go towards the middle rather than the opposite end. And Oasis Gaming, especially with the speed that they're able to do, they're already there, breathing on your neck. These guys are immediately there on site with their execute. It's so different compared to Bind, where they would feel narrowness. They would feel like, okay, there's no way to really circumvent this Southfield Esports defense. Now there is. Literally, the map gives you a zip line to go zoom through to make it to the other side. And it becomes really difficult for Jot to position accordingly just because of that. So Oasis Gaming really feeling that their playstyle is so much more suitable in this terrain rather than the last And now, last round of the first half, looking to take advantage, make it 7-5 perhaps, but it's a little bit dangerous. Wild Oreo, Cyber Cage though in the way. Camera now will be broken by the operator, exposing the hand of the chamber. But you can see that already the vehicles of Oasis ready at the starting gates. Just a countdown right now for destruction, and a drop will just engulf SBE if ever shot. I feel sorry for him because whoa! He finds the shot anyway. Apparently no Poppy did it, but the pro will get
Ano ba yan? Nabitin ako.
But huge pick up
Endlet
by
pa lang
SBE to at least give a chance for the retake to happen. 2v2 scenario. And now let's see if the suppress can find the Ripper inside. The smoke will dissipate. The elements in favor of Oasis Gaming. Azizo, the only one left from top to bottom. There will be danger from left to right. There are these angles, and the stun will connect on himself, stalling even more time in favor of Oasis instead. Now they know that they're here in main. Now they know that the hall had the neon, and that will just be fa la 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 and fail for the neon of Aziz. Unfortunately, Wild Oreo stares him with eyes beaming, and Oasis will take that last round to give them the lead for the second half.
Hats off to Wild Oreo, finding multi-kill after multi-kill when he needs to. Really plugging in those holes that are torn wide open by South Built here. This is looking pretty dicey for job. That's what the hunt is so difficult to deal with. There's really no other option there. You can't shoot it out because, well, he was off, so he's not gonna have another shot left. And with Wild Oreo always being so consistent in making sure that he's looking where the other team might not be, the other teammates of his might not be, he's making sure that their flanks are protected and no pick goes untraded.
It could have been it for SBE. I was so afraid for Ja, but shutting down Marky like that and Pro suddenly getting 2, it was a chance really for Satpol to take back that site, but unfortunately for them, as soon as the smoke dissipated, Ripper getting the drop on Papi Chulo, way too difficult for Aziz to even win that, especially at the amount of distance he would need to flick if ever from left to right there. So Southwood Esports now at the end, finding again that their defense just not up to stuff and snuff to, I'd say, the rest of their map pool. That here in Fracture, they're so much better on the attacking side in contrast with some of the other maps that we've seen here. But I do believe in recent history, like South Built has found a lot more success on the attacking side for certain maps, that they have really stepped up in understanding more how to play the Assault in Valorant. And that's why they won at stage number 1, because they felt more complete. This time though, it's only a small gap. And for Oasis Gaming, they're going to need all the rounds that they can get, knowing the fact that Aziz can be a big threat later on. We saw it a while ago with the overdrive towards B sites. Many more possibilities to do so again here.
Well, your tower defense, not as ironclad as we normally might have seen on other maps, but a bit better than the last time we saw them play against Oasis, or any team on Fracture for that matter. Their attacking side, as we said, Dax, not necessarily their most favorable half on almost any map, but this is where they're gonna have to change things. Will Oasis, once again, get the better of them here in Fracture? South Built won it back. Looking like the attacking side here, going aggressive towards this disposition, but the disposition between these two teams is that Oasis, they're also waiting here towards A. The A stack of theirs could propose a big problem for South Built.
And well, John Ripper do get the first frags on the board. Southwood Esports though, able to get away from that push, and instead he goes to the side for Coco, finding Pro anyway. Assist there with Invi. Flippy decided to go for a tangle with Coco there. Coco gonna keep up with his 2 left feet. 3v2 scenario. After everything's said and done, Oasis, they played the gamble, but there's still a threat here, and his name is Wild Oreo. Flippy hearing the jump, shooting down the Cypher in his prime. Putting the hat back on the rack. Now, this scenario, and just no shot whatsoever. A stellar call by Southwold Esports. They, as soon as notice that, okay, these guys are playing the aggression, we can actually get towards that site. So much better for them to win out that round.
the fact that Ja found that information that they were so deep and got one especially so deep towards a main meant that they knew that the site itself had to be unoccupied, had to be unsecured. The only real way they can fend off from this is you're coming from that CT unless there's someone actually waiting in the site, which there's very low chances of that happening considering of the A main push that was set into place. So good heads up on that to hit the go signal as soon as Ja found that duel there outside of A main. But speaking of A main, that's where South Built seem to want to go. Not deterred by the last round. Don't need to go A B this time. Doubling A on those batteries that Aziz got charged up for.
Yeah, we'll see if this can be the voltage for South Built Esports. Not only that though, they stay away from the shorties. So effectively, this puts Wild Oreo and Envy away from the round in this instance. Not only that, they're already just getting through Hall, going through main, and they're checking out the site as much as possible. Coco, can he be conniving here and find at least a single frag? Papi Chulo able to go down, saw that already this corner was occupied. Able to hold it right down. Ja able to find the two in behind, and this is South Built Esports primed and ready to take another round. But isn't that the worst situation? You go to a restroom, you try to open it, it looks green, but apparently it's halfway red, the lock's just broken, and someone's already there. Very awkward.
I thought it would be even worse if you're trying to go for a zipline adventure, then at the end of it someone's staring down at you with a
Laki nung mukha sa short.
trying to take your money.
Get back! Get back! Wait a minute! How do you go back this way?
I'm gonna just reverse, go up the slope against gravity.
Against gravity. Gravity is just a suggestion, man. Okay.
No more.
Boomer in?
Yeah. Well, he did the spinny thing, but like a top, it'll eventually stop.
Okay. Ooh. That's how all my Beyblade battles happen back in the playground.
Hopefully with theirs stopped first.
Yeah, because I had the bootleg ones with the real metal.
Oh.
So yeah, so as it spun, it would actually slice the Beyblade around.
Yeah.
I win.
One enemy remaining.
There are Beyblades for attack and for defend.
Yeah. So back in the show, right, there was like the attacking ones, and then the turtle one was the defense one, which was really interesting. Maybe we'll see some spinning tops here later on with the Odin, but beyond that, this is now Oasis Gaming having to deal with South Built Esports, who have made that recovery, and hasn't that been the case of the series? And SBE feel like they're down and all the chips are on the line. That's when they just get even better. They made it to the playoffs in a do-or-die scenario. First was Bren, and a few jokes here and there about Pro, but beyond that, he has been incredible too. Not just the setup, but also the knockdowns. And Papi Chulo with the plant. Also, such a stable point here for SBE. The Oasis Gaming now having the angle from the high ground. They still have a few opportunities here for Oasis because SBE have decided to only put 3 on sites. They do go for the Prowler first though, and they're searching for Ja. Now that they know the chamber is there, they decide to converge for the site? These Prowlers themselves!
What?
But no, Ja will get the 2 anyway! Opportunity made by Ja! Pro is there to blow up Coco! And for Oasis Gaming,
Galing si Ja.
it all falls apart. I honestly thought that the Prowler started latching onto him, but it does feel like that because of the duration, Oasis with the deadly assumption there that no one was there to call it home, and from that point on, the peak and the timing was perfect. South Built Esports, they have guards on all sides, and that is why you spread out for SBE.
That was
Saan siya
proper
galing?
time. Just look at that. I was watching the Prowler very closely as that moment came, and it said expired at the last second. I was about to turn the corner and actually find Ja on that hard right now. Good heads up by Oasis to check it in the first place, knowing that Ja likes to play there, but unfortunately it just doesn't work out, and there was no way that was super outplayed by Ja because he couldn't even hear it coming in the first place, so luckily for him, just able to dodge it.
It like started latching onto him, but it expired before it could get him. Heartbreak for Oasis Gaming, man. That was just like half a second too late on the duration. Now, SBE, gun advantage, momentum advantage, and looking to just do what they did in that last map anyway. Keep rolling with the punches, rolling with the rounds. Flippy will already get 4 kills, and come on, South Built Esports, be a good sport. Give him the ace, why don't you? Just scout.
No,
Aziz. No, Aziz is scouting. This is scouting, look, they're waiting. Okay, Ja, let him have it.
Okay, he's running away. I think
I'm looking for
Poppy
Flippy.
Churro's gonna steal this away
No,
though.
no, Poppy,
But-
Poppy, please.
Oh.
Poppy, no, he died for the cause! He died for the cause! Yes, the ace is given to Flippy! They have
You
a lot
see,
of money anyway.
I think they're one of the teams that really do not care about like going for the aces. They'll
Yeah,
just
they don't.
actively take it away from each other. If anything, over giving it. So
Look, we're the ones who cheer it on because we don't care about it, honestly.
yeah.
Yeah, so we get to enjoy it. They don't do like, oh, Poppy Chulo died, that's unfortunate for our economy.
Yeah. It's not like and the ace or they got the ace.
Yay!
Yay! Good for you. Yeah. This card's thrown and Oasis. Let's see if he can rally back here. No operator is still coming out for Oasis' side, but the question is, who exactly would you put that on? Maybe on a controller, but Marky being that Neon gives you a lot less initiating potential if he did have an operator in his hands.
I think Wild Oreo can be pretty much the target here for that, if ever, but he still sticks around with the rifle, and Oasis Gaming, they stick it to Aziz. Caught in the fly paper, the Neon swatted away. Southbolt Esports now moving towards that A site, but this is dangerous territory here for SPE. Wild Oreo setting up a maze of his own construction, and ready perhaps to destroy SPE as soon as they establish a foothold. Spike though, into the corner now, being planted. Oasis Gaming coming in from up top. Aftershocks
Cam.
there, but you mentioned it. Camera being quite a pest, giving some big intel. Wild Oreo trying to be cheeky with the shots from the smoke, but at least right now, SPE able to get in cover in time. Sees though played out. Indy looking for anyone to catch, but they're already here lined up. Indy gets one, but Giants there for the trade anyway. Bundle strike to play. Southbolt Esports finding frags here. Flippy and Giant again with the board, and Ripper, the only one that's right now facing it up against Flippy on the other side. Classic in hand, but Flippy keeps it right side up for SBE. Oasis Gaming, they felt they had that one in the bag, but Southbolt Esports finding the angles anyway from the holes and from the side. They will take the round.
That orbital strike was a bit too early from Flippy to really catch him, but hey, at least made sure that they're going to have to front that aiming position, which Southbolt love to have happened to them when they get those proper duels. So they know they can do best, but the counter from Ripper, and I don't even think Flippy ran out of ammo there. I think he just stopped shooting, switched to his weapon because he thought he already confirmed the kill. And that he was almost right in as he brought Ripper down to very low HP, but man, oh man, very dicey for both sides. It was actually Ripper who did run out of bullets in the mag. And in that case, well, so much more difficult to try and engage at that range with the Classic, with Flippy still having a decent amount of health. South built continue their lead here on a round they arguably shouldn't have taken.
I mean, things are looking up for Southbolt. This is playoff Southbolt Esports already in the upper brackets. And why, oh why, we have this matchup already to start things off for SBE. I have to say that it just looks so much more refined than their last outing against Oasis Gaming.
Yeah.
They have adjusted accordingly, especially now into the second half. And a while ago on their defense, they just prevented really the overrun at the start. I think the fact that they adjusted that tower a little bit, putting Jaw there to reinforce Poppy Chulo playing a few more different angles, it gave them a bit of a buffer, or in this case, just a handful of rounds to tie it up now on the attacking side, knowing that SPE is so much better on their attack rather than defense. This has just been so well timed and well executed by Southbolt. Many times that they find where Oasis is going, they absolutely convince themselves to concentrate on the other side of that same site. So if Oasis decide to go for the expedition towards them, they're gonna go for the rotate, they're gonna use that zip line, and at the very least get the drop and the backstab on Oasis with the numbers in hand. And that's been the biggest deal here for SBE. Very different way to attack here for SBE compared to Oasis, just so quick at taking the site. But this is so much more efficient here. Fast lane out into play, as this is right now with a few stunts. Null Command is there too. Oasis having to respect this because they're on an eco state, and SBE get on site for free here.
Well, you might argue that it's kind of a bit of a waste to use. Oh my god, that's a lot of utility. Rolling Thunder, especially thrown on in. I was just going to talk about the Null Command, but it does help him, you know, make things a lot more one-sided, because that's the only thing Oasis can fight with, is with that Null Command. But Poppy Chulo keeping him at bay. Ripper going to be taken down as well, but still pretty dicey. 2v3, winnable by Oasis, especially after this shot connecting from Coco. 2 versus 2. Sheriff's abound. Coco does retrieve that Phantom to use. B main and Arcade, a direct 180. Pins are split. It's what we're working with here, but Flippy taking so much damage. Coco does get the kill. It's all on the Flippy, but Isby will get the kill.
Okay.
And the round. Oasis convert the eco once more.
He just make it work.
Thrifty.
You're saying something? Southfield Esports, they do need to go for the commitment there, and that's why they go for the null command. That's why they go for the rolling thunder. But it goes from bad to worse, and now this puts Oasis back into the fight, winning that Thrifty, getting 2 ultimates away from Southfield Esports. Not only that, just catching SBE off guard. It just doesn't feel as secure.
SBE doesn't want the map
Oasis
lead though.
offensives here for Southfield Esports. That's why they had to go for that null command after the fast lane, since they didn't feel too safe into the angles. And it just didn't matter because Oasis is able to play the picks, play that time, and Indy. But someone needs to be the hero here for Oasis. He just becomes that incredible yet again. Puts on the suits and puts on the show.
Grabe,
Now then, 10-8 scoreline. Here we go with the tour de force brought out by Ja. They're creeping on in towards yet again to Wild Oreo and his man cave. Camera ready, trips are there, and let's see if Wild Oreo can just be the roadblock again here, as this should hear this coming. SBE now might be the marker for their attack.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's a second one. 2 hurdles for them to hop on over, and that can catch this off guard. Especially that last one here towards him. He's going to run right into it, and he's going to get found by Walt Ario. Perfectly timed, perfectly placed. And that's one of the best
Dapat inuna nila yung knife.
Wild Ario going to be hard pressed to do much work here, but he's still going to get the kill. Okay, so Press has gone away. He's going to get found though. Guy able to get that kill, but the slowing orb's going to make things a lot more difficult for Oasis to push through the smoke. Almost gets a follow-up kill here in a Ripper. 2v2. Has that tour de force to really utilize. Still does not connect the shot. Ripper is doing a great job of making these shots on out. And they're not going to have any information that he's coming from here. But that Prowler will give him away, actually. And now they know he's here towards A main. Josh has a bit more to play with. Here comes a Prowler as well. Denied. They know he's on the second floor. Does have his anchor to DP away, but he doesn't even need it. Ja, direct counter, direct fight, and directly secures the round. 11-8. A single one away from Mount Point.
Anchor and tower, perhaps. He's just really guarding the spike there for Southfield Esports. That's why on looking down on the opposition, but this was really such a big pickoff here by Southfield Esports. The fact that Papi Chulo got through over onto the Cypher, giving them command on the site, and a little too late to prevent that kill. It became a trade instead. From that point on, Oasis Gaming, they lost the foundation that they were relying on towards that A site, and for the SBE, that site taken, they had the angles there from the high ground. Enough was enough to get that round, and really, Papi Chulo now, null command prepared yet again. Very quick right now here for the KO to be a factor. You can see it if as soon as he decides to be the beacon of hope here for SBE. There'll be a message to Oasis to just get the hell out of their way or get slain. Still though, Southfield now. Pinch being prepared. But on the contrary here, Oasis actually putting Indy on the other side. Problem is though, first defenders and first marks already blown here by Oasis. Southfield Esports able to make it on the side, onto the tower. Ripper though, making the short count at least. And he even has a rifle. Finds a frag there over to Flippy. Southfield cannot secure the site as of yet. First shot doesn't get connection. Second shot isn't enough. Bro with a takedown there. It's everything left yet again to Indy, but this is such
Isa na
a
hindi nakapasok.
difficult scenario for the Fade.
APH.
Pretty much really a nightmare he's walking into.
They're all low though.
They are all low, except perhaps Ja. And he's the first contact here. If he can get the kill onto the chamber, there is hope.
Woo!
Seems like it will be the light here for Oasis. Backs away thanks to the fault line. Pichulo though not overextending. Flash drive instead. Keeping Envy at bay.
This is a 12-8.
They'll have to. Pichulo though will fall.
12-8.
All left now to
This is a
throw.
12-8.
Doesn't have the rolling thunder as of yet, but one bullet can slay Envy. Time is running on out. And as soon as he goes for the stroll, Pro is there. With a mind over matter, getting SBE to the round that matters. Match point for Southfield Esports.
They make it costly, but Southfield, they have more than enough bank to continue buying up here. Even if they lose this time, they can still buy. And more importantly, they have so much more economy to work with now. I think Pro is like a single orb or two away from his rolling thunder. Should be only one
I
at
think
this
he should
point.
have
Did he
it,
even have
honestly.
it?
Yeah,
he
got the kill.
Even have it after that final kill. And so, yeah, you're right. Look at all this it can throw out. Now there is the orbital strike and one away from both of, well, the big waves that Oasis can throw out them in that Nightfall and Rolling Thunder as well. So, that's all they can really fight with. But can they even pop that if Papi Chulo's got his null command online?
Yeah, it seems like Oasis, they need to do a rain dance right here, right now. A tsunami to throw back at SBE. Since these ultimates are looking very, very ferocious for South Built Esports. This is Papi Chulo Pro already there. And they're controlling the halls. South Built takes command of the series, especially in the second halves. And the overdrive right now propelled them for even more success. Flippido finding Coco. Oasis coming in from the defensive spawn. But this is dangerous right now for Oasis. Foothold established. South Built just looking for more. Orbital strike is there. Though Ripple ever terrified Papi Chulo. Wild Warrior comes in big with a 2-game clip. The burning Wild Warrior. But here we go. Rolling Thunder is there. The Pioneer that is thrown looking for the frag over the NP. And we're still not done. 2v2 scenario. SBE slowing down the pace though. Give it a chance to put that spike down here. Ripper though is there to fight Ja. Oh, let's throw now.
Bro's gonna have a big task at hand here. They are coming from the same angle, so a single flash can do them both on in. Peeking out, they know where he is. He's gonna swing with that gold line. Gets the
What?
He started the whole
2-0.
once more. 13 away. South Built with the ROG clutch and the series 2-0.
Pioneer staking his claim, and Southville Esports decide to risk it all and go for the 2-0. Absolutely well played by SBE. And when in doubt, it's the oldest gun in the arsenal that is the most reliable. Oh my pro, it's already there in his name, and it's already there in his name. All were up to him, and he just claimed it here for Southville Esports. Just absolutely dominating, to say the least, into the series. As soon as we get into the second halves, it's just SBE with command of the battleground. And this is playoffs SBE. This is your stage 1 champions. And they're the ones looking to defend the crown for good reason. With a statement like this over Oasis Gaming, well, Team Secret better be damn watching after this scoreline. 13-8. And yet again, when SBE took command, they took control.
With this win that South Built have just taken over Oasis, this gives us the very real, not even possibility, but the very real thing that we're gonna have once more the battle of, you know, the all times versus the all times in Team Secret versus South Built in the upper bracket for these next 2 matches, and it's gonna be coming on in the next few days. But what a commanding win here to get the revenge over Oasis. Now, for South Built, this is almost like a vengeance tour, and that's considering the fact that they are the defending champions. They do have that crown, but during the group stages, almost every single team that they beat or sent out last stage on stage 1, either from the lower bracket or out of the tournament entirely, got the revenge on South Built. But this time around, throwing theirs back here on Oasis. They can meet up once again if South Built decides to go through that lower bracket once more, especially with such a formidable rivalry that they do have. Once again, the all-time rivalry versus Team Secret, but this time around, not going to be the case versus Oasis. 2-0, beating them on Bind, the map we have yet to see Oasis on. No information with, but they know here South Built are confident in what they have on Bind, but going on a Fracture, that was the bigger adjustment as we saw. You talked about it, Dax, them sending now Ja towards that tower position so Papi Chulo can help out from the outside and Ja can TP out in case it does become a problem. That is such a great adjustment they've made here that really did, even though did not make their tower defense entirely indestructible, it gave them a lot more rounds than their earlier bout versus Oasis was in the group stages.
Yeah, it was enough. And really, that's where, when they tap, that's where they absolutely shine. Just huge moments, though, from Pro all around, I have to say, especially there at the end, too. It's just really goes to show when you have these wise minds with still amazing frag potential. SBE, that's where they come in so cleanly. That's why they were the champions last time, and case in point really here that I do believe Southwood Esports, just the calls were so much more effective for them all throughout the game. You'd see sometimes Oasis would scramble, Oasis would panic when they had to go for their plan Bs. It was so much better to one fracture. They had more control even in those dire scenarios, but SPE would find the prime target when they need to. When they need to crash into Wild Oreo, eventually they would get him. Even though there would be kills, it would be trades rather than failed attempts. And we've seen from Bind already that these guys are absolutely hot today. That this has been some of the best form we've really seen from Southfield Esports. They got their wake-up call there versus Bren. They needed to win that series to make it here in the first place. But now, on the main stage, on the playoffs, Pro just does not disappoint there. And, well, that's why he's not coaching, because he can still play with the best of them, and the best of them. Southfield Esports, they booked that date with Destiny. They booked that date with Team Secret tomorrow. We are done with the first series here. We'll be breaking down the action with the paneler in just a bit. I'll be going on a bit of a break here at VCTH. That's here with Black and Blue. We'll see you guys for more of this incredible action here at VCT.
Showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine.
Hello, Jimmy. Guys, we're gonna have a break and then interview and then map picks, and then it's AE versus Bram up next. Far pa rin. Parang, hindi. Mapapaaga siya actually. Parang mas maaga na kasi ano. Mas maaga na kasi na 2-0 nila ng SBE. Tapos, parang after nito 5 minutes, ano, interview. And then after nun, 5 minutes ulit. Tapos panel. Tapos after panel, map picks.
I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life so.
Hey, esports fans! Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. We started the playoffs with a bang as things went south in the favor of Southville Esports. G10 is just beaming with joy right now. You can see the smile on his face. He's like, look at me, I'm not cursed. I got the prediction right.
I was right and you were wrong.
No,
Sorry, guys.
before G10 even fully rubs it in our faces, let's add some poggers to that smile on your face as we have a look at the series highlights. I know, Fluffy, you were hoping for an Oasis win, but what is it about SBE that made them the better team this time?
I feel like today, SBE really showed up that veteran skill of doing a couple of things right. Number one, I feel like they had such good control of the map. They always had someone who were ready to trade them whenever Oasis normally got the man advantage, especially here on the bind map that you can see on your screen and now Fracture. They always get the opening pick, but SBE always finds a way to get that trade and turn that into a better retake or even to plant a spike if they're on that side. Second thing that they always do is SBE was so good at when they do take space, they leave something, be it a person or maybe some form of utility to play off later in the round. Something that the more veterans team tend to do a lot, and it's something that I think Oasis has to learn how to deal with more often, because those are the types of plays that, you know, we see those 1 to 2 moments every couple rounds where SBE just gets a multi-kill. One of their players is in the prime position to just get all the frags. We see here on the highlights, Ja and Pro exactly doing that, making the moves because of the way that they play around the space, and because of that, mainly, I feel like that's why they won the series.
They really turned out to be the more experienced team. Like, it really shows in the performance that they had here. Now, G10, you did have faith in SBE from the very beginning, and for good reason, as Fluffy just expounded. This may not be the exact same storyline from stage 1, but do you believe that we'll be seeing the same results at the end, especially with Ja being our MVP for this series? All right. I think G10 kind of got into the multiverse in the meantime. So Fluffy, I'd like you to continue the point that you had with Southville Esports, especially with Ja being the MVP of that series.
Yeah, Ja is just the best player or most impactful player that they have currently for the series. He played a pivotal role especially on the defense, getting a lot of multi-kills. He played Chamber the entire series, but he just had so many of those frags that got 1 to 2 to trade himself, and normally even on that Chamber got out as well. So it just put them at such a numbers disadvantage.
as you said, when on the chamber, he had so many amazing moments, so many multi kills. It really kind of solidified the fact that he is one of the most impactful players of SBE, even though really SBE themselves did so much work, did so well in their, as you said, positioning and being able to refrag for each other, especially, you know, on the second map on Fracture. I think we were all expecting Fracture to go the way of Oasis, but that second half was just so dominant from SBE, thanks to, you know, Ja, Flippy, Poppy, Bro. It was absolutely beautiful to see, and as an SBE fan, man, I cannot be happier with how playoffs SBE has shown up.
I mean, like you said, it was an unexpected thing to happen. Even though you were like, you know, I'm for SBE, you still predicted a 2-1 in the end. But
Yeah.
you know, overall, SBE has been incredibly dominant in this series, and I'm very excited because right now I'm gonna be having a quick interview with Flippy, and we'll kind of dissect what went on with that series.
Hello.
Hi, Flippy! Congratulations to Southbelt Esports for that win. Look at the smile on his face. I feel like there's something new coming into the group stage, for the playoffs rather. Now, Oasis has been dodging Bind from the start, and you guys quickly picked it. Plus, we were expecting a really dominant performance from Oasis on the side of Fracture, but you guys just shut everything down. Have you guys been practicing on these maps? What's been going on for SBE?
So, nahirapan kami sa group stage, diba? Parang bang, it was very hard for us to like, makalaban ulit yung mga PH teams kasi nga, iba ang klase yung mga strategies na pinapakita nila, and they really studied us to the point na parang bang, na-outplay talaga yung mga strats namin. So, mentally, nag-reset kami and everything, tapos all of the good jujus ginawa namin, so, parang bang nag-ready rin talaga kami sa mga outplay strategies nila. Everything that they, you know, bring to us or throw at us, parang bang kailangan mentally ready kami, tapos ipanalo namin lahat ng laban.
So what was the something, or what was like a line that you probably remembered that was different? What was like the mind-changing thing that happened from group stages to the playoffs? What was the reset?
Nung group stage kasi naliligo kami. Ngayon, hindi kami naliligo. Wapali buff.
I see. So that is the secret to having really good aim and really good strats. Not take a shower, apparently, on the side of SVE. Now, again, it's undeniable. You guys did a fantastic job today. But the next step for you guys is going to be Team Secret. Are you guys nervous for that? And how are you guys planning on preparing for that matchup?
Ewan ko lang kung mananervyos kami, pero excited kami sa matchup na yun. Like, we're gonna see both the strengths and the weaknesses of each team. So, parang bang, we'll just have a show to give you guys.
I see. I'm looking forward to that show. We're very lucky to have front row seats to that. Now, every now and then, I like to sneak in a fun little question here on our interviews. And as you know, we've got very beautiful Valorant agents here. If you could go on a date with any of them, who would it be?
Oof. Sino kaya? Siguro si Sage.
Sage. Very nurturing vibes from Sage. I can see that. I can see that. Well, I'm going to give you a chance to give some shout outs to the people who have been supporting you. So, take it away, Flippy.
Sige. Thank you. Shoutout po sa newborn baby ni Boss Prince and his other baby. Daenerys Olivia and Kaylee Hart. Shoutout din sa mga fans namin. Shoutout sa family ko and friends ko. And shoutout sa girlfriend ko, si Johanna. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Flippy. Again, congratulations, Southbelt Esports. It's been fun having you on the show. But I'm gonna get back to our panelists for the meantime. You know, if I were to date a Valorant agent, I'd probably go with Yoru. Take me to another dimension for our first date. What about you, Fluffy?
I don't even know if I remember how to date anymore. What about you, G10?
That means he wants to just have a harem. I would say, you know, Viper Mommy is something that I have kind of been thinking about since Valorant has been around, and it's something that I keep in my mind every time that Icebox comes around. So Viper mommy it is.
That was fun. I still kind of wonder which agent Fluffy is considering, but I guess that's a mystery for now. Now, it was a blast having Flippy on the show. Coming up next, though, is Alpha Esports Pro versus Bren Esports. More of the action when we return, so don't go anywhere.
Sabi ko matagal pa to kasi meron pang panel. Merong panel and then may map banning tapos yung panel magpe-predict pa ng kung sino mananalo dun sa dalawa. Tapos may magpipick pa ng agents tapos tsaka pa lang yung actual game. Tingnan na lang natin yung Valorant store ko. Valorant. Kasi manood tayo ng ads. Like, bakit tayo manonood ng ads? Charot. Oh, patch! Okay. This is yung patch na hindi ka na pwede umakyat sa wall. 4 PM pa din po ba yung magsa-start? Hindi. It's gonna be earlier. Most likely earlier. Mag-a-adjust yung time eh. Pag maaga natapos, pag late natapos, the time will adjust. So, yeah. Let's read patch notes, guys. Usually, I do this usually ito sa bebe time namin ni Gian. Kaya muna ka-bebe time ko now. Agent updates. Agent progress charge bar moved to a consistent location and made a consistent size on the following agents. Updated 3P model to increase detail and fidelity. Okay, ito yung lumaki yung naging thicker si Omen, like his butt increased. Map updates. Ito yung sa Haven. You can no longer walk up to the front of A site cover tsaka yung C site without boost ability. Sa gameplay, new performance graph to display shooting error values for recent shots on the client. Oh, this is helpful para sa mga low elo pa sa atin. For more information about sa bugs, destroyed voice line for... Uy, this is good, this is good. Maririnig niya na yung maririnig niya na yung voice lines na sinasabi nila kapag nasisira yung gadgets nila. So, halimbawa, si Chamber, kapag nasisira yung trademark niya, kasi di ba nakakainis kapag walang comms, hindi malang sinasabi na may... Hindi nila sinasabi pag may flank na. Hindi nila sinasabi pag, pag flank na pala, or pag nasira na yung trademark nila, yung tripwire nila. Tsaka, yung kayo, hindi ko alam. Ngayon, rinig nyo na din. You can actually hear. So they don't have to tell you. Kasi ang daming ayaw mag-comms for no reason. Like, why? You're making the game worse for everyone else. Fix a bug where neon side would automatically stop after using fast and real life bot, where observers would see Viper's enemies glow red when they're near about outside the Viper's pit. Rendezvous radius not showing. Brimstone's incendiary feeling damage in chunks of 15 instead of 1 like the other. Zone damage. Ah, okay. Cosmetics. Rarely. Uy, finally! OMG! It took them ilang patch. It took them a lot of patches para lang dito. Yung combat report. Seryoso. Okay, that's her patch notes. Hello, Emmanuel David. Shout out to you. Love.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. You're still with Likeable, Fluffy, and G10 on the panel. It is the second series of the day, and it could not get any spicier than this one because it's Alpha Esports Pro versus Bren Esports. Fluffy, you described Alpha Esports Pro as cracked and Bren as ambitious. I do have to agree, AEP obviously has cracked aim, but for Bren though, I want you to explain why you call them ambitious.
So ambitious in the sense that the team has always had that ambition to be a playoffs, if not a VCT winning team with the current roster they have. and the ways they try to
Sa
achieve
lahat
it
ng
were by doing a couple
nag-ice coffee
things.
sa
One,
McDo,
they
tell me
try to
this
do a
isn't
couple
hard.
different comps,
Yung
and
pang
two, in their
ganun, pang sip,
playstyle,
like why can't you
sometimes they
just
get
put it
kind of
flat like everyone
over-ambitious
else? Why
sometimes,
did
and
you have to
when they
elevate it?
overextend,
It's
that's where
so
they start
hard.
to falter. So the big
Making it
question for me
harder
today
for
is,
everyone else.
hopefully we
Hi,
get an
Xavier.
ambitious team that's still trying to do new things, but still have that discipline to maintain control of the situation.
Well, we're just about to find out how ambitious or how far their ambitions will take them. But let's find out how cracked the other team truly is. Let's start things off with Alpha Esports Pro.
Oh, the heck? Kaya na yung lags.
Alpha Esports Pro, the team that successfully ruined the win streak of Team Secret. The ever cracked team, as Fluffy would like to say it. Now, G10, time and time again, the team has attributed the major success they've had in the group stages to having a coach like Amix. Though individually, they're all still very skilled, am I right?
Yeah, I mean, Fluffy wasn't wrong when he called them cracked aimers. That is kind of their claim to fame, as they are very, very fond of running double duelist with Kinsanity and Jin819. They really do rely quite a lot on taking aim duels and winning them. I mean, the ego peaks from this squad are just innumerable. You can't really count them. And I do think that that kind of play style is what kind of exemplifies a lot of Philippine Valorant. It's just that Alpha Esports Pro does it the best. And even with Jin, who isn't endemic to the Philippines, he is an import. He's kind of fit into this same mold very well, because his duelist play is amazing and it's so consistent. Even when Ginsanity himself is not doing the best, you can definitely count on Jin to be picking up any slack that he sees and just absolutely destroying anybody, especially since it versus Team Secret, who were 6-0 in groups. They got a 2-0, and you can see here the team having their little huddle before the actual game. Gotta get their strats and their minds in the same place, maybe praying a little bit because they know that this is going to be a very tough match.
Whenever I see teams huddle up like this, I often wonder, what are they talking about? Are they huddling up and like, okay, so for dinner we're gonna have fried chicken. If we win this, we're gonna have pizza. Maybe that's what's going on behind the scenes.
Motivation,
Yeah, something to look forward to after the match. Now, of course, on the opposing side are the ambitious youngins, the collegiate superstars, none other than Brand Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the playoff stage, Bren Esports. Fluffy, we've said this during the beginning of stage 2. Bren Esports is a young team that needs more discipline per se, or perhaps more patience compared to the older players here. Throughout the group stages, have they shown signs that they've improved in that aspect?
That if Fluffy were here, he'd be saying that he'd be saying exactly what he would be saying right now, because I think we have him back.
Yeah, sorry, I was saying that when esports, yes, it is a young roster, but they're not lacking at all in experience. They all have capable players in their own right. Of course, they have sometimes their shining stars tend to be EJ or Savvy, but it does show through in their gameplay that most of the team has their own moments, has their own highlights, and they're all capable of being high impact players. Bren had a rough group stage, but when they did win, they won very hard, even EJ dropping that 91 in a series not long ago. And when they lose, it's normally down to the wire. Even the stats kind of reflect that if you look it up. And they did just enough in the group stages to make their way here into the playoff, with a bit of help of Now's Esports right there at the end of it, just for maybe a little last push. But the big question for them today is, how did they use their break? For me, I know that their coach Evo, their support staff, flew in recently for the playoffs specifically. So now that he's on site in the boot camp, that's an extra boost not only in morale, but in also their strategy. So hopefully with that reinforcement in, they can really shine, and these collegiate kings can graduate into the upper round 2.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself from laughing. I saw Hot Sauce as he was preparing. He was just dancing all over the place, cat jamming his head. The energy is there. So I'm really hyped up with this. And as we talk about hot sauce, let's also talk about the head-to-head of the
Sakit
players
gold
that we're
pa
going to
din,
be featuring in this matchup. It's going to be EJ versus Jin819, the two duelists that we've come to know and love from these teams. Now, we do know that Jin is kind of the yin and yang of Gian Sanity. As you said earlier, G10, whether or not Gian gets to perform properly in the matches, Jin is always there to make sure that the team is intact as well. But Fluffy, looking at this head-to-head, what can we say about Jin and EJ?
I feel like both these players, as the tip of the spears, mostly for their teams, really benefit, number one, from having the rest of the team just be so stable that they can do their part. Because when they do get rolling, it can really turn into a wrecking ball of a situation where a small entry frag from them can quickly turn into a landslide effect and they can overtake a round. We've seen EJ especially, you know, we've seen him get that 91 bomb, which I mentioned, I think, previously. And even Jin gets multiple 4 and 5K rounds on his own. So if they do get started, it could be the end for the other team. So you have to have the respect, knowing that the player can do that, but you also have to kind of not respect them enough and still stick to your strategy. Or maybe if you're really thinking about it, which I don't think teams are necessarily stressing about, but it's a good option maybe to find a way to play around them.
That's going to be very interesting to see as the matches play out. But you know what else is interesting? What maps we are going to be seeing in this series. Now, going into our map vetoes, I am very curious. I know that in the last time that they faced each other, we've seen Icebox, Ascent, and Haven. I wonder if that is going to be the case today. But G10, on the top of your head, what maps do you want to see for this series?
What I actually want to see? I'm gonna be a little bit likable right now, and I say I do want to see Bind. I feel like we've seen some really good Bind today already from SBE, and I do think it's one of the more interesting maps in the rotation at the moment. So if it's not bad, I really do want to see it in the maybe the first round. So Split and Ascent are going to be banned out, so that does open up the possibility for a bind pick here. I do know that since it is one of the trickier maps to actually strategize for, AEP and their style of aggressive takes and aim duels, I think would be pretty decent on it. Bren, though, I think, oh god, they're going to be going with Fracture as a first pick. That's a little bit of a doozy, but I think that's a confidence pick from Bren Esports.
Yeah, that's interesting that you put it that way. Actually, we have yet to see Alpha Esports Pro play on Fracture. I don't think they've played this map yet, this stage. But it's funny that they banned Split immediately. I do believe that Split is a map that is troublesome for both of the teams here. So I think it's a relief on the side of Alpha Esports Pro as well to not see that map be played out in this series. Now we're going to take a look at what AEP is going to be locking in. I wonder what it is. I bet it's Icebox. I don't know. At the top of my head. But what do you think, Fluffy?
I think a good map for them is, Icebox. There's no need to guess anymore. There it is. Second map going to be Icebox.
Right.
True. For the decider, it could go either way. I'm expecting to see a Haven just because both teams are pretty proficient at it. But if a team has a pocket pick or a strategy they've developed over the weekend in mind, I feel like options like Breeze can also be very good. Going back while waiting for the rest of the map veto, Fracture is a very interesting map for me. Bren, I think, has only played it once in this tournament, losing against Oasis Gaming. And other than that, they really haven't shown anything. And as you mentioned, AEP also has no footage on this map. So Fracture, I honestly don't know what to expect just because of there's no recent history on it for both of these teams. Icebox, very aim-heavy map. I'm expecting AEP, who has selected it in the first place, to do pretty well on it. Bind, unfortunately, is going to be shut down for all the Bind dreams out there, as well as Breeze, meaning that the decider will be that Haven map, which there are a couple of variations on. AEP has done the kind of 5-head move, trying to incorporate that fade, meaning that Jin would be the one playing the main duelist on Jet. But of recent times, I don't think that maybe it has worked out. Maybe they need more practice, but they've fallen back into the roots, playing that paper-esque XS-ish style of double duelist, trying to control a lobby kind of thing. While Bren Esports always has had a very solid Haven map. So for me, the decider is 50-50. Icebox, I think, is going to go in the side of AE, but I'm very, very interested in this Fracture map. I think whoever wins the Fracture map is going to win the series.
Very interesting. I do think that if it does go to the decider, Alpha Esports Pro has had an incredible run on Haven recently, especially considering that they did beat out Team Secret on this map, which was, one of the maps that I think we were all kind of thinking that Team Secret has kind of read back and forth, but AEP were still able to take the W against them on Haven. If it does come to that, I think AEP has a little bit of a bigger advantage with how they like to play that map. But I do agree with Fluffy. Fracture is going to be, I think, the most interesting map here. No data on AEP, so I want to see how they play, and I want to see what comps they bring out. Perhaps Yin Sanity once again on the fade with Yin reprising his role as the main duelist.
I mean, we have to admit, everybody loves seeing the surprises that these teams bring to the table. I remember when Gi and Sanity locked in that fade for the very first time on our VCT stage, everybody was in awe. Everybody had their jaws wide open, like, wow, Gi and Sanity on the fade. And he really pulled it off. Now, with everything that you guys just said, I want to know what the predictions are for this series. I am a little bit nervous. I did not get the prediction right during the first series of the day, but I do think that this is going to fall on the side of AEP, especially since they've had a strong run so far. But what about you, G10?
That's, in my heart, I want to root for Bren, but in my mind, I do think that AEP, if they pull out something amazing on Fracture, they will just win 2-0s. And if they do get to Haven, they have a better chance because of the way that they like to play Haven with a double duelist. So I'm going to have to say it's going to be AEP 2-0, maybe 2-1. But in my heart, I do want Bren to take the W, but it's just the prediction itself, AEP.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with G10 there. I really want Bren Esports to win, but being an analyst first, when you look at the statistics from the last time we've seen both teams, AEP just has improved so much throughout the tournament. And even though I say that, and I should use my head, I'm going to still go with Bren Esports.
Okay, you're going with Bren.
Heart.
Okay, I thought
So
this was
with a big hopium.
This was going to be a case of all panelists side on to one team, and then the prediction
break the
just
curse.
gets totally wrong. Now, very interesting that the predictions are in because, we've got the stats on the board, the maps are locked in, and the only thing that's left for us to find out now is what compositions are we going to be seeing in these maps. So I'm not going to keep you guys waiting for much longer to reveal the said compositions. It's the final series of the day, Bren Esports versus Alpha Esports Pro. Casters, take it away.
Yan na.
Ref, when I was with my baby cousin the other day and I was teaching her the alphabet, she was in a state of arguing with me, saying B as the starting letter for her in the alphabet, not A. So maybe that's a sign that this time is Bren's time to shine. Because, B for Bren and A for Alpha Esports. We're here for the last series of the day, Alpha Esports Pro versus Bren Esports. And it's us, Asarai and Raph, going to be casting for this Best of 3 series. What's up?
C for cringe and D with done with you, Asarai. You are unbelievable. I don't understand where this train of thought began, but you know what? You always keep our intros incredibly interesting. Maybe it could be a sign that AE Pro, they are gonna have a hot start today, or maybe Bren.
Nag-change yung Bren.
Oh, I was like, oh, it's Fracture. Oh, wait a minute.
The sauce is hot. He's picking up the fade. This is going to be a delight to see here. Double initiator for Bren. We do have, of course, the L standard with the neon, and no stops at all. We're just going in at this. Okay, production. Oh, okay. 2 teams already. No breaks. I like it. Good start.
He is incredibly chipper today, as we've noticed. But yeah, you know what? We get things going. We had a fantastic start to the day with such an exciting series with SB versus Oasis. Now we have Bren Esports facing up, squaring up against AE Pro, who's been a pretty polarizing team, Asrai. Wouldn't you say so? I mean, either they're dominating or being dominated. They've never really found that in between.
Yeah, I will say though, Alpha Esports Pro is a team that I think has really surprised us all, at least especially for me, because again, when this stage 2 started, my expectations were not as high as the others were, and that was because it kind of felt like this team just came out of nowhere once again. Of course, they're already established, they played a few times already in DCT,
I'm sorry.
but it just didn't feel right. And then you hear that interview with Ching where he said that exact same thing, but now they just did what they could, and it works so well for them, especially with Amix as their new coach. They really come into their own. And that game that they had with Team Secret, I really enjoyed that, because you just saw how well their refragging capabilities were and how confident Ching was, even though he's not the duelist of AEP.
Confidence is a key, and duelist, it's not a role, it's a mindset apparently. No matter what agent you put Ching on, he's gonna be incredibly, he will have displays of bravado that we just really don't see from a lot of our players. And like you said, AE Pro, they've been a pleasant surprise with the addition of Amix as their coach, and you can really see the philosophy, right? Because there's still quite a bit of ground to play, but Zabi has no stops whatsoever. He's gonna find one as EJ gets a support kill, but G Insanity wants to start that show for AE Pro. Now we are reduced to a 2v4. Not looking too good on the side of AE Pro, to be honest with you.
Well, to be honest with you,
you don't have to be.
All right, hang on. We'll see how this goes. Rio's already prepping up the flashpoint. There's a paradox in that, and it's only one angle that he can really blind somebody. But they were very much prepared of what he was about to do. Ren just charging in on this, and I can say this early. It feels like Fracture is a map with these compositions that is gonna be favoring, I feel like, the attacking side because of that shock and awe that we do see, especially with these particular duelists in play.
Like we mentioned, this is quite a bit of speed. There's an emphasis on speed. Two very fast teams who have a very aggressive philosophy. We do see Bren kind of hold back every now and then when it comes to that. A little bit more temperance. Napro's been displaying that as that relay bolt is bouncing backwards to them, unfortunately, as we see a pretty quick sight take. Not a lot of resistance on the side of AE Pro, Asterize. You know, this...
Wow.
I missed that, you know what I'm saying? We saw him a few minutes ago, but I miss him. Jin's not gonna miss his first few shots. What are these classics doing? I don't understand.
A little bit of overcommitments through the smokes from what it looks like as Brand just charges right on through.
Wow, 3v2.
Might have made the mistake. Symbol's used all of his utility already, so he's just good with the gun. But is that good enough as he loses 2 versus 1? Symbol gets the frag. That's a 1 versus 1. Gian Sanity with the Sheriff. He's done this before, but the repositioning from Symbol might make him guess. He's looking right above him, but Symbol just hears the footsteps and reacts in the nick of time. 3 kills to this man, but Bren all just dispensed in that first encounter, or that second encounter against AEP.
AEP should be very happy with that eco, though. A very satisfactory performance, especially with the classics. Again, no investments, but maximum return for them, apparently. Could have been better if they got the W, but they did what they did. Now I'm just curious why they're still going with the double duelist. I thought they might have been saving some sort of composition for our playoff phase, but hey, you know what? If it's been working for them, why stray away from it?
Absolutely.
Careful there.
It's that old moniker, if it ain't broke, don't fix.
That's it.
Exactly.
I'm gonna lose my mind talaga if AE wins Fracture.
Not too bad.
There are
that goes
two
though
maps.
to defense.
There are 2 maps
now
that
has their first
AE
buy.
does not
Ching
pick. 2 maps.
getting himself that judge, playing
Ascent
very close on B, but that's
and
not where the
Fracture.
action is. It's all about that A sight. Are you again? Gets a nice little blind, but the reaction from Brand, they were so prepared of that. It's only Gian Sanity left on the side, but that's more than possibly enough as Hot Sauce overwhelms 3 versus 2. The attackers, Bren, already just bearing their fangs onto the A site as Hot Sauce repositions for the A site. Ching still on the judge. He'll need to find maybe a better weapon if they want to get at least that far distance fight in their favor. Trying to look for things. There it is. Switch up, and now they're going to try to do something, but the Rolling Thunder to just disperse the opposition, relay them. Symbol repositions. This is absolutely perfect for Red right now. They don't really have to just do anything other than use Symbol to delay tactics even further. This M gets a little bit closer, but time is not for them. Nice little crossfire trade,
Wow.
but somehow Ching gets a double kill.
Good.
Is there enough time? Seems like there will be.
Oh, are you
No.
sure about that?
1 second may have.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
closing my
okay,
eyes.
okay, okay,
Okay,
okay,
it's
okay.
fine.
That's
I'll
good,
open it
that's
for you,
good,
Rose,
that's
no
nice.
doubt.
Good round, Day. Good round.
Oh dear.
That was scary.
Honestly, I thought that Bren had that in the back. Sorry, they even expended the Rolling Thunder, but we did mention how Ching is incredibly confident. Mobility abilities are not present or absent. It's his confidence that's constantly, well, there.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Just a quick little wow. Wow.
Wow.
Bit to a regular start. Honestly, we've talked about the trend of basically the third round's always going to be an L round, or at least for most of the time. But oh god, that does not feel good at all. He saw the dink, the first hit on that helmet, but nope, not meant to be. Not allowed, at least. It's an eco. So Bren already on the
Hot
back
Sauce
foot
is
of this
underground.
as a pro. They crawl up, try to secure the round as quickly as they can. You did say that this is a fairly attacker-sided map, and this comp really emphasizes that with the neon and all. You know, I'm glad to hear, at least when we were talking about right earlier, you were like, oh, neon is pretty standard. That is so nice to hear, considering neon has been out of action for the longest time.
True.
I'm happy
Even with
seeing
all the
Neon.
changes to her as well, right? It feels like she might have fallen off, but it's similar to what Jet is undergoing right now. There's just
Ooh,
a
that's
tiny
nice.
bit of adjustment that you have to go through. Crossfire in hand, Ching. This is no chance to spray through the smoke here. The one friend to
Play
get any
amazing,
cheeky little
boys.
footholds, but
This
it's
is where you play amazing,
4
okay?
players of AEP just
Doesn't
stacked
matter
up
if you
in
don't
on
have
this.
practice.
As the spike
Just do your best.
still holds
Be so
weight
wait.
on the main. EJ is looking for an opportunity, but this turret, man, it's the first line of defense, but it's such a good defense that it does not allow anything to happen whatsoever. EJ!
Chill!
Looking to line up! Oh my god, EJ! 4 seconds, he can really mow them down! He's onto the corner! He does not, tries to at least plant the spike, but that's where Chris M strikes to save the round for AEP.
Like, chill.
Oh my
What?
goodness, how close was that to disaster? But Bren, despite having an expensive round, or Alpha Esports Pro actually, pardon me, despite having an expensive round, that is something that they're still going to be very satisfied with. EJ though already landing so many highlights. Oh my goodness, what a shot. Speaking of Bren, EJ's still been an absolute star for them. Their last, what, 3-4 series, he's been averaging somewhere close to 25.
Yeah. About
Considering
that.
he's the entry, yeah, which is so crazy considering
Yeah,
when you're a jet player, when you're an entry in general, you're
if Chris
most
M
likely
didn't have discipline,
going to
that's
die
gonna
very,
be
very quickly, especially in the pro
so
scene. But he's
bad.
made a case that
Oh, baby.
well, it's actually brain freeze to fall this time, and every time I mention something else happens on screen.
Woo!
As Jin and Insanity, the Wonder Duo, get 90%, and Chris M is going to finish off EJ. No praises to be made, says Alpha Esports Pro. What about us? We're the ones winning now.
Nice one.
Yeah, no EJ collats this time. With the ultimate there. This is also something that I think
It's insanity
it's kind of weird to say
connection.
that again. Fracture is attacking side, but oh, that's right. Didn't you say that the first time or earlier this game? Technically yes, but it's only because if you get that aggressive map control, which again attacking side
June
does
thanks
get
for the
first dibs
notify.
on, but you do see how
Oh, no.
Alpha Esports just make it so that they can go against that, and the Stinger
no.
has a bit of a bite here, Raph, as they already overwhelmed too. Bren's thought was, yeah, they're gonna do that once again. They try to go for it, and it works. One is gonna be onto the sides. Are you waiting? But the thing is, he preps the flashpoint a little bit too delayed there. Ching has already been exposed, gets back into cover. There's the relay bolt. There's the emo rolling thunder to delay even further, and they're basically sure
Uyat na
they will
naman.
not be able to hear anything savvy.
Oh, Sim.
Wonder if he wants
The
to open the door
timing.
here. I actually thought he was maybe gonna go through the ropes or something. The ultimate does get utilized. Chris M also has his orbital. This is gonna mess them up if they do not get out of the site. And Savvy might be in a 1
but
versus
this is
2.
bait.
If they do not get out of it, Oh, there it is. The first one, the first victim. It's a 2 versus 2. They know where it is. Is that a good enough Molly that it will stop the pop shots through the smoke? Not enough for Savvy. He's holding on. Ching, 2 HP. Sliver of HP, one little breath here could be enough to shut him down. The slide for EJ, or rather from Savvy, to finish off the round, and Symbol to clutch it out. And Bren come back into this as they overwhelm Jin and Giansanity on Dish.
I was about to say that was so expensive on the side of Alpha Esports Pro. So many ultimates being expended. Well, once again, it's one of those maps where if you hesitate just for a moment, no matter what side you're on, you're really not gonna capitalize on much. Bren, they know this. They jump right in. And I just realized the interaction between Neon and Fade could potentially be something that you'll see more of. Again, when you get hit by that delay, that decay, and that overdrive is in play, suddenly Neon is that much more scary. Like we said, there are no hesitation. There is no hesitating whatsoever present on the side of Bren. They just go. Xavi is undeterred. He is gonna get stunned up. The relay ball's gonna hit, but everyone is trading for every single thing. It's been haymaker per haymaker, but Hot Sauce finds that 1-2 combination, getting a double kill for himself. Ryu ducks and weaves. He finds one. A Rolling Thunder is there, and this could be it. He could find every single player. But Symbol delays so beautifully. 1v2, so very doable, but he's been exposed. Do they know that he's still going on the straight cut path?
Oh my god!
Going, taking side control from tower. And it does look like A Pro might have overplayed their hand here. Symbol can actually make a mad dash towards A. Is that the case? He is going to thread the needle with the timing here. Oh dear.
If he doubles back, this is going to be dangerous for Symbol, because if he peeks through there, the timing for AEP is going to be absolutely perfect. And now,
30 seconds left.
You're absolutely right, Raph. I think he knows it's not a mad dash, but he will be able to get through on there. The thing that is actually good for Symbol here is Rio has already used his Rolling Thunder. And as he plants that, he has some time to reposition. I don't know how much information he guesses AEP has, if they're halfway or not, because as you can see, he's very timid in just trying to go somewhere else, a little bit more cheekier. So he's going to hold the angle here. The problem is, this is a very well-bangable spot. That's going to be the use onto the Fisher already. Or, not the Fisher, excuse me, but the fault line.
Enemy remaining.
Pops out. Oh! Symbol gets spotted, and there it is. Primo Rolling Thunder Estate. Rio opens the door, and Symbol has a short ticket here. Ryu has given away with the steps, and Symbol hits the shot. That's going to be the clutch. And a 2 versus 1 nail-biter situation done. ROG clutch in your hands. How about that?
Presented by the Republic of Gamers and brought to you
Nice try,
by
boys.
Symbol.
3-4,
What a
3-4.
play there. Again, the double back could have been possible. Instead, he did not rest on his laurels whatsoever. Decided to go for the safer play. And, well, the rest is history here. That's definitely going to be one of the more cerebral plays we've seen so far. And a lot of precision too. Not entirely sure why they were double checking a main here, but in that situation, it really still is a gamble where he's hiding it, folks. So, you know, a lot of times people are like, oh, what if he did this? What if he did that? Well, he did. So now we move on to the next round. Xavi is gonna move and trot along towards Truck. And this gun round kind of falling apart already for A Pro. We do see an operator, but these smokes are not gonna allow any lines of vision, any lines of sight.
AEP in a 3 versus 4.
Naka-open naman siya.
Oh, he sees the barrel. Commits to the nade, but is it shallow enough? Can EJ get out? EJ still gets the kill and gets out! Oh my goodness! 26 HP left on the man! And he gives a 4 versus 2 still in the favor of Bren here. Hot Sauce now just
sorry.
double checks for any
Hindi ko din alam. Minsan
occurrences on B main. Ryu does absolutely nothing, and Giansanity might be forced to just back away and save the operator, but Savvy chases him down to the ends of the earth, down to 8 HP, will be able to dash away. Oh no, EJ again! Where did he come from? I didn't even see him go to underground, but he puts Giansanity 6 feet under.
I feel like EJ has stared death so many times in the eye, just this game alone. First the nade, then swinging with low HP, etc., etc. Undeterred, this man. Very pure determination and pure willpower, as we saw. But this is one of the problems that AE Pro have been somewhat experiencing, even in the group stage. Their utility, or at least the lineups they tend to field, they're not very deep when it comes to utility, nor do they have the volume to really go for a stagger type of default. Maybe when we do see the side swap with this double duelist and a lot of that space
3-5.
control,
It's only 2
very
points. It's
aggressive
only 2
space
rounds.
control,
Only 2
might be
rounds.
a better
So
case
winnable.
for them. But for now, in
It's
the
their
first
eco,
half,
it's
Bren
their
have
eco.
a decent lead, having 2 on the board, or at least ahead.
Yeah, and even though, actually no, there's no nerfs yet to the chamber
What's
here,
that,
and that's the thing, right? You can always, if EJ survives and he has those trademarks of his, he can just place it around the map, and that'll give him a straight fire shot of understanding if there's gonna be one flanking. That gives Savvy that go signal if he wants to go into the site. It's really, again, that shock and awe I think that Bren is able to cultivate with this particular composition of theirs. Of course, there's like that one thing where you can maybe cloudburst as the jet, right, and then just get on in, but it still takes a lot of time to be able to do that just to get away from the trademark, and even then you're not like 100% sure certain.
Ooh.
That being said, though, they're still gonna go about this very hard. EJ's been spotted, but here comes the finger blaster. Relay bolt and the dash in from Savvy. He is just not messing around now. Ryu does get the blind. There's the fast lane, and inside the smoke, he gets spotted. Oh, Savvy is just unleashing himself as of the moment. Chris M utilizing his stim beacon there just to get a little bit closer. They might not know that he's going to be on the site, able to sneak up onto tower. This is going to be absolutely perfect for them. Symbol and the rest are actually looking, scrubbing out every single corner that they can find. They've already spotted Chris M alone by himself. He has the molly, but he's still 3 versus 2. He can peek this out as soon as that comes in, but no! Brain Freeze answers with the flames of his own, and Ching will have to pinch as his teammate is very much flushed back from tower here. Never mind, they actually double up. This is absolutely perfect. 2 versus 2. And they might be able to make this happen. Hot Sauce too good onto the shot. They've already spotted out Ching, who cannot get the takedown.
Good eco. Good friggin' eco.
Extract the site and dissect it to win another one for their own.
Were they low before that exchange? Because I feel like if the communication was okay. Because imagine if they were, right, then probably the body shots would have done them in. But like we mentioned, I love, just a quick note too, I love it when we start to go for analysis and just in the kill feed we see somebody get randomly one-tapped. Like we said, Savvy 8K getting the value out of that overdrive. Again, finger blaster, double action. That's what I would like to call it. You know, she uses 2 fingers to play. It's something that we don't necessarily see too much value of. It's a perfect anti-eco, but that's a rare case for ults, isn't it? Like, it's so specific for anti-ecos or cleanups. Now we look like we are, yet again, very, very interested on taking Ace as Bren. And now they slide in, this time not going for the height. As Jin clears him out, trying to get onto sites. Ryu, who's been pretty stable on this hold, will find another, is Jin. Now Bren, suddenly the woes are on their end. They can't really push through these smokes that they've created for themselves. They might have to double back here, Asura, but AE Pro, they already look like they want to take Sans control. That Cloudburst is gonna just give themselves a preview of what's to come from ropes. 2v5, this doesn't look too doable, but if they go for the aristocratic approach of getting, you know, few but incredibly strong, then we might see the wonder duo between EJ and Hot Sauce steal this away from AE Pro. But like I said, very, very unlikely. EJ has landed some nutty shots, but doesn't look like timing is very kind to him at the moment. Keeps trying to check. Doesn't even hit Jin. He hits the follow-up. Ryu is still here. He's prepping his flash. Even a fault line, but he misses every single person there. At least it tags EJ, but there's no space for him to work with. Hot Sauce has to throw that spooky balloon down. Does he find Ryu? Yes, he does, but the trades!
Nice Ching!
Too quick is Ching.
Well,
let's go. That's
yes,
good.
that exchange
That's good.
was not to the favor of Bren. I love the readjustment there from AEP. The utilization of Ching's utility on A, just to kind of basically just put everything you have, Ching, on A side. You already know where Savvy does his default dash play or hop play. So make it so that his feet always sizzles and he's going to be in an awkward spot to not really find a good angle to fight Jin, who was still holding the site.
Oh, yeah.
It was really good. They got conditioned that Bren was going to keep going A, and Bren didn't stop going for A, so why the hell not, right?
It really is one of those questions, right? We're like, we're in. They have a bunch of stuff. We could turn back, but it's a little too late now. Sometimes that's the mindset that nobody is safe from. We're here anyway. Kind of ignores the round timer. Doesn't really matter. They go for a second attempt. This time they go for stance control. And the emo rolling thunder.
Chris!
Oh no, Chris M. He sizzles Ryu. And they even get cooked by Brain Freeze, who's been an absolute monster with those ults. And Bren with a quick execute, with a quick blink of an eye. Everybody is gone. I'm not entirely sure how that exchange, how that interaction with the Molly happened. I feel like it was the decay onto the Molly that just really did not allow Ryu to survive whatsoever. But that's the thing, right? We talk about super high DPS and the interaction between the decay. Suddenly, small things like this, burning puddle, it becomes absolutely fatal.
It's like lava. The floor is lava, right? I mean, maybe if it was just the Molly, it's just a bit of sizzle. It's just a little bit of you getting cooked. But this is different when you add that C's.
The
C's.
The Cecil.
I knew you were going for it. Something was just telling me he's gonna say it.
That is what we have called the one brain cell, Raph. It's reached up to its apex point, I believe, for us right now in our casting.
Potentially.
Maybe not yet. Potentially. Anyways, that's a big little trade.
No!
Wait, hold on! Jin! Oh, no! He was still fiddling with the doodly on the showstopper,
That would have been big. That would have been...
He was fiddling the doodly
that
on the
would have been the game changer.
Yeah, because the controls.
And
that's what you call it.
Yeah, and he got hit by the kerfuffle of the exchange there as EJ finds Swing the God. We have to somewhat collect ourselves here. Zabi using that excess mobility while Hot Sauce sprays them down. That's not gonna be any fadoodling happening, Asarai. Yeah. These words, man. These words. So very interesting.
Yeah. Fadil hidey ho, neighboroni.
Howdy ho, neighborino. Man.
All right, let's see how this oh man, it's just straight after trade. This was what like the strong point of AEP, right? When they had that Team Secret match. But somehow they really can't find that tempo here. I feel like it is also because of just how quick Bren are always there with like extra 4 people. You know, it's like when you get out to a parking garage, somebody's like, "What's up, bro?" And you're like, "Sup?" And
Upper
then, like,
bracket.
down to throw down, dude. And then he just calls his other 4 bros, and then they're just like there in just the blink of an eye.
This is the first thing.
Why are we talking about random street violence in a VCT game? I feel like if that's the analogy.
It's Stomp the Yard. Yeah, it's Stomp the Yard, you know?
Isn't? Oh, Stomp the Yard is the football movie, right? I'm confusing.
No, that's the longest yard.
That's the longest yard. Yard is such a common word, I feel like. But yeah, both movies very good. Stomp the Yard and The Longest Yard.
Yeah. I'm just making an analogy, dude.
Yeah. Throw in Coach Carter while you're there. You know, if you want to go on a bit of a sports or like a team-based binge, no matter what you go. Anyhow, speaking of teams, I feel like the way that they formulated this composition can be a little counterintuitive because typically when you want to play against a pro, you don't want to face check them because that's what they want. They want to fight. But Bren has been doing exactly that. This comp has just been so good, you know, aside from the players being absolutely amazing, hecking amazing. It's just they're allowing Bren to play what a pro, or rather how a pro wants them to play, but succeeding. It's a bit of a mishmash, really.
Yeah, I was gonna just add to that, right? That I like how now this was during the interview. I think we were just on our break, and then Dax was talking to us, and he mentioned how Fracture itself has turned into like the new haven for our teams, right? That it was a map that I think it's either you default before or just go for broke. But now there's like new setups, new strategies, new defaults that teams are able to utilize, and we're kind of seeing Bren, Team Secret, Oasis be at the forefront, and it is kind of ruining the case here for other teams. That being said, though, it's not at the end of the world just yet. Look at that trade. Look at that tracking
What?
through the flash, but savvy. Oh,
Grabing
Ching.
ano
2 versus 1.
Dati, grabe
Might be able
ano
to
to.
sneak in on this. Savvy hasn't re-peeked the angle, and they're thinking that maybe Ching is actually going to be coming through the flank on B main. Oh, this is perfect. Absolutely perfect for Ching. Down to 8 bullets, but hot sauce comes
Hi,
in
Sander.
clutch for Bren here. And give them
Dati ka bang
that
bobo?
advantage in the second half. This is huge.
Di ko
Because
alam,
if
ikaw bala
AEP won
kung
that,
gusto mo ko tawagin
it
bobo.
feels
At
like they
least
could
hindi
equalize
ako
very
napunta
quickly.
sa
But
stream ng
Bren
taong
stifled
ayoko
the
para iba.
possibility of it, even though that was a 5-man peak.
Kahit mas
from
matalino
AEP
ka
on
sa
A
akin,
main.
mas maganda attitude.
That was a berserker charge if I've ever seen one. All right, guys, the strat is we all get frenzies and we are gonna run it. Yes, that is the play. And honestly, that is incredibly valid, especially in a map like this where you have to take early control no matter where you go. Because again, Fracture is the map where if you're an attacker and you take
Ewan
sound
ko,
control, if you
nanonood
take B
lang ako,
main
may
control,
problema siya sa akin.
and they can't really retaliate, you're free to rotate. Honestly,
True.
if they haven't taken control here, then they probably put themselves towards Dish, towards Arcade, so you have a free rotate on
Madami
your
yan
side
ang
for the most
diploma,
part.
lads.
Again, that is a process that we're not gonna get into too much, as this should be AE Pro's strong side. They go for the triple wall smoke.
Ikaw naman,
as
ang
arguably
special
is
ko
not gonna have any
naman.
problems
Nag-abala ka
whatsoever
pang
getting
dumalo
all
sa
the
stream
way
god.
back
Patay.
seas.
Ikaw
Ooh.
talaga.
That is not... You know, it's one of those things where, yes, it's very hard to land, but oh my goodness, is there no interaction between you and the people that's trying to util you out. As this Prowler is gonna go, but he has to make a choice. Simple makes the right one, he even gets an extra! Gets a 3, gets
Grabe
a
si
4!
Symbol.
And that was, honestly, really exciting for an eco round. My goodness.
Yeah, the symbol of fourth, man. Ooh, this guy. Oh, they're just gonna feed him all the charges right now. Why not? Let him up to his Rolling Thunder
Pero
pretty
hindi
quickly
lahat,
there.
Hindi lahat ganun eh.
Man, nasty
Grabe,
stuff.
Bren!
Gotta say from Bren here, AEP, at least they were able to use that triple smoke, or as I like to call it, the caterpillar, because it looks like a little bit of a caterpillar, you know. But anywho, yeah, caterpillar smoke, exactly.
Good
Wiggle, wiggle.
Hindi siya good Iko. Iko Alpha. It's okay.
What?
Punta
On the
kayo kay
caterpillar,
Hindi, hindi. Wala na tickets.
Anyway,
Parang
sorry,
chocolate
I'm getting
juice.
Actually wiggle. Anyhow,
Huwag
it
niyo
was,
napansinin si
yes,
Sander.
groundhogs
Nag-abala
and-
siya na dalawin tayo.
What was the other one?
Was
it
It's
a
not
gopher?
capybaras. Gopher,
It
yes.
wasn't
not
capybaras, but Jin.
Oh,
you know what? He
Jin!
is having a
Jin!
bit of a time here. Gets a third, but EJ
Jin!
denies him
Oh!
just a tiny bit. Now, well, this bonus round did not fall through whatsoever. Not at all. Oh, okay. As soon as I say that, they do get a Vandal. Now, he does have a Rolling Thunder.
Nambabash pero dami
There
akong
is a very
gamit.
small chance that everybody's gonna get caught by one single ult. Simple will
Gara
go for
naman
this,
ng
obviously.
Lods.
Has no
Pag
qualms.
dami
and has
account, wag niya
all
pansinin
the right
talaga.
in the world
Kasi
to do so.
hindi nila
Maybe
kaya
hang on
iharap
to that
yung mukha
Rolling
nila
Thunder,
kasi
maybe hang
alam
on to
nilang
the
bobos
utility.
yung parang
As the
kabubuhan
post
yung
has been
ginagawa
set,
nila
they
ganun.
do all lean towards a main
Kaya,
S
wag
line.
niyo
Just a little bit
papansinin
of
pag
sand
dami
control
ako.
just on that sound spot.
Kasi sobrang obvious na hindi sila proud
Even
sa
with like
ginagawa
having a
nila.
Rolling Thunder, there
Alam mo
is
yun?
always that
Kasi kung
one
proud ka sa
shot,
sarili mo saka sa ginagawa mo, hindi mo
chance
kailangan magtago.
that you get, even though you're concussed already. And there's like 3 people that can do that on AEP. So might as well just save it. Symbol's probably just gonna tap. He does have the double flash, so if he can at
Dami kami
least
kailangan
ascertain where these players of AEP are, can always just go and overwhelm them. How does he get the kill on Gian but not on Ryu? That's
Because
a little bit
Ryu
bonkers.
hid
You
and
know
then
what?
he brought out his flash.
That just made the
Nagsi-stream?
bonus that much more
Nagsi-stream?
reasonable, that much more satisfying, I suppose. I mean, they did lose a lot of members early, but typically 2 is what we want. Just want to do that eco damage. We've explained this
Nagsi-stream
many,
pa
many
yun?
times. But, you know, just
Seryoso?
push the pressure for all the folks watching. And that symbol getting a third just really is the icing on the cake, or the cherry on top for
Seryoso?
some of you. Do people actually eat the cherries on top? Do they actually like eat it
Yes.
whole?
Yes.
But
Baka
they leave
ganun yung content niya.
Yeah.
What do you call this?
Mang down na
The
ibang
stem.
tao.
The stem, right?
Yeah.
Why are we segueing into so many things?
You're the one that's segueing
Wow.
into cherries.
It's as if like you didn't segue earlier, but anyway.
Nag-effort
That's true.
gumanap
I'm
yung
just saying
song
about
eh.
the cherry stuff.
Ang sweet.
That was
The
all.
cherry stuff. It's okay.
Oh,
Brandon
sweet.
do go for a timeout, so this is the point in time where, hey, let's kind of snowball this. It's only 3 rounds. is going to be fairly difficult because so far A Pro haven't really given enough
Kaya ano na
information
guys,
how they
baka
want to
content
approach this
niya
map.
lang talaga
I think this is the
mang-down
first
ng
time we're
tao.
gonna see
May mga ganun lang
a
talagang
bit of a
tao.
pinch play from them.
We're
in
better
the words
than
of
them.
Astrid,
Hindi niya kailangan
a
ibaba
two-pronged
sarili
attack
niya sa level niya.
where they're gonna go
Huwag
for
niya na
a
ibaba
B
yung sarili
split.
niya sa level niya.
Yeah.
Hayaan niya nang siya na lang
I think
dun
the timing
sa
is a
baba.
question though because we've seen Brent
Hayaan
take
niya
the
na siya
fight
doon
to
sa
A
baba.
Pro,
Wag na
and
kayong
it's been
bumaba.
kind of hindering all those
Ang
splits.
ganda
But at the same time,
ng ano niya
it could be
Ang
disastrous,
non-toxic niya,
honestly, if one of the players on A Pro goes super hot, which we've seen many times before too.
Yeah.
Dimitri.
Absolutely
Not with
agree.
this Vandal
Ano
skin
ka?
though. Oh lord.
Maganga yung face ko tsaka yung eyes ko
It's
ngayon.
what is this again? The Junkyard Vandal?
Yeah.
Wasteland.
I
there
don't
you
know.
go.
Yeah, something like
Wasteland.
I don't think Junkyard is the proper term. I think that's from another game. Anyways.
Patapos
Anywho.
ang laban.
He's gonna go rush right in. Hot sauce hits the shot. Must
That's
need to win
dirty.
position. Spots out Jin. He will not be able to get that fight, and it's all
1v3,
down to
1v3,
EJ. Hiding inside the smoke, but you don't know. Chris M was just waiting on the push. And this is what I was about to mention before that particular round just started and went the way of
buhay nyo.
Again, it's all about how well
Love
you
language
can
man daw ng tao.
execute an attack, right? And more so importantly here, to get forward
Sige,
control,
yan ang sagot ko next
to
time.
be in angles of
Oo,
trade,
bobo
and
ako.
to have
Ang bobo
always one
ng
person
buhay
that
mo.
will be holding the behind
Ang jeje
in
mo
case
din.
you get flanked. And in this, at least previously in the round 5 to 10, still makes it feel like AEP definitely have a very plausible
Hi Josh, thanks for the
comebackable
notify.
point in this game. If it was maybe Brand 11 right now, I would say otherwise, but it feels like it is very easy for them to shoot that discrepancy from 5 to 10 to 6 to 10 to 10 to 10 in a blink of an eye.
There is a definite guessing game that is still going on, and we can see the philosophy of both these teams. Really, it's either go hard or go
Baka
home.
may allergies na
The way
naman
they're
ako.
approaching Fracture, it seems like it's always going to be off a hard read when it's a gun round. Now we see a little bit of a default, which hasn't been that
If I have your
successful.
Instagram, I have two
apparently. As Brain
Instagrams. I
Freeze will
made
be
a
the
new
first to
one.
fall, removing quite a bit of utility and delaying power that they could have needed. In various situations, but like I said, it's really operating on a lot of hard reads. Now they move as a unit once more. They hear the sound spot, so they have a clear vision, or they have a clear idea of what AE Pro want to do, and they just waltz on site. I think they wanted to go for a contact play. And Ching finds EJ. Unfortunately for Xavi, his shots do not land, not in time, as Chris M gets 2 with that orbital strike. Symbol, who's been a shining star, who's been absolutely blinding in more ways than one, looks to continue his success. The last person alive, he's clutched once.
Thank you for
Can he do it again? Kind of looking unlikely, especially with 3 players looking down the barrel now. It's registered in his mind that A Pro, they went for a strong one-side defense, but now Crossfire has been set. So mind games, mind games. They don't even need those crossfires. As Chris
Chris
finds
be
the
like,
third
you
kill,
wanna
final
flush
kill
me
that round.
out? Fine.
And like you said, Astride, it's within arm's reach for A Pro.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks.
And again, if ever he did get that first kill, he was going to be in a crossfire where, as you can see, Arya was just prepping his flashpoint. So whatever happens there, Symbol would be in such a difficult position. Gian Sanity, man. Always good in finding those small little gaps in between that he finds kills. I feel like that is one of his specialties. You know, he just finds those timings every single time. But yeah, absolutely right. So Bren, I'm gonna mix up just a teeny tiny bit here. And they brought back EJ with the operator. This might be that extra bit of explosiveness that they're looking for. All but abandoned the B site. This AEP is now just marching towards it. This might be a good idea because they don't really want to overwhelm.
You should run.
They don't hit
Ay, may
overwhelm.
breach
Plus,
sila.
they do have
Pwede
that
sirain
retake
yung
for
Symbol.
Ching
Oh!
gonna get spotted by Savvy, just jumping way too far above. Spots out Chris M. Good use onto the relay ball just in case. Maybe it's into a 4 versus 5. Yes, the lockdown was used. Yes, they do plant the spike. But now, it's going to be
Savvy?
difficult. Savvy keeps hitting shot after shot. This man is coming online. Hot Sauce might get spotted out here by Chris M, but never mind. What is happening? AEP, they want to get the catch up, but this time, it's not working.
Ay, wala
We're
na.
now left with the Gian Sanity, but
No more.
oh, they got spotted. They will get gutted. And Bren just out of nowhere, a flawless round. They don't even use EJ.
I mean,
But
they
the
use
operators all been savvy.
they
and
use
that Rolling Thunder
Symbol-
put into the
Symbol
pedestal
and
here in this round
Fade's
for the clutch,
ulti,
or
bro.
for the flawless rather.
Come
I
back
think that
is
also
Hi,
is a testament to the
Veronica.
strength of having an
Thank you for
operator,
the 100
especially on
stars.
somebody
Parang
that's
ayaw
very
na, yung sa
consistent, who's
TikTok
been
yung
absolutely red hot.
Veronica.
Especially EJ, right?
Open the
You just
door,
know there's an
please.
up. Yeah, okay, I don't think I want to peek. That's basically what a pro, or at least we would assume
Ganda
how
na
the thought
retake,
process
yes.
would go.
They have,
But yeah,
they
like I
have
said before, it's a
Symbol
game of
and
a lot of
hot
hard
sauce
reads.
on
None of them are
ultimate.
really defaulting to anything. We saw
Si
Savvy,
Savvy
just
may
barrel
ult
through
si
A
Savvy.
main and
May ult si
really
Savvy.
capitalize on that flag post plant. A Pro, they still have a very doable chance, a very possible chance. They do have quite a bit of bank Astra, and they still even have that Blade Storm in reserve. So far, this has been a relatively quiet game from both the AE Pro frontline, you know, the Gian and Jin. They've had some shining moments, but the stability nor the consistency when it comes to round impact haven't been there yet.
Well, I feel like it's there, but the problem herein lies that they just don't have the room to make that happen, right? Because it feels like the offense for Bren, or whatever Bren just utilizes in each and every one of these rounds, has really stopped both Jin and Gian from just going in. Because usually you just see these guys be another type of Splash Brothers, right? You just rush into the site, they find a pick, and that's amazing for them. I love this double up. That showstopper might actually make Symbol second guess. If nobody's going to be going around them, then Gian Sanity's hit already doesn't work. This is going to be absolutely monumental for Sanity to make something happen before he gets hit for the backstab, which he does already. All but that has made Bren lose the 8 site. 3 versus 5. They do somewhat have utility to utilize, which is the Nightfall, but that is kind of asking for much as Brain Freeze uses everything. They're still going to try to do something.
Mind.
All right. Nightfall's going to be utilized. Oh, this is absolutely perfect, and they're just going to go against the grain. Hitting shot after shot. Chris M gets devoured by the Molly here. And Hot Sauce all alone by himself. Gonna plant it, waiting for a beat.
Okay.
He will lose
That
the
was
chain, but
scary.
very close.
That was scary.
Very close. If he got that spray down, that might have been it. Lost a lot of weapons for that, though.
They did. But like I said, right, the economy on both sides are pretty strong. I honestly thought they might have gone for a save just so they can alleviate and maybe play with the round lead a tiny bit. But they do get a little bit of a bonus finding those 3 players. Still, Alpha Esports looking to lead the pack. And now they have an operator in the hands of G Insanity.
game.
Suddenly they have a new look and potentially maybe a different approach to the site. But no, they go for a slower default this time. They want to maximize the picking power here. And it's going to be a bit of a scope duel. An enemy at the gate scenario as G Insanity's crawling up, doesn't want to show that scope glint. EJ, you can tell by his body language, like, my goodness, I want to fight. Gian, he is as patient can be, as both these accurate snipers
I'm
will
so
have a
scared.
bit of contact with each other. And the bigger peek, the shoulder peek, it's there for Gian. It does look like fortune favors the bold as they get the info. But do they actually commit to this? Instead, they put all their attention towards tower side here. EJ not knowing that there is trouble brewing literally underneath him.
Stream playing. They have one on Facebook, 2 on Twitch.
If ever they do
2 on
wrap around
YouTube.
here on Arcade, right? There will be that trademark that will spot. The thing is, yeah, there it is.
Wow.
That is if they activate that trademark, there already is that lure coming through here, through Wood and the other side of the spawn, which is absolutely perfect. Rolling Thunder has been utilized just on the B side, but there's no one there, Rap. They're just scrubbing at nothing. And Bren, they can just really work the angles now. They're gonna force AEP here to start planting in. That Orbital Strike is gonna gobble up Chris, and there it is! From the heavens, he rains down Hellfire! Oh, this is just too much for Bren to...
No.
Not Bren, excuse me, but AEP to handle the insanity.
That?
He's on his lonesome
Nice
here,
try,
and he will not be able to
812.
save this weapon. They can actually save this up
Helsinki
for
Gaming.
EJ,
Hello,
now that he's already used
Helsinki.
the
Thank
tour
you
de
for the
force.
raid. Thank you, thank you.
We are already at match
Arigato.
point. Bren, one step away from getting the first round or first game in
Wow.
this best of 3.
Much.
I really like this
Sayang
aggression on
yun.
the defensive side. It is very risky, but AE
Kahit
Pro, they
wala,
haven't
hindi ko lang
addressed it
sure.
whatsoever. They've been sort of leaving anti-fights, but I
kita
think they're
yung
also
ano,
worried
kita
that
yung
it
ano
might
niya,
take a little
yung
too long before they can
bun.
get anywhere, or at least any semblance of side control. Man, they've been doing a great job of really holding
Yo! Lipat tayo Twitch kaya. What is this? Why are you lagging?
Yo, yo, yo!
Okay, my ads.
The line and even pushing the line towards A Pro when they don't like it. And now it looks like it is going to be a bit of a default. EJ does acquire himself.
Ay,
that
eco
operator. The
round!
Insanity might have
Match
vertical
point as
clearance
eco.
issues just for the moment. Oh, but EJ didn't even
Nice
need to
move.
hit him in the head, but he
Gets
does
one.
anyway. G
Jin gets
Insanity, who
one.
wanted to go vertical, finds one, and Jin chimes in right at the most opportune moment. Simple has been
Ganun
a symbol of
si
hope,
Savvy.
but not entirely sure what the consensus of that one was. But it doesn't matter. Reduced to 3v2 is Alpha Esports Pro. Now, Ching, he will get the plant. Zavi, he only knows that there's only one gun trained at him, at least momentarily.
Oh,
Ching
Oh,
against the world,
no.
we've seen him do it. We've seen him clutch.
Oh, nice.
Doesn't seem to be the case, as he does
try.
find one. And Zavi
Nice.
is just kind of enjoying his time with the overdrive, knowing that I barely use ult this game. I use it like one other time. He just stops the click. Okay, Zavi.
Defenders win. All right, Savvy. We know you're in a hot streak right now, and it's well deserved. He's done so much. First and second half. Look at the happy faces of Bren there, and yes, Savvy actually.
You know,
he's sporting the neon jersey.
I still don't have that. I am
Did
somewhat
Really?
baffled.
Ay,
No, I'm
ang
kidding. I'm
galing
just
nila.
saying that I would want it because, you know, Agent 19.
Hindi, ang galing
Breakers
nila.
on the 19, let me just say it. But
Zero
enough dropping
two
hints.
maps
Not
hindi
very
nila
subtle of
pinipili,
me.
Ascent
I don't think I've ever been
Fracture,
very
tapos
subtle.
ang laki
as
pala ng
Bren did
potential
have
nila sa
that
Fracture, sayang.
loud game, a statement game really, especially towards the latter half, Asarai.
And we were kind of conscious of the fact that AP could have gotten that straight up 5 rounds, but Bren just really took us by storm. They left no stone unturned with how they controlled either attacking or defending side, always going for that map control. And I think this pushed AEP to either push the site, which is good, but the problem therein lies that there was
Grabe,
almost
sayang. Wala lang
nobody
silang mga
that was playing on
coordination.
sides. I really love
Pero
that
expect, pero
ideology
gets
from
kasi
Bren,
hindi,
right?
hindi nag,
They can take the
wala,
side as much
wala
as they
sila,
want,
ano,
but
hindi
if we
sila
can time it
masyado
perfectly,
nagsistream ng
this would
Fracture
mean
eh.
that AEP needs to be on the site. And you saw so many times
Basta yun yung
that they were
tumaks,
able to
Ascent,
punish
tsaka
one,
Fracture.
at most maybe 2
Yung
people
di
trying to
pinipick
get
ng
control
AE
and
talaga.
planning the spike.
Kaya nagulat ako, ang galing
This is
nila.
where Bren starts to recuperate, right? And then just starts mowing down the rest of AEP. And because AEP have to readjust, they don't really have that much forces anymore, maybe even time to check what's right in front and what's
Grabe
right
si
behind them.
Symbol, ang
That's where
init ni
Bren just keeps
Symbol.
attacking. This is such a really great philosophy of how to play Fractured. Don't go into sites, just get that map control and it'll work out for you.
This was actually something that was up for debate between me and Black and Blue. What if we just kind of like, we were thinking about how to play Fracture, and again, just a lot of brainstorming and nerding out on what if, you know, we just, or you just don't take side at all as a defender and play for retake. Especially, okay, so here's another thing, right? That I feel like that type of strategy is also very subjective towards, or relative to the composition of the enemy team. But if you look at AE Pro's composition, it really thrives when they're the aggressor. They can't really defend or hold on to the site that well in comparison to, you know, Bren, who has a lot more in terms of just control. We have the relay bolt. We have, again, all the utility that Breach has, including every single thing that Fade brings to the table too. And like I said, it's a very beautiful adjustment. Sometimes a lot of overthinking might happen, but hey, their team is built to attack. But can they defend as well? No, not really, because they're going to be relying on mechanical bailout at that point. So what if we just take the fight to them? And that's exactly what Bren did on most of the attacking side. Or rather, on the defending side too.
Oo, retake. Ang galing, galing. Galing ng Bren.
Absolutely. And the problem therein lies again, right, is
Night Strike.
they have such a sharp spear, but what's at the bottom of that spear is what feels like a dull piece of wood, right? And I don't want to. It doesn't mean that All right, sorry. I think that was a bit too much. But what I am going about in this one is, again, it did feel a little bit difficult for him to just handle that flank. Even though Ching was doing as much as he can, it just feels like he was always pressed for that 3 versus 1 more times than not. And honestly, the creativity was very much there for AEP. I really like their execution, but I think Bren just baited them in to use that utility, thinking that there's always going to be one defending the site. Anyways, that's the first game for you guys. Come back. It's game number 2, Icebox, which is the map selection for AEP. We'll see if they're going to come back in this one, which is, again, we know is not the strongest of maps for Bren. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break.
Grabe daw magalit. Sayang di ako nakalagin, may re-replyan ako eh. Papatal sana ako. Oh, grabe SBE, di ba? Sayang. Lipat niya tayo sa Twitch. Mas mabilis yung Twitch. 30 seconds na lang sa Twitch. Ayan, ang daming basher. Sabi pa, sige, ang Sanity daw nagpo-post daw ng ganto ganyan. Tapos sabi ko, bakit galit na naman sila
I know
kay
Asarai
Gil?
wants to intro, but I'll stop him right then and there before he murders somebody else with the
Bakit
amount
tuwing
of
natatalo sila?
I'm not even gonna say it. I think it's become his branding, and we all know and love Asarai for this. There's a little bit of hesitation, but not for me, because we know that I love Asarai. Everybody loves Asarai. Welcome back, guys, to a very exciting map 2 for a series that's been all about proactivity. Wouldn't you say so?
Yeah, very much so. We did see how just effective the proactiveness, the map control, I guess the fluid motion of Brent has been, especially with Savvy just running amok around the entirety of the map. It felt like he had his steps in. You know, if you
parang
had like
iniintay lang talaga nilang
a
matalo.
Fitbit watch or something, and you had to have 8,000 steps, Savvy probably
Ang
got to
tawag
10,000
kasi dun
in that.
content.
But go
steps
ahead,
in that
go
first
ahead,
game.
guys. new spots. Anyway, yeah, he did have his he got that warm up. You know what, Asura, you being a gym bro is also starting to real show, and that's right. Get them gains, guys. If you want to be really cracked at Valorant, also work out. It will help quite a bit, as you know, Asura. By the way, tell me your story. He's like, hey, I just got to Immortal, you know what I mean? Peak Immortal 2, gotta show the cheat. No more exposing Asura. I know it's the greatest thing, but Icebox, he's holding himself. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm ready, dude.
Good
may nireplyan akong
afternoon.
isa, guys. Sorry, patawarin niyo ako. May isa akong
It's been a very
nireplyan.
exciting day. But Asurai, we got to get down to business here. Well, what do you think about Bren going into Icebox? I feel like this has been their map where it's either been very, very kind to them or
sorry.
not at all.
Hindi ako nakapigil.
That's absolutely that. I'm actually just trying to bring up my stats real quick about what's the recent matches they've had in Icebox. So that was against Action PH, where I believe they were able to win that 13-10 against Action. I think that was the match that Georgie just did not feel the same caliber that he was. But all that being set aside, this really has been such a weird position for Bren, because at least from the stats that we've seen, they do have like a very high win rate on Icebox, but it feels like when it matters the most, that's when they don't really get that, right? It started on group stage, and then again, it kind of just fell off. But yeah, that being said, it does feel weird that Bren does have that high percentage chance of winning, or high percentage win rate already on Icebox, but then again, when it's the crucial part, that's when it kind of flounders.
Yeah, and sometimes no matter how many wins you get, the volume might be good, but it's the impact that they're really looking for, because comfort has to be the biggest thing for them. I'm not entirely sure if it does change when it comes to the clutch or crunch time, as Asurai mentioned, but this is the playoffs. Every single map that they take and every single map that they will fall on, it becomes that much more impactful. Brent, they want to close this series out because we know how explosive AE Pro can
Kulang
get.
sa bakuna.
It's just the nature of their players.
Dapat sa dila binabakunan.
I think it was Black and Blue who said, you know,
actually,
big names will have some big moments, and we're gonna see quite a bit of
magkatropa si
that,
Gian, tsaka si
with AE
EJ,
Pro.
tsaka si
Goodness,
Brain
my hair.
Freeze,
He's trying to
tapos
fight me too. He's trying to get me with a best of 5.
si Hatsus, nakakaduwa niya si
Well,
Hatsus.
I guess with mine, you know, that doesn't happen, so.
Whoa.
Anyways,
I love it.
Bit of a throwback to the last time that Alpha Esports and Bren faced off in Icebox
Sabi, edi
was
mag-content na
during
lang
week
siya,
1.
ganyan.
And that was a match that
So,
Brent actually
ikaw
lost
mag-decide for his life. Mas alam mo naman, PM mo sa page niya, life plan niya.
So, this is, in turn, gonna ask 2 questions. Is Bren gonna turn up on Icebox? And is Bren gonna turn up on Icebox against AEP that we saw Jin just absolutely demolish Bren here? He, I believe, played the Reyna, 22 Bomber, and it was very difficult, I think, for Bren to find anything there. I think one of the biggest factors that Bren kind of lost in that, I think, was Hot Sauce just not hitting all of his shots, or him just not hitting those flanks that he was very much known for. Symbol, I think, was still very jittery during week 1. Week 2, he's starting to clutch this a lot better, so maybe we'll see something different. And maybe it's also the composition here, Raph, that is going to make it very difficult. Because, again, we talked about in Fracture that Bren just left the entire site. Both A and B, they just gave it away. And then Icebox, the last time, they would just not give it up and always will just have one person just trickling into the site, always losing the fight against one of the players of AEP, and that's how they kept losing the round.
I mean, malakas
after round
naman
after
talaga
round.
ang
They were
Team
hoping for
Secret.
maybe the
Malakas
multi-kills or
naman
the
ang
sneaky
Bren.
kills, but it
Malakas
wasn't
naman ang
as
AP. Malakas lahat na nakapasok.
I think they were hoping for. So we'll see if they've
Malakas
answered
lahat
that,
na. Kaya nga
or
sila
is it
top
still
8
gonna be
kasi
the
lahat
same
sila
formula like
malakas.
last time?
Miss Conazet against
I feel
Icebox.
like
Tingnan natin.
for a lot of the teams who've done their VODing against AE Pro, if there's one thing, and I feel like it's common to just, if you look at AE Pro at a very surface level, and if you look how they behave early round, they are the team that's very active. They're usually the one to take the first strike. They're going to be the ones that swing first. So this proclivity for proactiveness and aggression is just something that a lot of the teams have capitalized on. I think it was case in point Fracture, where Bren was like, let's just leave the site. They are going to throw a lot of their utility to give them space to fight. And now since we have, we still have more of our utility, that retake is going to be that much easier, at least a little more bearable. But Icebox, I wouldn't say the map layout is, you know, as similar when it comes to approach, when it comes to Fracture. Yeah, A-Pro, you gotta step this up, otherwise this could be yet another sweep of the day.
That is kind of the case right now, right? For playoffs, this 2-day break, I granted again, 2-day break as we go into the clutches of clutch, and players are starting to figure out, maybe feel out that, oh, you know, whoa, we got to bring our A game here. A little bit of that light and darkness.
There
we go, light and light this time.
The relay bolt, like, oh, Raph, look,
you got hit by the nightfall.
Oh. Yeah.
Tagal ng match.
Hey, I was
May
still
tech
actually
ba?
thinking of
May
like
technical
dyeing my
pause
hair
ba?
like fades, but dude, I barely play her. But like we said, very interesting to see her. The Nightfall.
Yeah.
I wonder how the Valorant agents that have longer hair manage it, because if you can see and if it's not obvious enough, it's fighting me. It's absolutely fighting.
Ang hindi talaga magets ng mga taong gusto natin manalo PH. Like
I'm
meron
double-checking my
tayong
brain
bias.
I think all
meron
Valorant
tayong
agents that have long
bias
hair are all Radiants.
Meron tayong
By that, I
bias sa
mean
lahat
they're,
ng
you
teams,
know,
pero in the end, gusto natin na representative
the
ng
Radiants with special
PH
powers,
kasi
not the
gusto
Radiant with the
natin
brands,
manalo
but
ang
they're obviously
PH.
still Radiant in that
Ganon.
sense.
Wait, what about Killjoy? She's not a Radiant. She's, you know, she's science.
And second map,
That's true.
AEP.
But let's move away from that and just think
Science
about
is a
the ones with the
superpower.
superpower. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. But yeah, here's my point though, right? Is there a Radiant that doesn't have long hair? That's what's the correct term for it? It's not female, I guess.
Yeah, Phoenix is. Well, actually, no. I think Phoenix still has relatively long hair. I don't know
True,
actually,
true,
because
with
he does
the-
have a fade going on. Looks very nice.
Astra actually, never mind. Yeah, she has somewhat short hair.
I guess. Guys,
Yeah,
we're
okay,
kind
okay,
of
never mind, never
sidetracking
mind.
here. This is a
Yeah,
little
because
bit
we're
of
waiting
a-
for the game to
yeah.
start, and they're just
Tagal
fixing
ng
some
game.
stuff, and we can't.
May tech-
We've
may
already
tech ata.
exhausted,
Napaka-comment ako. Ano
depleted
sabi
all
mo?
of the stuff that we should have been needed to talk about as the agent selection just begins. Thank you, production. You saved me.
Okay, ayan na.
Actually, just me. I was getting a little bit sidetracked there. Anyways. All right. Ooh. Okay. This. All right. Composition for AEP is still the same thing that we've seen before. No difference whatsoever, aside from Shane going into the KJ. Now, on the other side, it's... Ooh, this is very interesting. Okay.
Oh, Reyna?
So the last time that they played this, Savvy played on the Sage,
This way.
and now he's gonna be
nakita ko nga.
on the KO here, which I really, really do like. And they're gonna be putting Hot Sauce back on the Killjoy once again. So I believe the last game that they played on Icebox, this was the composition they used. The last time that they played against AEP, they were a Sage and a Chamber, excuse me. So I really like this one a lot more because, again, you still have that access to a Flash agent. The last time they did not have, and I think that was one of the biggest reasons why they couldn't really aggressively take a site, because they just did not have that
Ako na magbasa ng
sense
comments.
of
Next ko na.
pushback without a Flash agent.
Putting hot
Awan ko,
sauce
iba
on
lang
that
talaga
Killjoy
yung
is very
galit
telling
nila.
too that the game plan might be very similar, because if you look at this lineup,
Di
it
ko
is
talaga
very much
get.
tailored to going
I
for
can
retakes.
never,
Jet still
hindi
is
ko
that
kaya i-gets
explosive,
yung mga
well,
ganun.
still
Kahit sa
very
Sentinels,
versatile
yung pag
agent
natatalo
that
yung
you can really put
Sentinels,
in most
tapos
comps without a
ang dami
problem.
biglang, tan so
But
overrated,
yeah,
tan
Bren,
so
I think
bad.
everyone holds
Tapos
the
I'm
line
like,
against A-Pro here, considering that Jin
I
is
mean,
on that Reyna.
kaya silang
You know
lahat
what
pro
Jin is
kasi
like.
magaling
He is
sila,
going
diba?
to try and run you down. And it's not gonna stop, no matter how many times you stop him. He's just that type of player.
Parang bawal
Completely fearless,
matalo.
completely relentless.
Pati pag SBE, pag natatalo yung
Stay
SBE,
relentless,
parang bawal
Kings.
sila matalo. Kawawa din ang SBE pag natatalo sila eh.
I don't know
Parang
what that's about.
sobra
Yes,
sila binabash.
uplifting,
Naisip ko din, ba't
positivity.
hindi ko kayo
That's your
kaya
idea.
maintindihan. Hindi ko kayo lubos na kaya
We'll see if
i-gets.
AP can uplift their spirits from that first loss. But this is a team that
Time not
feel
to,
is-
not to read.
is starting to become such a chiller team. I think the last time when we saw them, they were pretty tense about almost everything. But now that they have like all of these supports and whatnot, this roster that just vibes with each other, they've been a lot more happy just being a team overall. And you might not think that's a a big deal, but
I think they're
when
gonna
everything's
check.
set on the line, you have to rely on 4 other people. That is really gonna stack
I
up
think
on
they're
each
gonna
other.
check Ian here.
Jin does get stacked up on. Insanity pops a dash, tries to back away in a nick of time. Able to smoke.
Whoa, okay,
well.
he lives.
Symbol will have to
Ay,
clean
may
that
kalaban
up.
si
EJ though gets the shot.
I'm
100
so
HP.
confused.
Not using just yet, and EJ comes in for the flag. Has to dash once more. Do they have the snake bite to delay? Yes, they do.
Okay.
2 versus 2. They haven't had the spike whatsoever.
Wow!
And what a shot from
Nice!
Chris Ham alongside GN
Kasali ba
Sanity.
sa
Reposition
Hindi.
the flick on the right
Ano lang
click.
ako na
And that'll give AEP
na
around here.
never ko kaya i-gets yung mga ganun tao. Kasi kahit
That
sa
it
NA,
does.
madaming ganun. Sa
Very, very
TSM,
explosive
sa
start by
Sentinels,
Pro.
sa 100
Now they wanna
Leagues. Parang
continue
mga
this
bawal
momentum
sila
going
matalo
into
na
the
team.
match.
Kasi grabe yung
Not
mga
entirely
sinasabi
sure
sa kanila sa
what went
comments.
wrong here on the side of
Sa
Bren. Maybe it
PH,
was just a bunch
lahat.
of,
Basta may
again,
natatalong
very
team,
reductionist, but maybe it was the
kawawa
boost
sila.
really not going
Nasa-sacrifice
through. EJ
sila.
did have an excellent position later on, but the timing was just not kind. Again, the explosive nature and the tendency to swing first
Human
for
nature
AE Pro
magalit sa
is
mga
really rearing its
bagay na
head.
hindi nila kayang
Working out, at least for a
I
pistol.
guess.
And now Jin, who once again wants to establish him being a bulldozer for the team.
Pwede
Still trying to
din.
march
Pero
forward
kaya
here, trying
lang,
to find a little bit of space and a little bit of value.
nagagalit sila pag
When they play
talo,
calm, they play
hindi pag
collected. They
panalo.
only have upgraded pistols, so they might not be able to do much.
Awan ko.
GN Sanity is gonna open up Zavi here. Our
Kawawa
robotic
din
friend
Bren
is
nung
not
natalo
going to
sila.
last.
What?
In this earthly
Nang
world,
shorty si
EJ gets a cheeky kill onto his
Shinotti.
fellow Jet player here. And Chris M gets a trade very, very quickly. They will get that spike down without a hitch, or at least mostly. Because Ikran's already looking like it's going to be in the way of AE Pro.
Well, there's still 3 more remaining. Jin going to be the eco-fragger.
Okay.
Nah, it's just a nice
One
little split.
enemy.
Hot Sauce comes in for the flag.
Pag namatay dito si...
It's Classic actually about to get maybe a victory on Ching, who was just
Muntik
wiggling
pa mamatay
out
si
there.
Ching.
He was like, oh, he was freaking out. Unable to hit the shot with the Vandal. Doesn't lose it. That's the more important thing here. And
I think it's a
AEP
Spectre.
solid
It
on the
was
2
a
starting
Spectre.
rounds. Bren,
Oh, it was a Vandal?
how they're going to go about this, but I mean, it is just a 2 start to begin.
Kawawa.
Well, again, if the trend continues, then this third round is probably gonna go in the favor of Bren, which is also a sign that our
Ay, Vandal nga! Hindi siya maka-
anti-bonus for the region itself has been very good. You know, typically this was not the case in
Grab
stage
mentality.
1 where
Oo
it
nga,
was
kitang-kita
a
mo sa
truer
mga ganito na
50-50.
hindi sila happy para sa
Bren with the
PH.
upgraded guns.
Pag natatalo
looks to
din
put
ng
that to the
PH sa
test.
APAC, ayan ang babash mga
Ace
Pilipino
Adnan
pa.
just doesn't wanna
Parang
stop.
seryoso,
Doesn't care.
mga Pinoy
He's
nang
gonna walk
babash
in,
dun
he's
sa
gonna
Pinoy
find a few
team.
frags if he
What?
can. If he doesn't, he'll do it again the next
Oh,
time. He'll
nice
try
try,
it again.
baby.
Symbol doubles up with his teammate. Jin does get that first shot onto Zavi, but unfortunately not the killing blow that he would have wanted. And this bonus round,
Tsaka,
as long as they get the plant, it's
nakakatamad
mostly
na
okay.
mag-explain.
Getting a few weapons would be a very, very
You
welcome
just have to
bonus.
not care.
A welcome addition to their arsenal.
Like, I don't care na lang.
But we talked about it before. We talked about how refined our anti-bonuses have become.
Nice, Chris.
Red have been putting in
That's a good
great
pick. That's
efficiency. But
actually
look
a
at Chris
good.
Emas, right? He does find one more.
Sayang! Wala pang
Yeah.
top. May
And it
top
was good
na ba
that
ng
Ching
bomb?
actually just regroup with the rest of the squad because he's the only one that does have the Vandal. Big firepower to use and
Wow!
not utilize. And Ching,
Wow!
as I mentioned, comes in
Ching!
clutch 4K.
Sheesh!
He called in the reinforcements and
Sheesh!
Ching was here to go above and beyond for AEP.
At saka sa mga taong hindi kaya umintindi. Feeling ko hindi lang nila kaya magets na may
so,
tawag,
I
may
don't
tinatawag
wanna say
tayong
jinx that
strategy,
round,
may tinatawag
But I
tayong
look away for a moment, just a moment. And Ching knows
parang
that's
ganun.
enough for him.
Woohoo! Auto hit!
Get his grip on whoever team that decides to oppose him. But
Boring
look
ang
at this.
mundo pag
In
walang
shambles
buzzword.
once more is Bren.
Feeling ko hindi.
They have 4 sheriffs. Very, very lethal weapons in our players' hands.
Feeling ko it means wala na yung mga evil.
But even more lethal are the vandals on the
Feeling ko
in
may
hands of
galit sa
AE
puso
Pro.
or may
AE Pro
problema
still
yung mga ganun type ng tao
not,
eh. Yung kaya nilang magalit sa
how do I
hindi
put
sila
this?
inaano. Like,
No-
hindi kasi
no
nasaktan
thoughts
in
and
any
fantastic.
way.
Look at that.
Hindi nakakabawas sa life mo in
He
any
just
way,
walks
pero you
in.
do it.
All right,
Na
G
parang,
Insanity, I see you. And I feel like they already have a good read on what's happening on the side of Bren. And if they do, G Insanity, who's been on a forward onslaught, cannot find EJ, who's found
Nice.
one more. But Ryu Ryu is going to
Oh,
be the
brain
anti-air
freeze.
gun here, finding that jet. Brain Freeze gets a little bit of a kill onto G Insanity. It's a 3v3 still. Guns
Yes.
definitely in favor, as Shing would like to flex that fact. Now, maybe Brain Freeze could potentially run away with the Vandal. Is he wary? Is he aware of the lurk? And he is. That's not his wall, but it's going to give him just a tiny bit of cover. Uncrossable. Oh, but that's going to be very painful for AE Pro to lose. Are you Ryu still so patient, really not making a move whatsoever? They're looking to damage his economy as much as they can, and Brain Freeze even gets a 4K in return.
Alam ba na
No
nandun si
worries,
Ryu?
I got it.
Baka.
We got the round. But we will retaliate. We will let you know that we're still very much in this one.
Hindi naman. Pwede ka naman magalit sa
Gets
taong
it back.
nananakit sa'yo. Pero
You will
yung
have now
willing kang
his
magalit sa
ultimate
taong hindi ka sinaktan.
It's pretty good. I love how they just deal with EJ in this kind of manner where
Like, willing kang manira ng
it's
buhay
not just
ng tao
1v1,
na walang
it's
ginagawang
like they're
masama sa'yo.
reining
Parang,
in a dangerous animal. Right? Which kind of EJ kind of is.
kahit naman
So,
gano'n
one
ka
comes in to
kabait,
bait him,
magagalit ka eh.
expend all
So,
his blades, and as he
hindi
tries
siya
to get back
boring.
into cover,
Kasi meron pa
try
ding
to
human emotion.
maybe get the refresh, somebody else just
Tsaka,
repositions
a
and
lot of times,
re-challenges
toxic Filipino
EJ, which he
culture
was
lang
not
naman ng crab
definitely
mentality.
expecting
So,
at.
hindi naman siya
So,
present. Almost, hindi siya
definitely,
present sa other
really coming
countries.
into
Like,
this
if
looking
you
to just
go to other
go
countries,
massive,
hindi ganun kagrabe yung
right?
crab mentality. It's
Just
like a
already-
toxic
okay,
Filipino
there's
sport lang.
there's no care in the world, but you know what? It's worked. It's happened. It's been possible.
Kaya yun.
Killjoy ultimate used already from Ching, and the round continues.
Meron namang hindi maniniwala talaga sa'yo, pero hindi naman, hindi porket, iba yung
Every single
toxicity,
team put on watch.
iba yung toxicity level dun sa hindi naniniwala sa'yo, dun sa willing kang mang
3v3, but the
down ng ibang tao.
Really not going on
Gets
anyone's
nyo yun?
side here. Not a lot of utility on both sides, especially with
And
that snake bite.
kahit naman sa ang part ng mundo may basher, pero yung specific ko kasi is crab
They got the
mentality,
site
which
now,
is
but do
almost
they have
exclusive
what it takes to
sa
get this post ban done, and that ultimate
sa
from that
PH.
timely 4K in the previous round already could be a fantastic ROI. But look at that, he finds EJ. They don't stick it. That could have been it. Symbol's gonna stick this now. He has no worry whatsoever. But Jing, where did he come from? Where did he come from? He occupies mid. He is getting lower and lower, but this has to be stuck. Brain Freeze has no choice. The time is wind down. And Ryu, look at that. Ryu hitting him with that fireball of a round, a fireball of a start. 5-0. AE Pro.
They're so willing, and now so hyped to get back this game number 2 without
Tama
a
ka
sweat
din
on
naman,
their
Nikosh.
brows.
It's a good sign na a lot of people know you and a lot of people hate you for being yourself kasi you're doing something good.
But there was a time, there was just a
Oh, yun
about
nga
a
specific yung sa
3-4
akin.
second gap maybe
Da?
with
Tama ba?
Ryu
Da or DA?
wasn't
Like,
shooting
yung
through
basher
the
normal
smoke.
yan, yung
And I
haters
think
normal yan. Pero
it's
yung
he had to
level
reload
of
or he was waiting
toxicity
for another,
where you want other people
tap on the
to go
spike
down
by Brain Freeze,
because you're just that
Zembo
toxic, you
comes
just
in
wish
through
other
mid,
people
spots
to
out
have a
about
hard
two of
life
them
kahit
coming
wala silang
right
ginawa
rushing
sa'yo.
in.
Parang yan yung weird
GM
na meron
Sanity is
tayo
like, I've had
dito sa
enough.
country natin.
This is all the AEP special that we can get for you.
Simple
Alpha
though!
Esports playing like true alphas, charging into the side, all about that confidence, yo. EJ
Tama dyan,
goes for the
Ken.
wraparound as they are
Very
still
well
in 4
said.
versus 4. Does not want to lose this fight. Even with just the Sheriffs, this could be a really good endeavor for Bren. If they're just able to find the right angles. Jack, going back to my point there, Raf.
They're going A and Bren is going
It really
A.
does feel that there is some lapse of judgment, excuse me, from Bren here. Just a teeny tiny bit, and AAP are capitalizing on that.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how Bren want to
Dami
deal
niyang
with this
ganap na
because
lang tayo.
the
It's a
idea
watch
is
party, AC.
hold down the line, but Ryu, what is stronger than a fireball?
Medyo ganito talaga yung watch party ko.
Bullet.
What?
As Xavi 8K has a similar idea, finding Ching. And now with that requisition Vandal,
Wow,
it's
thrifty?
doing so much work.
Thrifty?
What to do is really relax here. Jin hasn't been discovered, now he does. Maybe the insanity will ensue. He finds a third for himself. The dash is available. And now the gun advantage is still non-existent on the side of Bren, but he has to make a commitment here. EJ is doing such a great job of holding it.
Oh, nice
but
try!
No! So close. But it has
Naubusan ng
been
bala.
very thematic in an ice-cold map in Icebox. The Cryo Curse is
Wow.
presenting itself back-to-back 4Ks. That is unbelievable.
Sayang.
Wow, Cryo Curse. All right, okay. I love the, again, I mentioned about the confidence of AEP here.
Nice try.
Gian only had like 1 bullet left in the mag. And he was like, I can hit this flick. He wasn't able to though, but So close enough. Look at that. 3 bullets on 1. If he hit that on
Nice try.
Symbol, that would have been absolutely bonkers for AEP here.
Kung alam niya siguro kung nasaan si Symbol. Di niya alam kung nasaan si
Are not
Symbol
able
eh.
to full buy this round. So throughout all the rounds that they've won, they probably were just expended to about one person saving every single time. So it's been a full buy
Ganda sana
every
ng
single
Om
round
Sim.
that has succeeded even after they won the previous.
Grabe
Does it deter
sayang.
them from pushing onto site? No, it is not. The agenda is the same.
Saan
I don't know why Ryu was walking around site like that. Maybe anticipating for the dart. He was looking upwards.
The
But what
drone,
he did
I
find,
believe.
potentially the drone, right? But what he did find was the operator, which is not something you would want to face check as a Silver, as anyone really. Jin, he did kind of give that site control back, fell back towards 410 to link up with the boys. They pulled so much attention towards ASR that I'm not even sure if Hot Sauce has an idea of what's happening here.
He's on top of the B site, so whatever happens, they break the alarm bot, they need to push fast because Hot Sauce now knows
30 seconds left.
Shenanigans has been brought all the way to the B site. He's going to be in a 3 versus 1 for the moment. Gian actively lurking for him. But they're just going to be able to plant the spike and back away and fall back onto Chris M's ultimate. And now look
Yun na
immediately where
naman si
Gian is.
Jin.
He's wrapping all the way around. If he can spot out EJ here.
Nice! Thrifty
EJ dropped the
din!
spike. And he's going to have to scrub-a-dub-dub this ultimate. He has access to the blades. Is he going to go for the clutch? 1 versus 3. There is still about roughly maybe 25 seconds, and he's looking for it, but he's going to repeat that angle. That is incredibly ballsy, but who other than EJ, right? Doesn't know that they're about to repeat him once again. Jin finds him. He's going to say that for Gian, right?
No. Attacker.
Doesn't
seem like it.
Interesting. All right.
So I'm guessing how AE Pro wants to approach us. We haven't hit belt yet. We're saving that belt presence for one of our later plays. And plays rather. Because Bren, they have to take this time out. They really have not found a solution here. Did start off kind of suspicious on the side. AE Pro, but the salvage play from everybody was fantastic. I'm not entirely sure how he got that shot. But you did question who is insane enough to repeat. I think you should finish the sentence. Who is insane enough to go for a repeat against an opera? It's Jin. Jin is fearless. Really not in his vocabulary to stop. Because I feel like it's like, yeah, but I have a Vandal. If I hit him in the face, he's dead. No matter what gun he has. Which is valid. It's a valid point.
Well, if you add sanity to Jin's name, it's Jin Sanity. So
yes, that's because that's what happens when you combine 2 words, Aster, right?
Yeah. And if you remove one letter from that, G, and then separate it, it kind of turns into 2 words, G Insanity. So G go Insanity. See?
Huh?
I have never been more confused in my life. Up until that point, but you know what?
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's what
for
my parents told me when I was tested. So never been confused in my life too. So
tested for what? Oh my.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. Did they have a full you off? Ooh. It just seems like it's that type of moment. You had
Guys,
to
ano kayong decider
Yeah.
mo? Nakalimutan ko.
all right, let's get to the
Kasi
brass
sa bahay
tacks
nila.
now. Yeah. Yeah. It's that AP, they're back. Oh, triple push on mid though.
Yung icebox kabisado
Ren.
niya yung number ko, hindi pa.
Chris M know about this shenanigans happening. They're coming in through. Symbol does get 2. Still not going to be enough. The Insanity repositions. He's hounding Brain Freeze. He cannot hit a shot to save his life, at least for this situation. And Hot Sauce not able to capitalize as well as his teammates fall all around him down to single digits. 2 HP. There's like 2 players of AP here that are low, but Chris M holds the angle. He wanted to pick up a Vandal mayhaps, but it's not going to happen. And AEP keep this massive advantage.
Naabutan ko, love na love
rolling
na
and
niya
rolling.
yung map nito eh.
I did notice too that Bren, they typically have a Sage on Xavi on this map, and the way they would play him is they would either put him on mid to go aggress first. But they haven't done that against a pro. Well, you know, considering that Xavi is on that KO now, who's been pretty quiet. I feel like his performance last game is pretty contrasting to this one. Again, you have to have that rest period, that recoil. But to happen in a playoff game might be pretty dangerous. As they
Upper
walk
bracket.
up towards B main, Asarai.
First
And
day,
a
first day
default
pa lang
is
ng
in
playoffs,
play
guys.
for
Wala
AE
pa,
Pro.
wala
Are
pa.
they gonna wait?
Isa pa
Are
lang
they gonna play
nabagsak
the
sa
off
lower
timing?
bracket.
Are they gonna
Yun ay Oasis.
explode right after this orb has been taken? They do get that wall up. They don't fully clear yellow yet. That could have been so disastrous, but now they do. Brent, they look like they're gonna go on a retake yet again.
Symbol has a lineup. Symbol has a lineup for Shock Dart. Oh, he misses the first one. Yeah, okay, never mind. Thin lines.
Ah!
Thin margins of error there.
Jin.
Dude, that might have been a
Jin.
make or break for them. I mean, they still get the kill on G Insanity. They still have the smoke. It's still a 4 versus 5. So it's not the end of the world, but they've given a chance for AEP to force them to retake the site rather than just
No.
AEP to still taking the site. Anyways, Hot Sauce in safety will
Feeling ko
have his
magsistick pa si
lockdown.
Jin.
Gonna try to close the gap here, but the clock is ticking. Ching able to spot EJ. That's a really big one.
Sayang! Di siya
nakapag-dismiss. Hot Sauce is a shot. They line up for Brain Freeze. It's only good for the one in the 1 versus 1. The swing, and he cannot have the spike. And Hot Sauce loses the battle to Ryu. That's devoured by the spike in the end, but that was so
Guys, wait
crucial.
lang
EJ
ulit.
dropping, Brain Freeze
ano ko
not
lang.
getting the double.
Ayan.
That might have really cost him the
Labas ko
round,
lang
which it
yung
did.
Valorant GT. Titingnan ko lang
Did you
yung
see that for a moment there? I
playoffs.
thought 2 players on A Pro side had their knives out towards B main. That really surprised me. But you know what? I think it was Ryu. They did, right? So I was like, oh my goodness, this could be a disaster. But if there's something that Bren can find a little bit of a consolation in, is that kind of made it expensive. But man, those rounds are adding up way too quickly, and this eco buy has been all too familiar, Asarai. I'm not entirely sure how they're gonna try and recover from this now. I feel like they're still going for that retake style, which has succeeded again in that first map, but the difference is they just really don't have that stable mobility that Neon provides. And they really just cannot have those quick flanks and those quick repositioning threats that really helped them so much. It contributed so much psychological damage on the side of A Pro that A Pro, they've been operating as a unit, they've been taking fights as a unit. This eco round could potentially go in their way too, unless there's yet another shot to be landed. The automatic fire is just too much for a humble 6 shooters to hold on to.
Hi, Ting!
A Pro, man.
Kala ko namatay na.
This was that round, or this was that map that they, for lack of a better term, just wanted to demolish Brennan for reasons.
Yeah,
they're back onto full form. Not sure if there is a chance for Bren here to rile back up, but mistake after mistake, they gotta start doing something. A 3-9, a 2-10. Well, actually, 3-9 would be the best that they could absolutely hope for. Exactly. AP, they've called timeout, and they're gonna think things through. They know that Bren does have the buying power for EJ once again on the operator, and I feel like they wanna match against this, whether it's a bait play and then wrap around to the other side where EJ is not located, or just forcing EJ's hand somewhat. I think they want to make something a little bit cheekier than what is compared to the other rounds.
Nakalimutan ko din eh.
One thing that we've kind of noticed with Bren, this is not a
Haven,
knock on them
Haven,
whatsoever.
Haven,
We know how Xavi has an appetite for destruction and how his mid-round play is phenomenal. And the way he does thrive in gunfights makes him so valuable when it comes to the retake, when it comes to the inevitable scramble. So with that being said, Asar, with those strengths in mind,
Nakapag-chat pa talaga sa akin to.
or at least the moment they
Baby
lose
na-
Xavi, their chances of winning the round, it becomes that much slimmer. This has been a trend since the group stage. We saw it happen on a very on the same map. Every time his Sage died on mid, they lost a lot of that control and forced quite a bit of overreaction. And now EJ's the first to fall as Insanity has no qualms of just swinging out all of this contact play from AE Pro still going unanswered. The Hot Sauce, again, thoroughly not getting cleared, is making quite a stand. But how long did it last? Hopefully long enough for Brent to recover. 2v3 now. Jin pops that
Nakapag-chat
Empress.
pa talaga eh sila.
The second time or
Sa
the
halftime.
how many times he's
Next
popped
game
it,
na kaya
you
ka
don't
ba?
know.
Totoo,
He's always trying to make
nakakatakot na
good
naman
use of
yung
it.
next game.
Tries to bait out yet again a reaction from that Lear.
Through the smoke!
Wow, Symbol. Threads the needle again. Plays that very meticulous timing. And it's one of those things, right? The senses, they just tingle. Chris M tries to go for such a dangerous cross. Now Brain Freeze has the tall order of trying to flush out his fellow Viper player. But Sim was like, you know what? I got this.
This was just all through shots in the dark, through smokes, to long range engagements.
This was through the smoke si Ching.
I am a bit baffled, but I'll take it. Bren will take it. That was very, very interesting interaction. But other than that, yeah, this is again a must-have for Bren.
Ang galing
What's good about this
ang
is
galing
that
nila
they're
mag-spam.
able to still
Sana all.
save
Gusto ko
EJ's
din ng ganong
operation.
skill.
But
Ang galing nila
gotta say
mag-spam.
though, yeah, I just gotta say, Giansanity is so smart. He heard the second updraft from EJ, and he was already like at an angle that EJ can't find. That he just slowly crept up and punished EJ.
One thing though is that Gian, despite being
So
as smart as he is
hot,
and cerebral, he has an undying hate for other people's brains. That's why he loves to shoot you in the head. And it had to be Symbol to be the victim, to be at the very end of that wrath, you know, funneled towards his face.
Dude.
Bren, they do have a second round on the board. A Pro seems to have a bit of a field day still. But one thing else, right, this is not the pick for Bren, so maybe they're gonna find a little bit of mental solace in that, give themselves a little bit more space to work with. But Brain Freeze, he does find Jin. Both these Killjoy ults, they're gonna pop. The Defender one does not find anything. On the side. And actually, both sides, they don't find anybody, but Hot Sauce does not need such complicated technology to find yet a frag, but Giansanity finds 3 for himself, and Hot Sauce left alone. We know what he's capable of. He finds 1. Can he find the peaking Giansanity, who has been absolutely on a tear this round? That is the question, but he has been relegated to the planter. There's still 1 more Nano Swarm to halt his advance.
Good, nag-playback sila.
Nearly
10 to
gets
10 to 10
the
to 10
shoulder
to.
angle there, Asteroid. But
Because
look at
they
this.
play back.
Go for a very, very safe play going.
Because
for
they
that,
play back 10 to.
post-plant instead.
I don't think Hot Sauce
Because
actually
they
reads
post
into this as
smart, very smart.
only guesses that they might be close or at belt already. If he tries to fight them on belt like this, he might not be able to actually get it. Now they know that he's scrubbing, trying to get closer and closer. But again, because of where Gian has planted the spike on top of that, there is so much post-plant position that AEP could approach that would just be so difficult for Hot Sauce to flush out. And Gian's sanity, man. I mean, Jin has just been absolutely amazing with the anti-frags, but can't deny his G counterpart, the other G, the Gian sanity.
Yes, Asra, had you not pointed that out, I would have never, not a moment in my life, would have thought that Giansanity starts with a G. Thank you.
You're very much welcome.
I am enlightened, my eyes are opened as we head into the halftime pause, and quite frankly, this is not looking ambiguous at all for A Pro. They are very poised to take this away from Brent unless some sort of catastrophic collapse on their part would happen. We know Brent. Brent has fought back very, very
ano, let's score sa
very
Andito
valiantly,
actually, nasa pinaka-top
and they've
left,
made some major
13-8.
strides
It
trying
was
to
a
dig
close
themselves
game.
out of a hole. They do have a map allowance, but as we talked about
10-2
earlier, is this really the
course.
time
Bagong
and
course.
place to be a little more relaxed? It is the playoffs after all.
Not sure about that actually, but well, coming back into form, I think is feels like the best approach, right? So with that, AEP, yeah, this is the moment that they actually get
Tapos
that
I set
approach
fire to the rain.
back into their swing. Look at the kills
Set
that we've seen on Giansanity and
fire
Ching.
to the
Ching again,
rain.
I think the best way to just point is he has really found confidence in taking fights, taking angles as a non-duelist, and it has turned him into such a scary power player. Now that he's not tethered anymore by needing to dash away, reposition, and he can play basically flex all day long, it has made him such a, what's the word here? Such a a finisher, I guess, for AEP. You know, Jin and Gian Sanity start right in, and Jin Ching just finishes off the round with a clutch.
Very good.
Always seems to be able to make that happen. Yeah.
He's a closer.
Ah, ang dami niyan masyado!
This pistol round is okay. I thought they had a bit of an advantage, but no, Bren's like, yeah, we can come back. Let's play this swing by swing. Let's just relax. Take this round by round. Focus up.
Coffee?
Like you mentioned, Ching does find a frag for himself, and even a second.
Pakita ka sa viewers.
That's not really enough to fend off the numbers on the side of Bren. Like you mentioned, right? There is really a system on the side of A Pro that's very apparent. Jin and Gian Sanity will do a lot of that initial damage, and everybody else, again, they're absolutely crazy closers. They will also, you know, from time to time, depending on the compositions that A Pro would like to run, have a little bit of a swap. We do see Jin on that jet every now and then, specifically on Haven. I'm not entirely sure, Astra, if they're ever going to stray away or at least have the non-double duelist comps as a mainstay. But if it works for them, then why not?
Watch. 10 quarter.
Be faster.
Oh,
At
okay,
quartet
EJ,
pala.
he's awake.
Watch.
Well, he needs to be even more awake as there is about 7 rounds that separates them from equalizing. Chris M has one more. I thought he was going to be able to get another one. That would have been just atrocious for Bren here. Up on the close-up is Ryu. Take a picture with me. Why don't you?
Close pa pala to.
Very, very expensive round. Has already been forced out here.
Pagod ka na agad
AEP.
stay.
Ching. He gets back into the thick wall. Hot Sauce now out in the open. Still has to be very careful. They are not giving Ching any form of 1 versus 1. He cannot allow this man to do that, or else. They knew this. They know about it.
Next time
Just repeat the angle just in case.
Bren, they are doing such a great job of capitalizing on their prio rounds. The next one is going to be yet another high prio one. It's going to dictate if they win the next swing or not, if they can reset the economy. And I think this is something that people don't really take into account. We look at Valorant in round swings, never really individual round per individual round. And this meticulous balance still has been very, very carefully maintained by a lot of our players here. And Jin, this has been somewhat of a problem on the defensive side. He's always going to be first contact, whether that means he's going to be extending or not. And it's not been fighting well for AE Pro. Everybody's falling. Jin can happily get back his HP that he lost if he can win a fight. But this is not looking so good for him. He will get the sound spot. Okay, maybe I lied. But no, I was actually truthful. Brain Freeze is there with a quick trade. And a 1v4 Asarai. Bren, they are heating up. They're firing on all cylinders now. Ching might have his Champion's Vandal glowing. And we've seen him do a 1v5, but again, we know the skill, the caliber of players we have here. Maybe I could be a doubter. Maybe Ching could clip this and says, Raph, you're wrong. Look at me. I find my first kill. Try to dissect those 1v1s, those isolations. But
grabe talaga attacking ng
very good play on the side of Bren.
Ooh!
So passive.
I apologize. My baby cousin is just here with me right now.
Hello.
Oh, may baby na kasama
She wants to be a caster when she grows up, so...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. For sure, for sure.
Okay. Oh, that's so adorable.
He's saying hi.
Aww. And that is one of the most wholesome moments of the day so far. Hello, Asterai's baby cousin. As you can see, we are watching two of, you know, the cream of the crop of PH.
Kailangan ko yung pantanggal ng
one of them is coming back, and one of them is in a firm lead. But this could go anywhere. I hope she's listening, Asterai. By the way, you know.
She understands you completely.
All right, lovely.
Well, not
How am I so well versed at, you know, communicating with the babies, the children? Because I have to explain to Twitch that, you know, it's almost the same thing. But now we get
that brain.
Brain
freeze.
Too unstoppable, Asterai.
Nice
peek out from EJ. He gets blinded by Savvy. They actually just handed a rifle in the hands here of AEP. Gian might be able to pick that up, and a 4v5 will ensue. Savvy in kind has used his ultimate.
Oh!
AEP!
Grabe si Hot Sauce.
Jin a bit too antsy, wanting to get one first, but Brent always good on the fight here. That smoke makes it very difficult for AEP to spot out anything. Savvy into the corner, spots out G Insanity.
Nice
was
try.
about to implode on him, what the judge gets denied. And Bren, you were talking about these bursts of rounds.
Ang ganda na lang
Starting to
sila.
burst right back
Ang
up.
ganda
Thank
na
you
lang
very
sila.
much. 6-10 though.
Ang ganda na lang sila.
Very, very fine line of them.
Pustahan tayo,
making a
ito
mistake
round na
and
to.
AEP just finishing it off and pushing us to game number 3.
Itong round na to.
We've been relegating
Pustahan
I think
tayo.
it's Ching on soloing B, which
Hindi, ang ganda na lang yun.
quite honestly has been fairly difficult. Now they have a gun round, so this could potentially be an
Ay,
adjustment to be
ito,
made.
ito. Manifest,
They might
manifest.
be- they might be
Mag-manifest kayo,
considering
wag kayo
for
makambak. Sabihin nyo,
a
AA
little
na
more
to.
subdued play here.
AA
Again,
na to,
there's just so
ganun.
many early picks we saw from Belt, EJ bumping into the owl drone,
Pero
move
totoo
buddy.
din naman.
There's a
Hindi
lot
ka
of air
naman
traffic
malit.
around
Pero
these
kumbaga
parts.
lang, support.
And that 0 point is just gonna eliminate poor old Owly out of the round. But the speed has been set. The course is B.
Yes,
G Insanity proves to be a bit of a rough wave.
Nice, Jin.
And he even finds one more. Jin chimes in. He gets brain freeze. And this attack is still trying to go against the tide. But now it seems that they are
Ano po score na
trying to
series?
find
1-0 in
another
favor of Bren.
another part of the
Oh.
map that is going to be a little safer. Look at Jin.
2v3 ah.
The thing is, he might be the one to
Winnable,
over-aggress
losable,
every now
pareho.
and then. But if he gets going, then he is incredibly hard to stop. Case in point, this round.
Bren
Hot
win.
sauce.
Yeah, you're allowed.
Again,
You're allowed
back to his
cheer
old
Bren.
shenanigans. Will be looking to lurk a little bit here. Full confidence.
Oh,
out in no
the
man's land,
timing.
but the timing just not favoring him.
Okay.
Symbol.
13 ay 13
This is
13 agad.
30 seconds left.
11
Daunting task
6
for him,
11
too.
Oh yeah.
If he can get
13
a
agad
kill
na sabi.
and then the plant on the spike or vice versa, he will be able to have that Hunter's Fury, which hopefully helps him out if ever. But there's already 2 on the side itself. If he tries to wrap around, he will get spotted already by Jin that's already looking for the closer.
Manifesting
There it is.
13.
Jin spotted.
Score ng series 1-0 nga in favor of
There's just a
Bren.
few more steps for AEP to make this work. Does Bren
Yes!
have the rebuy coming into
Yes.
the next round?
Yes. Yes.
They do. They definitely do. All those rounds that they've invested, the rounds that they've won, are gonna help their cause moving forward, even just for a tiny bit. One thing that I have noticed for both these teams, there's not a lot of emphasis on kitchen control, which I believe would be easier on the side of Bren, considering they do have that KO. Again, the tight spaces just really benefit him and whatnot. They kind of want to maximize
nakambak daw,
symbol here on
maliligo
that
mamaya.
Sova. Hot Sauce has that lockdown.
Sana
in
hindi
hand, so
makambak.
maybe they're gonna play even more
Para
receded,
makaligo
a
ka,
little
Jel
more
Boy.
subdued,
Para daw
try to
para
go for
para
a cleaner
makaligo ka,
retake.
Jel Boy.
One ult has been
Papanalo ng
extended.
AE yung map na to.
In typical Bren fashion.
Yeah, it's all for you to have the
Where
ability
did he find
to
that
have the
frag? I
chance to
think
take a
that
bat.
was once again, a stray kill.
Nakajudge
Insanity,
si Lodi
though,
Kicks.
with a fistful of buckshot, finds another. Jin gets a second. And it's Jin online. The last 2 rounds have been swaying everybody in the audience and even us to say yes. Still quite a bit of round to play, Asarai, and a 2v5. Looking highly unlikely now for Bren. Especially where that spike is positioned. Oh my goodness,
Oh,
it's out in
6-12.
plain sight.
I gotta say, there was like 4 people inside the smoke to get things started. Oh, Symbol. Oh, Symbol. Oh, Symbol with a double tag on the recon dart. Maybe just the one, you still have a chance, but the second is more of a death sentence already. And Alpha Esports.
On match point.
Oh!
Sila naman na, oo nga eh, bawian lang.
12
Ang
to
galing nila.
6.
Mga
Goodness, they've been... Bren has incurred
Ano
some
tawag
wrath
dito?
here, and AEP were like, yeah.
pareho
We
sila
are,
mga pro.
are,
Talagang galing mga
fear us.
spam.
Sorry, that was not convincing, but you know what I mean.
You know what? I'm glad you apologized
Brent, I'm
because
out.
I was. Okay, relax. You know, Asarai definitely had that roar phase. Obviously, it is coming out just a tiny bit, just a little bit, buddy, just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
We all go through different paths of life, and I'm sure you shouldn't be ashamed of that. You know, the phases and whatnot.
What is that supposed to mean?
You don't have to be embarrassed of your past, Asarai, is what I'm saying. Look at those penguins. Like, yeah, I hear a lot of gunshots, some noises, but they kind of go away after a few minutes or so. Give it an hour. As we have a Bren timeout. I feel like maybe they could have done this a little bit sooner on that 11th round, but this is definitely their do or die now. If they lose this round, well, you know what's going to happen next. We are going to move to a third game. A-Pro, they are looking to run that momentum up. Bren have to find a way to really halt those gears in the AE Pro machine, into the AE Pro, well, war machine.
Next game, kabahan tayo next.
Revealing area.
Nawala
See
yung
if
laban.
this war machine is an explosive cannon that just blast away everybody that comes into play.
Careful. On my way.
6 rounds for Bren. Imagine that against this caliber of AEP and Icebox. It's gonna be somewhat of a doozy here, Raph. Trying to regain some control on mid as they use the Sova drone here. Drone for drone. Symbol gets spotted out in the open, but nobody follows up on it. Still do get all of that juicy little information, but the tidbits.
They don't have smokes.
Sanity spots one
They don't
out in
have
the open.
smokes.
The
Guys,
blades
tuwing ako
just
yung una namamatay sa rank,
chopping up
nababad
brain
trip ako sa
freeze, and this
sarili
is a
ko kasi ako
bad
yung
thing, 'cause
pag icebox
spotted
ako
the
yung
spike,
Viper, dapat hindi ako yung
remove
una
the smoker.
mamatay. Kasi ang hirap umentry ng walang
Lost for where about what they want to go for. Hello, Hot Sauce. Okay, he's hot on the start, but did not know that somebody was going to be following up through. Nobody will be punishing Jin as he breaks the lockdown. But Bren, you've had enough. There's not enough time. 30 seconds. They spotted out one already. There's a little bit of throw utility there just so that nobody's close up. Jin, is he going to hit these shots? Yes, he will. Once again, Jin! Maybe the 4-piece, not going to happen. EJ, it's all on your shoulders, buddy. But there is one coming into the flank, 2 in the front. He's going to have to plan on safe here. Out in the open, he's going to incur the wrath of the rest of them, but there's just too much. Too heated for him to handle, and he sizzles, in the pressure of it all. And number 3, it's Haven for this last game of the series.
Oh man, not a good look. Not a good look. But I think Bren might find a little bit of solace that, hey, that wasn't our pick. A-Pro, they really played to their strengths in that one, undeterred by really anything. And just a bit of a quick preview on how they're handling the situation. They seem very calm for now. But Asarai, like I said, I think Bren, there has been a little bit of a curse. Every time they kind of lose that second map, there's a pretty decent chance that they might not recover for the third map. I'm not trying to jinx anything, but this has been, again, a statistic that has to be brought up, has to be put on the forefront, because this is pretty much one of, if not one of the most important lives in the tournament. I think this is still upper bracket though, if I'm not mistaken.
I gotta say, the new kings of the court for
Lapit mo yung phone. Pag nakita niyo si
specifically
GK,
in this particular
si
tournament
GK,
have got to be 2
si
teams.
GK baby,
Alpha Esports
parang
Pro
gano'n kalapit
and
yung monitor.
RRQ.
Parang ganyan ata halos yung
And
monitor
that
niya.
would just mean that there is such a big ball of pressure that Bren will have to go for it. Because again, we saw last game that AP had against Team Secret, they were just phenomenal. They're trading. Their ideology with how they push was just so much for Team Secret to handle. And if Team Secret can handle that, I don't know what Bren is going to be coming back into this. There's another question there lies that EJ is just somewhat underperforming this entire series.
I think we also see Haven as an opener for Bren, not really
Guys,
a closer,
kunin ko lang yung
more times than
pantanggal
not.
ko ng
Again,
fur
I could be
because look what
mistaken. I'd
coffee.
have to mull over the stats again and just go over the VODs, but they've had a lot more success when they were opening with Haven. And I think still this grudge match continues. This is still very, very close. They don't really want to have a repeat of what happened in the group stage where they do sort of get run over by that AE Pro offense. Hot Sauce, who's been a shining star in these last 2 maps, back-to-back MVPs. This time around, they just really couldn't pull through. EJ, yeah, like you mentioned, not really performing up to the standard that he set for himself. Amazing player. But we all have bad games, and this seems to be a very untimely one for him.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not the elimination match yet for Bren, right? There's always going to be the lower bracket run, which at least gives them that second life, you know?
Yeah.
But this is a real big thing, especially when Bren were just so good at the heels of EJ. But all that being said, still not yet game over. There's still Haven. It feels like we're talking about the death of them already, but there is always going to be that chance. We'll see how they fare up against this. We'll see if EJ bounces back. But we cannot deny that Haven is the playing ground of Alpha Esports Pro. So there will be a very, very huge endeavor that Bren has to go against the grain here of AED.
They definitely don't want to. They want to take the standing up. They are gonna hold their lines for as long as we can. And Bren is really no slouch on Haven, like we mentioned, right? Are they gonna run a no duelist comp that we've seen some teams do? Me personally, I don't think I'm a fan of it just yet. They just have so much value out of that jet when EJ's playing on it. Once again, I feel like this is just speculation more upon each other as we still just hope for maybe the best for both these teams, really, when we move on to our third map. But Aserai, I feel like this is the point in time where we kind of give ourselves a little bit of solace, a little bit of time, so to speak.
Yeah, so with that, guys, we're going to go on a break. We come back. It's game number 3 to finish off the day, finish off the series, and we'll see if Bren can beat Alpha Esports Pro. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you put in your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Ngayon naman yung ang dami namang galit sa Bren. Ayoko siya both ways. Like, ayoko may galit. Ayoko may grabe mambash sa AE pagtalo. Ayoko rin may grabe mambash sa Bren pagtalo. Like, pero wala, normal na yun. Wala tayong magagawa. It's just how people are. It's just how people are.
And we are back. Game number 3 is going to begin in just a few short moments. It's going to be Haven. And as we did mention before we went into said break, it does feel that this has turned into one of the better, if not the best maps that AEP have played in thus far. So that being said, Bren, they're gonna be in for a difficult one here, Raf.
Oh yeah, difficulty already been established, considering that the way they lost that Icebox map was very, very convincing. They did rally at the very tail end of that, which is signs of growth, you know, as a team, not just in the game, but also outside of the game. That mental fortitude that we've really put under a microscope ever since the stage begun. Okay, we are here and now on our third map, which I believe is Haven. Again, just a quick reminder to myself. Again, yeah, you're right. But once again, I think Xavi might stray away from that KO now. We do see him play quite a bit of Breach here, which I feel like is the better agent for him. He has been an absolute rock star on that agent specifically. Hopefully, he can find a little bit of success, if not a lot of success, for his team here.
Well, maybe he can replicate something like that coming into Haven here, but there is again so much left to be talked about with this particular.
But they support both teams. Let's go.
Bren once again. They have done the double initiator a couple times on Haven, and they've kind of what's the word here? Experimented whether they wanted to go for the Sky or the Fade. I think the Fade might not be a bad idea here when you were talking about how Symbol has just been phenomenal on the Breach. That can be coupled up with Savvy's Fade, which has been also really good. And maybe a sure shot or a straighter shot towards the site compared to like Icebox, where they had so much difficulty in long range fights. Maybe with this one, they might be able to overwhelm any defender from AEP, which could be the case. But again, it has been such a difficult thing, I think, for Bren to control bigger maps. So with that being said, I think Haven also might be just a bit of solace for them, even though, again, we do say that AEP have just gone bananas on this particular map against other more notable teams.
You could have fully avoided saying that, but you chose to double back and say it anyway.
Yeah, I chose bananas. Violence, excuse me.
You did it again. It's amazing. Asterai, I know you're having the time of your life. I could potentially be having the time of my life, but I don't know, man. I feel like my face is very telling. But like you mentioned, right, there's been a lot of experimentation. Personally, I'm also a fan of Xavi being on that Fade because it puts him in a position, or naturally puts him in a position where he's going to stay alive much, much longer. He's not going to be first or second contact. He'll be alive for more of the clutches, and I feel like it complements his strengths very, very well. Well, maybe you would make the argument that, oh, maybe it's going to diminish his fragging power just a tiny bit. I feel like that wouldn't be the case. Maybe volume-wise, yes. But impact-wise, maybe stocks are going up for him.
All right, let's see what they bring forth to the table here, Raf. In terms of the composition, it's going to be AEP that starts the fight first. Ching, of course, will be on that KG of his. I don't think there's going to be any real big difference for AEP here. It's always the classic compositions. There it is. Ooh, okay. Hot sauce. I gotta double check this. Yeah, all right. They haven't used this particular agent Cypher in about 3 to 4 games that they've played specifically on Haven. It's always been hot sauce on the Cajun. And again, he's a player that we know has majority played for Sentinels. KJ and Chamber, I think, are the more notable ones. This
I'm glad.
Switch up. I just wanted to say this switch up to the Cypher.
They had to ban
makes me feel like they do want to have a lot more control onto a site while leaving one open, but still guarded somewhat by his utility.
I was about to say I'm glad that Cypher is getting a little bit of love for the longest time too. He just really was not fielded by any of our teams. Now he's had a bit of a resurgence, and I think that's healthy for the Sentinel pool and just the game itself. But like you said, maybe we're not, or at least we're not accustomed to it, or at least hot sauce on that Cypher. We see him on that Killjoy.
Nakakapag-back kasi sa YouTube.
That Chamber who's typically taken the role of Cypher. They're preparing for something cheeky here. And maybe they're playing for a little more anti-dash, as that's another mini game that Cypher does put on the table. But AE Pro, are they gonna go for the signature? We are gonna hit fast, hit hard on that pistol round, and it looks like there is inklings of that. The C's, they did hear it just a tiny bit, and it's only Jin that gets caught in its snare. They do block that out. But do they know there's a crossfire here? Sewers could be very, very unhealthy for AE Pro here. Symbol's not prepping his flash whatsoever. They are going to go for the direct gunfights. EJ, his knee might stick out. Oh, but it doesn't matter. They swing in. Symbol gets the trade. And the explode ensues, but Bren, they look very, very strong. Very convincing.
Right click is a very cruel deity that sometimes you pray to it, it hits. Amazing. I can't believe I got those shots, and then sometimes that one last right click doesn't even do anything to phase Savvy, who picks up the 2K. We were not aware that there was that double up with Symbol, as you saw Jin just try to get the heal back up. He thought that he got the clear onto Sewer, but nope. Here's Symbol. You know, just to spoil your day. Ren, this is very important for them to get things started with as well.
Spoilers is what they want to do and how they want to do it. Jin, just very wary of a potential garage push, but do they find that EJ that is trying to aggress towards grass? That they do, and EJ finds nothing, even drops his Spectre, giving Jin just that extra firepower and a little bit more armor to his name too. Trying to see if he can get anything here towards garage. That one way is gonna pop from window. That hot sauce. Oh, at the very last moment, he saw Jin cross. Does he know that Jin is in the corner, or does he think he's still outside? The support is here. Beautiful utility used by Bren. Jin getting flushed out. Unsupported again by AE Pro.
Are you still got the weapon off of that like one timing back to cover that Hot Sauce did? If they lose because of that, because they allowed Geosanity to pick up the Spectre once again, that is the 1 second split-second decision mishap that might really hurt Bren here, as they're the ones that are going to have to retake the site, retake the angle. One big lurk coming in from Savvy could make or break it for Bren right now, as he uses the Prowlers to get that information in. Spots out Shing, and that's Gian and Ryu Ryu. Never mind. Down to the one that started it all. For this time, he will be the one to fall.
Do you think Bren's gonna go for upgrades here immediately on Sybil and EJ, or do you think they're gonna go for the more bonus route? Let's kind of concede this. Let's not give them rifles. Maybe just settle for a bunch of marshals, maybe. I mean, they are on the defending side, so they could definitely feel that towards C, towards A. Very, very doable. But instead, they give up the weapons. They're gonna have to consolidate what they want to do. EJ here doesn't have blades available, or nowhere near close it. Meant to have an upgraded pistol. With that being said, they could potentially go for a B stack. But no, instead they try to flood A long, have an anchor towards C, and just leave B by itself.
Oh, they're pushing!
I got the spike.
What?
Just waiting. Again, this is like a standard strategy already for a lot of teams, that you know, if your opponents don't have their buy rounds, it's their bonus. You wait for a little bit of time to see if they're going to be cheeky. Now, this is where the Cypher might come in, is if Gian gets into that tripwire, he's going to be in such hot waters, but that is absolutely phenomenal for him. He just flushes it out at the pretty apex of it, but it still doesn't do anything that much.
Through the smoke din si Jin.
And Ren just
Na-spam
spurred
lang ni
everything,
Sabi.
especially with the Prowler. Now, the spike does get planted, but the damage be done in terms of the numbers Two gonna be staying on the site. Ching holding C long just in case. But that turret bypassed already by EJ here.
Wala.
I thought no, that C long
Brento.
is gonna have a very hard lurker coming in through that. Savvy's already spotted one. Chris M has already also been gutted. And now Ching out in the open. EJ comes in. Can he 180 in time? Not gonna be the case. And the bonus won by Bren with plenty of time to defuse that spike.
Wow.
That they do.
Ikaw, AE. Magiging
And
0 par.
I feel like Xavi is really showing his mastery of just the positioning, the inherent positioning of Fade, where he's getting a lot of his kills late in the round, which I feel like is one of the most natural things to him. Or, I mean, this is just off the eye test, right? Watching
Ikaw,
him
AE.
for about
Possibly
2
a
stages
4-0,
now.
unless they like do a really
this time they
big
do
brain
have a
play.
bit of a roster change. But they've been doing so well. This is a completely different look. AE Pro have not found a solution to this Bren defense. Even against a stifled buy like that. But in AE Pro fashion, they will not be silenced. They will not be stopped. It looks like the default is going to just prevent any aggression or any control from Garage. But Jin wants to take a fight. He finds Xavi. Symbol gets the trade.
Wow!
Symbol gets everybody. Oh my goodness. Symbol has been ferocious today. He's been an absolute beast. Now he falls back. They get the numbers advantage, and he doesn't want to overstay. Doesn't want to make his presence a little too known. As he does jiggle this, he might get a bit of an angle, but timing is very much possible. So they send EJ here. It's going to be the one. Try and hold this down. But Eco's, the stifled by, not really working well. Yet another ace, potentially. There we go. I think that's the second one of the series.
Yes. Symbol acing again on the eco round. I sound so sarcastic, but that was really good for him because that could have turned really bad if they got the weapon from the pick that Jin got, right?
Oh yeah.
I was just gonna make a joke about eco fragging and everything, but that was really solid from Symbol. And because of that as well, we got 2 of it, Raph. We got it.
I think
Rolling Thunder. And
Okay,
Nightfall.
time out.
Ooh,
Good
it's gonna
call,
be
good call. You need
a
that.
rock and roll for the ages.
Rolling
You need
Thunder
that time
after
out,
dark,
boys.
Basically,
Ito yung map na
that's the
nakambak.
combo.
Nakambak nila nung
That's
attacking
true.
sila. Attacking
I feel
sila
like
ngayon.
that
And
should
their
be a
comp
rock
is
poster
for...
somewhere. Rolling Thunder.
Is
After
more
dark.
friendly
The
on
lineup is
attacking
there,
than defense. So the
whatever
fact
Bren
that
will
they're
play.
attacking means
But,
mas kailangan
going
nila
back to
mag-ipon
the
ng
game,
rounds.
I feel like Bren has not dropped the ball at all with this Haven pick. And maybe this is an adjustment that they made. Yeah, we're really good at opening on Haven. But what if we use that comfort to close out the series? That's genius. Whoever is on that support staff,
true.
That's a lot of brownie points. And
Brownie points.
again, we keep praising just Xavi's late round impact. And it's been paying so much dividends. A Pro though, they've had Jin who's been really trying to tear it up. But the amount of kills is only equal to the amount of rounds that they've lost. So maybe they have to change something here. Maybe they have to change the tempo. Because so far they haven't really found any value trying to lurk, trying to control Garage like this.
I think they need to
Or
rush.
really
again.
just going for the
Pero
heavy-handed
they,
A.
I actually,
The
they tried
utility
rushing
shuffle
on
is
pistol.
just that
Na-read
strong
sila that
on
they're
the side
gonna
of
go
Bren.
A on pistol aggressively. So nag-aggressive din
I mean,
yung
they did
Bren, and
bring
Bren won.
Evo, right? Their coach. I think he's already showed it on Twitter anyways that he flew from... I forgot where Evo was again. I think Singapore or...
We
going
might
here.
just have to ask, you know.
Yeah, I will double check. I will double check. Sorry, that's on me. That's on me. But he did fly here, I believe. Or was that Fade? I think that was Fade. All right, never mind.
No, that
Anyways,
wasn't.
another tripwire setup. This is important. Very, very important. Okay, that's the first one. This was a thing that Ching did a lot as well. Remember, if he plays on that Cypher.
Ooh. The double up. Did you forget about me? As the double up. Well, again, he does have that neural theft available, but he's not gonna have any semblance of using it. Time is winding down, but oh my goodness, he jumps out. What a madman. Symbol still gets him. A little costly, but it doesn't matter. Everybody on Bren, they stormed the site, they stormed the castle, but G Insanity is the lone king to stand between them and the throne.
Nice try.
And the blades, that was
Nice
very
try.
ambitious. Indeed, it was ambitious. Fit for a king, but much like most kings, they do get beheaded if they do become a little too tyrannical.
Wow.
7-0 na.
I don't know where this is going. Maybe just the
Come back,
throne.
Bay. Come back, AE. Come back, boys.
Or
I mean, we could go for a bit of a history lesson here.
True.
But
All right.
a lot of
It's
game.
okay. This goes here. We got this.
Bren are prepared.
Nice little camera setup there from Hot Sauce. I did wonder though, what was the plan with the jump out right click on the blade? Maybe just trying to make something happen, explode. And he was hoping that the other two were still actively looking for Gens. I think that is a good lineup with the fault line. That's gonna delay the attack of AEP much further here. Okay, we're gonna present to you one Sovadrone. In exchange, we'll give you a Prowler. That doesn't seem
They just bump into each other.
yeah. Or Uriel though. Okay, he finds Savvy. It's a big one to get started with.
Mablind si
Insanity
Gian.
charges him right through. But the Paranoia lines it up beautifully and they spot out two again. The reposition is somewhat
Ooh.
good. There's Gian starting
Nice.
to rile back up.
2v1?
Hit a couple of
Kung
shots.
7-0 na natalo sila sa 1v2?
We'll be forcing Hot Sauce into a
Oh,
2 versus 1.
okay.
He hits the shot once again.
Nag-whip
If he
siya
plants
sa
the spike,
up.
Hot Sauce will absolutely know where Ching is. It's a 50-50 on who picks who. Gets this. He might just be able to hit
Hasos
it.
gets it.
No, just enough HP for Hot Sauce to just tank the shots, 30 down, and he keeps
Nice
the
try.
flawless rounds going for Ren.
Ano 13-0? 13-8?
That's crazy. I mean, I was just...
Nasa taas,
Again,
upper
Hot
left.
Sauce will
Fracture.
almost always be
Fracture,
the most
upper-
reliable option
upper
in the clutch.
left.
It's very rare for us to
Parang
see him
flash,
have a
parang
misplay when it
flashback
comes to
nung
positioning.
Icebox naging
Really
6-0
shows.
nga ba
Love the
sila
patience
sa
there.
Icebox
Knew
pero
that he had a
AE
little
yung
bit of time
naka
to
6.
burn.
Or 6,
Just
oo,
like
naging
that.
6-1.
Kind of played on the
Pero
fact
dito
that Jin
7.
really wants to
Grabe!
get that early pick, that early aggression. A beautiful defense has been set in stone, at least for the first
What
6
a
rounds.
defense
for Bren.
by Bren.
Still, we have quite a bit of Valorant to play.
Kalmahan nyo, hindi pa
of
tapos.
round.
Pwede kayong
Especially They're still
mag-ganyan
going for
pag
the
tapos
same default as A Pro. They're still trying
Hanggat di
to
tapos may hope.
find a little bit of information on how they can attempt to
Pero ikaw round to, so magiging
maneuver
7-0.
this labyrinth to get rid of this puzzle that's right in front of them.
Ayun, symbol.
I believe this is the first time we're gonna see them try and hit B. And Hot Sauce does show himself via tracers, via bullet tracers. They can't even get the plant down. I think that was just to go with a bit of a reaction, but there is already a crossfire from both links. They expend the Prowler to check Gong, but no, they have complete control over backside, but A Pro. They move very, very well into A. The timing's been impeccable. Xavier 8K has to land the shots.
Symbol!
Doesn't need to. A Symbol gets a quick double. EJ gets a third. A 2v4. Not really in
The
question,
Symbol.
especially considering this was an eco. Lucky number 7 looks
Okay.
to be in the board for Bren. Insanity is gonna find Brain Freeze. Guardian trying to pay its dues here because this was a bit of a force buy on his end. Now Xavi and the rest of the board
Kaya
they
lang
still haven't
3v2.
entered the site. EJ's the only one playing at least sniper here, Overwatch for them.
Ay, sayang
Oh my
yun.
goodness, maybe a critical miss.
Sayang
What
yun!
a heartbreak here.
2v2
If
na
he
sana.
landed that second shot, that first shot, oh dear. But doesn't
Nice
matter.
try.
Like I said, sorry, lucky number
Ikaw
7.
sila doon.
Little slots, they still keep on going.
Gabi si Symbol?
I was gonna say the reason why I think it wasn't a to Ryle reaction from Bren. If you saw Symbol there, he didn't have the icon glowing for the aftershock. So there's a lineup, an easy lineup, right, with the aftershock.
Symbol,
on
that spray
A
transfer
link
so
towards
nasty.
the
Grabe si
default
Symbol?
lineup site, so that's probably
Bam,
why
bam!
they
Grabe!
abandoned the site and started moving for A.
Did he
but yeah, aside
expend
from that,
that line?
Yung sa middle. Dito pwede ba kitang date?
Yeah.
Hindi.
Oh, I was almost certain that Ching was gonna get a double
Pero
there,
thank you
but
sa support.
it's really not how it turned out. Now the aggression, oh my goodness, they get marked for days,
Oh no,
but
EJ!
so does EJ.
Double
Movement.
kangaroo jump!
What? He still gets Ching!
Oh my goodness.
He still gets
Oh my
Ching!
goodness. Is EJ a marsupial? Jin doesn't care.
Nice.
Hunting season for
Jinsanity
him and the
connection.
duelist. Everybody chimes in, but Symbol's always good for 2, good for 3.
Symbol!
Is he good for 4? Yes, he is! And the cleanup!
What?
What happened?
Symbol!
Our eco-fragger slash... Yeah, sorry,
Wow.
I heard you. I can also get multi-kills on gun rounds. Totoy. Week 1.
EJ still gets
wasn't
the
as hot
kill. He
This
still
time,
gets
he
the
is
kill. Symbol's POV. What the madman? Madman!
4K Andy's all
What
over
the heck?
board, all
Symbol's
over
such a
our
madman.
series. And my goodness.
Wow.
It's been fireworks for both these teams. Oh my god.
Wow.
Sauce. That camera has to give you so much anxiety. You see that barrier, please, please, please. And EJ, unforgiving, accurate, and really unrelenting with that operator.
What happened? Symbol happened. Symbol happened.
Gets away with that with relatively no
When is this
pressure
tomorrow?
whatsoever. Jin expecting the repeat from somebody to come in through, but EJ's the one that's riling the opposition. Spots out the drone as well as
It wasn't.
Chris M.
It wasn't an
Now made
ego.
himself almost
It
covered
wasn't
by the
an.
smoke, but
They
the smoke
were
ain't solid.
trying to trade. They were trying to
Very,
trade.
Shootable through? I'll just call it that. I can't remember the term for it, but the term here is one by one. AP are starting to fall down just by merely looking at EJ. He is making them all
Grabe si
bow
EJ.
down again.
EJ and Symbol is
Wait a
doing
minute.
so
Didn't Symbol
much.
just ace on this map too? Oh my goodness, what a stretch for him. He's like,
EJ!
oh, well, I am glad that we got to see Jin get absolutely
Wow.
sliced open.
Grabe EJ.
Presented to the world.
Dead.
And, oh my goodness, this gun round has been falling apart for AE Pro. They
This-
had-
and this was
they
gun
still went for
round.
the same default. Couldn't really find the same success, if not any
This was
success.
gun round.
Bren, they're just really super confident on this map, as
Wow.
They've really not given
Wow.
anything up whatsoever. And we still have so many ultimates on the board. The Neural Theft, still very much present. The Nightfall is a few
Pagtalo yung may
minutes
lower
away.
bracket,
If Zabi
meron.
can find either a frag or an orb, he's gonna have it. Brain Freeze, despite not having the greatest number.
Hindi, kaya
volume,
pa to.
again, we talked about
Hanggat
impact,
hindi tapos, kaya
has
pa.
been also
Pag
very,
hindi
very
13-0
close to
tan,
Zap from the
may
shadows
utang
now.
ka sa aming
And
kape.
they really like the cheekiness
Ha,
of the double.
pustahan tayo,
Wait,
hindi
hang
ka
on!
13-0.
The stun. There's a lot of utilities
Tilted
skills
na.
expended.
Parang sakto lang.
But
Uy.
AP. Oh. Okay, we're good. AP, we're kind of sweating just a little bit there from that peak. I will say
Pustahan
though,
tayo tan. Pag
that the double
13-0,
tripwire is actually a really
ako may
nice
utang
touch. The
sa'yo.
first one always gets destroyed.
Pag
but the
hindi,
second
ikaw
one
may utang sa akin.
always allows Hot Sauce here the access or possibility to a kill. Jing making a lot of noise here. They're
Whoop!
really
Si
running
Hot
up
Sauce is low.
Someone is working. And as they push them back, as the smoke forces him away, they do again get access to the site. Symbol
Spike planted.
have his rolling thought. I was thinking, is Symbol a Sofa? Maybe he can use his
Z,
Hunter Spirit
sige,
grab?
Z.
No, he's actually the breach here. Now EJ, timing is going to be perfect. He just absolutely knew what was about to come. Hunter Spirit will be used by RU
Oh!
as now they try to stop as the rest of Bren come into the side. Jin and Gian Sanity do have themselves a nice little crossfire. Now that will not work. The Cloud Burst to separate the few from the many. But look at the shots. Look at these tags coming in. Wait, the recon dart leaving Hot Sauce all
Ooh.
alone. The shock dart will push him
Thrifty.
out. And Ryu comes in clutch with
Hi Tan! Parang si
Could be a
Ginso yung
focal
tinagpapabigat
point.
dyan.
Could be the
Kita mo din
beginning of the
yung
comeback for
frags
A-Pro,
niya
because
na
everybody
isa
remains
sa
hopeful.
impact frags
Or
nung
yet
nag-turn
another
around
explosive
nung round.
performance from them.
Sorry,
Bren,
Tan.
they have to stay unshaken here. They do have the operator in hand now on EJ.
Sorry.
Who's been pretty solid this half. And everybody really contributing in bunches, if not
Sa
frags,
thrifty
and it's
pa
positioning,
talaga.
it's pressure, it's all the intangibles. As we take a look into this round, Sanity though, definitely felt, especially with such a aggressive play like that. Very, very similar default again. A lot more presence given towards Garage.
Wala na, isa
But
yung bet
everything else has
natin,
been
talo ka na.
vacated. Bren finally get the
Ball
read.
na
They have a
magbago,
little
Lods.
more attention towards A Long now. They do know that there is a killjoy there.
Ano
in the form
nangyari sa kanila sa
of Ching.
Hayden?
As he's been marked, he's been trailed. So this is going to be a lot of time being burnt on the side of A Pro. But B has been fairly
Pangit
successful
yung
for them.
recon!
Is that gonna scan Zavi? No, it's not.
It's a wrong recon.
Oh,
It's a wrong recon.
They back away.
Yeah.
Okay, good drone.
All right. EJ at least has shown himself right here. Oh, he might be able to just barely escape. Copying a couple
Di
of
pa
shots,
namatay
but
siya
those
dun, no?
that want to challenge EJ
Ah, this is hard.
has been used.
This is hard.
Savvy as
This is
well
hard.
with the ultimate.
This is hard.
EJ's just unlucky with the operator right now. 19 HP. And he's gonna have to fall back, but the rest of Brent have come into this one, into
Nice.
play. Giansanity, how
Nice.
does he hit these shots? After shot after shot, brain freeze, left to the back of the side, hungry for
Uy!
it.
Yung hell!
The false sense of security, brain freeze gonna go wild, gonna
What?
go deep.
1v1.
Almost. And now,
1v1.
giving Brent a fighting chance, 1 versus 1. Just M.
Ooh,
Not have the ultimate to reposition. Hot
ang
sauce,
sakit.
thought that
You
maybe
don't
he
lose
could just
those.
Ang sakit,
fake it
Chris.
or something, but
You don't lose
he
those,
was
Chris.
so fast to react to that.
Grabe.
10-1 wrap, 10-1.
I mean, you know he's got the sauce. That's why he never lose those. And my goodness,
Chris, you don't lose
it
those.
looked like it was going to be an AE.
Ang grabe nun, brain freeze! Mid-air sa dash,
There in terms
one
of
tap.
numbers, but when you walk
What?
up to him, he
Grabe
is
naman to si
definitely
Brain
going
Freeze.
to be a very solid and reliable player. 10-1, like you mentioned, really not looking good for Alpha Esports Pro here.
May
Not,
di malanta.
not looking good at
May
all. At
di
the start, his
malanta. Thank you sa
Insanity is
pag-support sa
going
akin.
to get punished for whatever aggression he tried to display. And this garage control
Ganda
that
ng
they've
mga
been
clutches
doing
ng
over and
Brain.
over
Oo,
has been
totoo.
more of a deterrent, or rather more detrimental to them than anyone else. And now they get the read. The Rolling Thunder is there. Or was that the Rolling Thunder? No, it wasn't. It was just the aftershock line. Oh, fault line. My goodness. A lot of excitement. But
Nice
Jin,
pick,
the
Jin.
W key Lord, finds yet another
Oh, and
domain
good blind.
to dominate. And this time it's Symbol who couldn't hold the line. A lot more space being taken. He has to shoot out the spooky bullet.
Naku,
that he
patay to
does.
si Jin.
But the Prowler's
boy!
gonna give him a little bit of time to survive.
What?
Zavi, 8K with a beautiful control. Doesn't
Wow.
last too long, but Brain Freeze again, exercising his right to, well, squat just a tiny bit. The heated rivalry between these teams.
Si Hatsa, si ano? Si
Kind of looking like a
Symbol,
beatdown
tsaka
right
si
now, sir.
Jin.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
Grabe.
That
ah.
was... Oh. Savvy... Just didn't get... Okay, we need the replay of that. Can we get a replay? No, we're halftime break. Okay.
Si Sabi hindi napatay.
First, but I
Hindi
was just gonna
napatay.
say,
Ay, bad
that
game
was
din si
so
Chris.
unforgivable,
Bad game
'cause,
din si Chris.
Again, Savvy missed half of his magazine and somehow rebounds
Yari, sad
to
din,
getting...
no? Sad.
Was that Jin and
Grabe
Chris
Cypher,
M
oo, sabi.
together as they look straight into his eyes? They saw the whites of his eyes, but they were the ones that were knocked off, eliminated.
Wala eh.
in that
Madaming,
round,
madaming
where AEP
factors
were
sa mga
almost
games.
riling
You
up.
can't,
That initial
you can't,
frag from
ano
Jin
lang.
against Symbol
Their utilities,
already
their
made me very
positioning, their
hopeful. Jin
trading,
was doing a
their...
lot of good things on A lane.
Bren
He
was
putting
super
out the utility.
prepared. Yan lang
He was
masabi ko.
again
Bigat
almost
niya.
able to
Pansin
get the
mo,
kill
pansin
on
mo,
Savvy. But
Ada na
very
lang tawag ko
nice,
sa'yo, nahirapan
the
ako.
word.
Pansin mo, Ada, na I am literally... I'm literally...
I wish I had the Vandal. Or rather, I wish I
I'm
had the
complimenting
Vandal.
Bren
You know,
every
I
time
love
they're
that.
doing something amazing.
Those things.
And I'm not being toxic sa kanila.
Insurmountable, it looks like it for a
Pansin
pro.
mo how I don't bash them nung
We know that this
Icebox
team is
when
not-
they were
don't
not
have
performing
quit
as good
in
as
their
they are now.
vocabulary, and they will fight up until the very last moment. But that looks like it's just around
Yan.
the corner.
Siguro
if this
pag
heat from
na-adapt mo
Bren
yan, ang laki ng
continue.
improvement
Pro,
na
they've been
sa'yo.
somewhat notorious on having a considerably weaker defending side too. So all the cards really
Laglag na
kinda
pa-
stacked
hindi, may
against the
lower
master.
bracket.
All the odds.
One fatal step. They'll have to play absolutely. Actually, right now they have to play absolutely.
Talaga,
perfect,
3-12.
'cause
Lower
as,
bracket.
as you keep talking about it, they just want that 1-round buffer.
Bakit tahimik ka lang, Ada,
Alright,
nung,
it
nung
is a
Icebox?
very monumental pass, but who
Lipat
else
ka
other than
sa
AEP
Twitch,
to make this happen?
madami
right?
ka
They're all about
makakaway doon,
momentum
dito
as
wala.
well. They're all about being able
God
to
bless sa'yo, Lods.
string rounds together.
Sana kung ano mang galit
in
sa puso
quick
mo, matutunan
succession,
mong
in clutch
mabitawan.
succession. We'll see how the interaction goes, and always, as like to mention it, they do have their ways to make rounds work for them. This is the one.
Maybe.
Next
Just
time.
maybe.
Oh,
The
siguro
dangerous
gusto
thing
niya lang
about
man-trigger.
maybes are, it could go either way.
May ganun
One
lang
might hurt
talaga
more than the
tao.
other, as Jing is going to be the first line of defense and potentially
Bye!
the first to fall. Shot from behind. Not the way you want to go out, but EJ, even with the last bullet.
Okay.
Oh, and that's going to be 3 people looking at him. It's like, yes, you got 2. But what about 3? As Bren, they have control over C.
Sabi na-
Zabi's gonna play box.
Ayan, yun
gonna
na.
play
Ikaw
straight
nag-suspend,
control.
Ronel.
As Insanity goes over his head, but the quick recovery is definitely gonna benefit him. Zavi did have some success with the spray, but this time
1v3?
cannot be replicated. Modicum of
1v3?
success has been
Oy!
hot Symbol getting
12-1!
those multi-kills. And the man of the hour, the MVP of the last 2 maps.
Hindi
Comes
naman
around
sa ganun.
12 to 1. This
Parang
is-
nung icebox wala
barring
siya.
the
Like
secret
tahimik lang siya.
13-0
Tapos
scum.
ngayon
This has
lalabas
been one
sila.
of the most dominant performances on Haven we've seen this stage.
Bren is doing so well. Yun lang masabi ko. Bren
Playoffs
is
just
doing
has that
so well.
different vibe to it overall, doesn't it?
Basta
I'm
sa
loving
comment
this in the
section na
way
to, you
that
can support
Bren,
Bren,
as
you
we've
can
mentioned
support
before,
AE. I don't mind.
is
You
a
can
team-
cheer on Bren. You
know,
can
one
say
of the
nice sa Bren.
many things that we
I
have
don't
that
mind.
Feels like they might come off as very
Biglang lumalabas pag nata.
sometimes can feel the pressure and crumble on it, right? But they rally back, and they rally so excellently here against EJ. Just full-blown confidence, charging right in. Jansanity always good for the trades, already up to 3K. Maybe he's gonna string this together for the
nabuhay si...
Brainfreeze gets back! Only up to him.
Oh.
As he gets face to face with
Gian gets
Jin.
3K and Jin gets
Touch the
2.
barrels of their specters, but Jin to get the clutch in the end. A fighting chance, a hope maybe here for AEP. It's a glimmer, but at least it's not completely dark for them to finish or to get ended in this series.
Their swords do cross, but this time AE they are the victors of this exchange. As you mentioned, Insanity really riling up his team, trying to get as much momentum he can get, a little bit more wind in their sail. Brain freeze. It looked like, well, I guess this is it, but he did survive, so not for too long. And Insanity.
Again, actually, medyo bad game nga si Chris. Ang bad game nga ni Chris.
Extend the Prowlers. Wow, even gets a free get out of jail card.
Lakas-lakas ni Chris dito sa Haven. Na bad game lang siya. Uy, si Jin with the 3K.
But Jin gets yet another frag. The swings, they're looking better. They're looking better now. Infinitely better.
Well, as these keep hitting on, again, AP possibly can
Lahat
make it
sila
happen, but
magaling dito sa Haven eh.
where
Si Chris, ang galing
little
kaya
bit
ni Chris dito.
EJ gets a kill.
Ay, hindi siya
They'll have his Blade
naka-astra.
Storm. If
Oo
Savvy
nga
gets
no,
a
di
kill,
ba si
they'll
Chris
have his
naka-astra dito usually.
This is the point where AEP...
No, last time si Rian naka-breach.
I think this is going to be the hardest round for them.
Naka-solva na
If
siya
they can
ngayon.
squeeze through this, maybe we can see 2 to 3 rounds be strung together. If they can make it happen. The Prowler spots out Jin, who immediately activates the Empress, and Bren, well, they pursue the issue. It's a bit of a stare-off here. Somewhat a stare-off, but a smoke-off between EJ and RU. Tucking the corner. The Insanity jumps up. Trying to play against the grain here, but EJ gets the punish. Repositions, already looking for the
Ay, katawa ka si Jin!
One, excuse me.
Jin!
And Jin gets overwhelmed. This is not good. Gian does pick up the Spectre in the end, but in a 3 versus 5.
Lugi sa fade.
The very
Oo, bad day si Chris.
overcrowded endeavor to fight against this AEP is dwindled down to the
Totoo,
numbers.
bad day si Chris.
Gian
I mean,
now
bad map.
trying to reposition, as you
Bad
can see,
map
thinking
ngayon.
that They might have actually ran all the
Ang
way
galing-galing
through
ni Chris
C.
mag-Haven
Now
eh.
Swarm activated already by Ching, but just that little bit of silence, that little bit of cut
Importante
noise.
may, totoo din Chris. Sabi ko
Inside
naman
has already been
lagi,
opened
we
up
support
very
PH.
cleanly by Bren here.
Sa bandang huli, we
Lands
always
on
support
God's spot.
PH.
And this might be the final nail in the coffin in the series, Raf.
Really is the case. I thought it was really smart that they bought up the upgrades immediately, as they wanted to equalize this. They had to play perfect. Again, cornered are the Wolves.
Parang ngayon,
on the
gusto ko
side of
talaga
Alpha
makapasok Team
Esports
Secret.
Pro.
Team
Could this be
Secret.
the burial ground? They do
Oh!
even get a dink on Gian, but Gian gets hot sauce. Does have a chance to retrieve that Vandal, but how difficult could this be? Tries to go for the mix-up,
Oh,
goes below
that's hard.
instead. Zavi sprays him down. Chris M tries to hold the line, finding Brain Freeze. The Nightfall
That's
is there.
hard.
EJ finds
1v3.
Chris. Ching all alone. And the nightmare has only begun as Bren take it back 13-3.
GG.
Oh, Freeze is asleep. He asleep. He sleep.
Is he? No. Is he really? Is he really?
Nah, he woke up.
No,
Beautiful.
Somebody tapped him.
Beautiful.
Is he really? Oh,
He asleep.
Okay, wow.
Oh, man.
We're reaching
I love
new
that.
heights of banter here.
GG,
Raf.
nice
If that was,
I love it.
Nice.
if that
love
was
it.
him playing, all right. We
Bounce
see you
back,
because
AE.
this
Bounce
time,
back.
question has been answered. Bren have gotten their grudge match win over Alpha Esports
Nabang ni-
Pro 1-1
Wala,
in
yaan
terms
yun na.
of these best of
Ganun
3
talaga
series.
siya.
And let's look at the stats real quick. I think EJ has also gotten just awoken in this third game. I think first and second game he wasn't really there. I think it was Savvy and Hot Sauce that I think solidified both those two games for the most part. But this third game, he really did a lot of things for Brett.
Oh
Still
yeah.
proud of them.
And
Me too. Bawi na lang. Bawi
wow,
na lang, lower brackets.
Bren, that golden shine that
Bawi na
they've
lang sa lower brackets.
they've really took how would I put this? They've taken comfort into that hyper refined play style that caused them to gas out in some of their previous iterations has
May
been
pag-asa. Oo
somewhat
naman.
realized already, and to nobody's surprise, it's Symbol that's going to be the MVP.
Saan sila
18
mapupunta?
kills, ACS that's
Dito
320
yata
and
sila sa
2.2
baba.
KDA. Hot Sauce. Actually, no, everybody on Brand statistically very impressive. Good lord.
Bukas may laban ng Team
They just played
Secret. Uy, Team Secret versus SBE. Ang lakas.
No term can be said
1
other
PM.
than that. They just played absolutely phenomenal.
And then,
This
4
entire
PM.
third game. Like, the crossfires were set pretty good. EJ was just feeling himself once again. Feeling like himself once again, excuse me. And the multi-kills. The multi-kills from Symbol were just bonkers. Were just immense. Literally no words could be expressed how many times this man has gone above and beyond to save very good rounds for
Ayan,
Brent.
nasa baba nga
And
sila.
they're
4 PM ulit sila, guys. Pero sa
everybody
isang
from
araw
Brent
na.
really
Wala
chimed
sila
in.
laban
It
tomorrow.
was such a really perfect endeavor.
Is
But
this
again,
live?
Symbol
Yep.
really has to be the hero of this. Look at how much multi-kills he was able to get.
And I feel like we saw it front and center as it's really helped them elevate even more, extending their playoff run and making them very safe. Again, this is still upper bracket, guys. So the evolution of Bren continues. And the dear me, the Shark Tank, it's also
Tomorrow
filling up. I
is
mean, every single
Team
team we
Secret
have here,
versus
it looks
SBE,
like they've
tapos
been going at
RRQ
it. They're
versus
foaming
Brent,
at the mouth.
guys.
They're just so
May
hungry for
26 and
improvement.
then May
So very
27
impressive
lower
showing,
brackets
on
na
the side
match.
of Alpha Esports as they really
Sino
wanna
makakalaban
drive the
nilang
nail home
loser
that
sa
this is
upper
how they
bracket?
wanna play, and
Depende.
no matter what happens, they're gonna live by the
Pag
sword and
natalo
die by
yung
the sword.
Bren, baka rematch.
Still, lower
Tama ba?
brackets run still
Hindi ko
very
alam kung
possible.
saan mapupunta. Ay, feeling ko
Oh,
naman
you see,
hindi.
That's the moment. I'm sleep.
Okay. Nung nanalo na, bigla siyang pumikit na ganun.
I love it. I love the banter.
All right.
Again, guys, it's so fun.
Maybe we can sleep talk with Brain Freeze on that interview, if ever. Anyways, we're going to go on a break. That's it for this series. We still have the panel and again the interview to look forward to. So
Baka
guys,
naman iba.
do
Baka
not
yung
leave
matatalo
your
dito.
seats, your
Hindi ko
phones,
alam.
your tablets,
Maganda laban
computers,
itong
your
dalawa at saka itong
whatever
dalawa.
hardware to
Maganda
use to
laban.
watch our broadcast because we'll be right back after a bit.
Laglag na ba ang may laro pa? Ito nga, I'm showing it on screen. May 27, 4 p.m. Alpha. May 27, 1 p.m. Oasis. And then May 26 tomorrow, 1 and 4 p.m. Team Secret versus SBE. And then RRQ versus Brand.
Yeah. Yeah. The rise before the fall, the life before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheers before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know.
Okay, di ba dapat Oasis kalaban sa lower? Hindi. Pinaghihiwalay nila yun. Yung talo sa first one. Kasi magkahiwalay sila ng series. So. Siyempre, dalawa yung lower bracket. Ayan. Dito natalo yung Oasis versus SBE. So, dito sila nalaglag. Dito sila natalo. So, dito sila nalaglag. May matatalo pa kasi dito sa upper semifinals bukas. Dito, may matatalo pa dito. Dito naman. Tapos yun dito, lipat ulit. Ayan, GG na ako guys. Balik ako mamaya. Yeah, I might return later maglaro ako rank games. Tapos tomorrow I'm gonna stream again. I'm gonna stream VCT again tomorrow. So yun, see you guys. Possible pa na Bren. Ang alam yung makalaban. Hindi ko pa alam yung ay sorry. Wait. Paano possible na Bren? Na makapasok? Oo naman. Yung mananalo kasi dito, alam ko pasok na to eh. Ito yung alam ko ah. Ang alam ko, pasok na to. Oo, pasok na to guys. Yung mananalo bukas sa Team Secret versus SBE, pasok na. Tapos yung mananalo sa Brand versus RRQ, pasok na. Tapos sa lower brackets naman, kasi dito sa upper finals, dalawa yung makakapasok. Tapos sa lower final, isa lang. Kasi tatlo lang eh. So, ang kailangan, yung dalawa dito, pasok na. And then sa lower finals, isa lang mananalo. So, maglalaban tong dalawa, and then maglalaban dito, tapos may isa pa. So, mas madaming laban, basically, mas madaming laban sa lowers. Kasi kailangan nila manalo dito, 1, 2, 3. Kailangan nila manalo 3 times. Dito, last na yata ito. Alam ko, pasok na to. Ay, hindi. Oo, pasok na yata to. Wait. Manalo, pasok dito sa upper final. Yung manalo dito, hindi pala. Wait, nalilito ako. Ang alam ko lang ganun. Kasi may cut na sa brackets eh. Tatlo kasi yung papasok. Yung matatalo ba dito? 1, 1, tas 1. Tapos yung mananalo dito, pasok dito. Okay, may isa pa. May isa pa. Kasi may kailangan pa makalaban dito sa lower finals. So, maglaban to. Then, maglaban ulit dito yung manalo. Ay, ano ba yan? Naklik ko. And then, yung manalo dito, mapunta sa lower final sa taas. Tapos yung matatalo dito, makakalaban ng lower final dito. Ayun, yun lang. GG guys. Thank you for staying on my stream. I might return later. I'm gonna play Valor Ranked. Or if I'm too tired, I'm gonna play Unrated siguro. Or I'm gonna Smurf. Maalin. Anyway. See you later guys. Or tomorrow. Bye-bye. GG Francis, Rick, Eugenia, DA, Mandong, Alvin, Pat, Thomas, DA, Voltaire, Javen, lahat na dito. Renal, GG, see you. Ako na lang naglaro mo, PM mo sa akin. Pagtatandaan ko muna yung password, nakalimutan ko na. Bye-bye, GG Ralph. Bye-bye.